Well, there you all are. Boy, I'm so glad to see so many coming into the program tonight. We've got a lot of people coming in on our radio telephone network, as well as on YouTube and Facebook. This is Rick Farron at the control panel in Massachusetts, and we got a program coming up here tonight. Friends, this is entertainment for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Eric out of Nashville, Tennessee, and Apostle Babe, Linda James out of Southern California. They're coming on tonight. They got a great program, so don't go anywhere. Why don't you listen in tonight? Call up Linda, call up Eric. Let them know what's on your mind. Let's bring them in right now. Let's bring Eric in. Let's bring Linda in, and there they are. So how you doing,
Hey,
guys?
y'all.
There you go.
We're doing good. How are you? How are you doing, and Linda?
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
Linda's good. So it's all good. I mean, this has been, well, last week it was a little ugly at times.
Ugly isn't even the word for it. It was. I don't have the word. I just hope we don't ever go through that again.
So we got it under control. I got some new software. So hopefully we're not going to have intruders like we did. I mean, when we first started this 18 years ago, we could just do it like all sitting around the couch and we could speak up whenever we want. But because of the volume of people coming in, we can't do that anymore. So what we're doing now is we have a new system, new software, and we're kind of screening callers before they come in. But I'm going to kind of let it go loose tonight with you guys.
So okay.
I'm going to let it go loose, but I'm going to be here watching.
You're not going to have access to the mute button?
Because we did have the intruders couldn't get in through our 6 screens conference call and our 6 screens programming, but they started calling me on my cell phone and calling Fran and Joe. So it's been ringing all night long, but hopefully they won't do that to you, but they were doing it to us. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, I'm here. I'm going to be watching things like a hawk. So let me just make a couple of adjustments. I think what I will do, though, before everything gets going, well, why don't I get the telephone situation here? I know it goes on.
Good idea. Good idea.
Let me shut that down.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay.
Yeah, let me shut it down. Then we get the phone, because what happens here, folks, please understand what happens. We've got 7 computers going here. Now, we have Facebook. We're broadcasting on Facebook. We're broadcasting on our telephone network, which is what we call our radio network. That goes down every 6 hours, so we have to refresh it. So we're going to shut it down right now, but you'll still hear us talking. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you. So just please hang in with us. We're going to shut the telephone line now, then we're going to get it back in a second. So we're shutting that down. All right. So there we go. All right. We're going to get the telephone line back up. Takes a few seconds to get that going, but we don't want it to go off in the middle of the program.
Welcome into the live 6 screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in.
There you go. Just a few little prompts. And it's amazing that so many people have been calling in tonight. We really appreciate it. So I'm going to unmute everybody here shortly.
It picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
All right, we have Watchtower After Dark coming on here very shortly, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Okay. All right. Okay, I think we're all set now. So I believe that
session has started. To ask your question, please press.
Okay, we're gonna get out of the question and answer. Just give us a second to do that. I just got some software prompts to take care of here. We're going to go into open mode, but I'm here. If we
Unmuted.
If we start getting
It was a very smooth show tonight, Rick. You did a good job with this software.
a
little different to call in, but it was more controlled, and less chaos.
A big difference.
I think it'll be better for you too.
Well, we'll watch it here, but I mean, I can't do it all night.
Yeah, sure. I understand.
We just can't do
But
it.
for your show and Barbara's show, and Joe and Fran's, it helped pretty good.
It worked out well, so we'll see what happens. But I can always switch. You might get an intruder come in. Don't anybody get pink ears. You might hear some pretty bad language, but we'll get in as fast as we can to straighten it out. So, anyways, let's let's get you guys going. I'm going to step out. Eric, I know you want that film. You tell me when you want it, okay? So I'm going to step out of the scene here. And in the meantime, it's Apostle Babe and our good friend Eric.
Thank you. Hey everyone, this is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I tell you this every single week because I'm attempting to brainwash you and I am attempting to convince you that I am your favorite apostate. So when you do something over and over and over again and repeat something over and over and over again, it could even be a lie and it would eventually register as the truth. So again, I'm your favorite apostate. I'm super glad you guys are here. And I'm here with Eric. And I'm looking forward to see how our show goes tonight. We're pretty much just going to talk about whatever comes to our minds and invite you all to join us as well. And I guess we'll see how things roll with how things are going to go tonight. Because there's been a few trolls earlier today, and I'm hoping it's not that much. How did your week go?
How did what go?
How did your week go, Eric?
I can't hear that word you're saying. How did what go?
How did your week, like Monday,
Oh, how my week
Tuesday,
go?
Wednesday, like all those days for a week?
For some reason, it was like muffled, that one thing you were saying, and I couldn't hear it. Yeah, not bad. How was your week on? I had an okay week.
Yeah. I've been super exhausted this week. All I want to do is sleep. Like, sometimes I get like that, and I'm having one of those weeks. It's weird.
Yeah, I feel you. It can happen. Sometimes we just get burned out. Sometimes it could be a health problem, you know.
Yeah, I feel more in my depression this past week, but it always passes, and I know that when I'm in it, but it sucks to be in it. But it just happens, you know. It happens. Sometimes it's just worse than others. But and when I get depressed, I just don't want to be responsible. Don't want to pay bills. You know, just don't want to do anything. Don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to seclude, and that's it. You know, and
you're an introvert. You're an introvert, and you need to shut down at times too. Sometimes being around the social scene is too much for an introvert. Sometimes it depends.
Yeah.
It depends on the type of people you're with too, like that are bringing you up or not.
Exactly.
There's energy vampires that'll just suck the life force out of you.
Right. Right. There are.
I think it's like a good point, like what Rick says. Was it chronic fatigue syndrome that a lot of witnesses and ex-witnesses have too? You know.
Yeah.
And that causes a lot of fatigue. Well, obviously, it's in the name of it.
If we're involved in an organization that, you know, has something for us to do every single day of the week concerning that organization. As a matter of fact, I made a little video about it. Basically how the organization will keep us busy. And then we have other things in life, like whatever we do for income, if we have children, stuff like that.
Please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash.
Oh, yeah, just hold on for 1 second.
If you do not know your PIN,
We're just trying to correct a couple of things here on the telephone line, guys. Just bear with us for a couple of seconds.
Okay.
Here. All right.
Okay.
Just trying to get the telephone line working properly here.
Okay,
So
we still haven't done that. Okay, that makes sense.
Getting some prompts. Hold on 1 second.
Linda,
Go ahead.
Bob Roberts, who is Brad, he says hi to both of us.
Hi, Bob Roberts. I love
Brad
you,
from
Bob
Australia.
2266. Please
We love
enter
you too, man. Or I love you too, man.
or hash. If you do not know PIN,
Oh, hold on 1 second, folks. Just stop talking for 1 second. I can just hear this going on. I just got to get this telephone line cleared up. Just trying to get this so the telephone line is alive and awake here. So just give us a second. All right. All right, just having some difficulties with that. Let me see what happens here. I just want to make sure that, you know, everyone seems to be unmuted right now. Let me try something. All right, that's
I was muted.
yeah, that's not working. Hold on, folks. Just trying to get the telephone lines cleared. Mute all.
Muted.
All right, everyone's muted. All right, well, let's just see what happens here. I might have to come in and intervene here if something goes haywire on the phone lines.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, just keep going, and we'll butt in if we have to, okay?
So does it look like callers can call in or not?
I know they can call in. They can call in, but I just want to make sure that
It's working.
hold on one second. What's that, Susan? You can't hear anything? No?
I was for a minute and then.
All right. Okay. So just hold on one second here, folks. We got some problems. I'm going to dial out again and come back in again. So just stay
Good
with
idea.
us. Don't
Good
go
idea.
anywhere. Let's do that. So we get it
Yeah,
right.
I think you know, Eric. I think he's doing exceptionally well with new stuff. I mean, I think he's doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, we're playing
Oh,
around.
thanks.
We're playing around with new software, so it's going to be a
Welcome into the
little
live
tricky.
Sixth
So let's
Street
just see what they have to
conference
say here now. Hang in with us.
Thank you for joining in.
See what they have to say.
To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, now please enter your phone. Thank you. There are 14 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your story.
Well, we just about. I think we got it now, so I think we're all set. So we'll just give this a second. We should be all set to go.
All participants get muted and they can unmute themselves.
All right, Eric and Linda, we're all set. That's all clear now. I see we got the signal to go, so you're fine and dandy. Go ahead.
Cool. We actually have someone in the chat on YouTube named Troll Conspiracy. Good to see you here, darling. Because, we bring the fun in dysfunctional when it comes to the XJW community. So, yeah, I think that the opportunity that we get by gathering and hearing each other's stories is very healing. But at the same time, because we're at different places in our journey, we're also expressing how immature we are still and how ridiculous we will act because we haven't shed, a certain thing or two that should be shed. And eventually it will shed, but so if you find yourself dealing with, someone who used to be an elder and he still actually talks like an elder, just give him a little grace, and use your words, like set a few boundaries, see how that works. So it can actually be a benefit for you too. So, but we're all in these different places in our healing journey of leaving this organization, and you'll meet other people too that might be leaving a different cult, and they might be, at levels that you recognize that you used to go through, but you'll see it in them, and eventually they'll get to it, But unless they're asking asking you for help in healing and stuff, then you're kind of intruding into their world and being kind of bossy, if that makes sense. But you can make a few suggestions, see if they're comfortable with it. If they're not, just kind of pay attention to that. But so Rick has made this show entertainment, and Eric and I are not professional anything really. Well, maybe. I think we're both on the retired side, but we both spent time in the organization, so we're really going from our experience and our own self-studies. So we're really going with our opinion. Accept what rings true and deny what doesn't.
Absolutely. I thought you made a good point too, how this can help people from other cults, like is it the Mormons? I saw them the other day. They were out in service because they were on bicycles, and that's not Jehovah's Witnesses. And they had the white shirt with the black tie and the black pants. That usually, or it's usually like more a sign of a Mormon than it is a Jehovah's Witness. But I tried to I was like kind of being a stalker almost. I pulled over and I wanted to talk to them and try to help them because I know Mormons are young kids, and I was going to tell them that I was a part of a cult and to beware. And they got invited in from the householder, and I saw them going. I'm like, okay, never mind. But I just thought that like when you said that, it could help. This information and this network can help anybody that comes from a cult. Angela's from, was it Worldwide Church of God or something?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And the way she's described it to us is it's very much like the Jehovah's Witnesses religion along with the Jewish religion together. So, wow.
That's a double whammy.
Right? So she is somewhat familiar from her experience. Then she's married to Dan, and she's done some studies herself. So she's made a point of really familiarizing herself.
Yep. Oh, for sure.
Let me tell you a story. So I used to go to Calvary Chapel, and we were going to do what is called blockbusting. And
what was it called?
Blockbusting. So we were going to go door to door from Calvary Chapel to invite them to church or something, or to tell them the gospel. Yeah, it was actually to share the gospel. And, they told us how to do it and everything, and we would actually be able to share the gospel with them at the door, pray with them through it, really cool. And my roommate at the time was like, do you want to borrow my 10-speed? Like, no, dude, that's the Mormons.
That's too funny.
Because it is. It's the Mormons are with the 10-speed, and they're usually younger.
Yeah. Like they only do it for a year. Is that right?
A couple of years, maybe.
A couple of years.
And
that's nice.
It's quite the privilege, to be able to do that. Hi, is somebody there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's David. I got a question for you guys. I was watching the show before, and someone kept saying false religion, and now I hear you guys saying cults. I'm just wondering, when you guys say false religion, what are you implying? And then also, since you left the Witnesses, have you joined another church?
I haven't.
Can you say your name again?
David, right?
David,
yeah. Leather King, right?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. So this is a cult. I mean, I've heard you on your show talk to other people about it. You called it a cult. It's a cult, right?
Well, I believe that any religion that you get involved with, that there's a group of people and they all act the same way based on a belief, yeah, that's a cult. I think Catholicism is a cult, any Christian religion, Judaism, etc. I think even being part of this American whatever country is a cult. I mean, you're part of a system, yeah. So I'm just curious. I find it very strange how people keep saying false religion. I don't understand what that means. And then also, you accuse the Jehovah's Witnesses of being a cult, but are you guys in any organized religion, or you just
I am not. I am personally not, and I won't speak for Linda, but I don't think she is either right now. But what are you? How about it, Linda?
I haven't heard anybody say false religion today, but I know where you're coming from, and you're questioning about us calling it a cult. Like why are you wanting to know why we would call the organization of Jehovah's Witnesses a cult?
No.
You're more focused on false religion. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, it was about false religion.
Can I answer you just my personal opinion, and it doesn't mean anything. I think all religion is false religion because I think we all fall so short of Jesus' teachings, personally. I think it's all false religion. But however, I think in these false religions, there are some that are just straight up cults and part of the occult. And Jehovah's Witnesses, in my opinion, are a part of that cult. And They're not, because there are good religions out there. I got fed and sheltered by Baptists and Catholics. You know, when did Jehovah's Witnesses ever do that for anyone in our audience, or for you, Linda? You know, or
Yeah.
for me?
You don't believe that the Catholics are a cult or anything like that?
I think they're kind of culty, but like they're not as bad as the Witnesses. They don't shun. They used to shun. They got rid of it in like, was it the 18 or early 1900s? I'm not quite sure on that. I'd have to recheck that. But they used to shun. In fact, it's in the Jehovah's Witness literature where they call out 1947 Awake article where they call out, "Are you excommunicated?" And the Catholic Church started it, and blah blah blah. And this is a pagan practice, but then they adopted it 5 years later when Nathan Noor came into office. So for that reason, yeah, they're a cult, and they're more culty because they control you more. The biggest thing is, right, if I'm a Catholic and I decide never to be a Catholic again, am I going to lose my family and my status? I don't think so. Not in Rhode Island with the type of Catholic, Italian Catholics and Portuguese Catholics we had there. Everybody just showed up at church when they felt like it. You know, there was no pressure. You didn't get shunned or, you know, so I feel like there's a difference between a straight up cult and a religion. Can they be culty? The Catholic Church, absolutely. The members are pretty satanic. Some of them, in my opinion. You know, all that child sex abuse cover-ups and things that were happening with their priests. It's all the same, really. You know, it happens in everything.
Yeah, no, definitely child abuse definitely happens everywhere. So my other question is, why did you not continue to learn about Jesus after you left the Witnesses?
Can you say that again? Why didn't I? What about Jesus or Pasta Babe and I?
I'm starting to see like a reoccurring theme with
Sure.
Witnesses. They leave, and then it's like, okay, well, are you still studying? Are you still going to church? And most of the people that I talk to over here, they're like, no. It's like they just gave up on God totally. And I just kind of wonder if, like, the people who are like that, if they were even into it in the first place. Like, there was that woman, Barbara. I know I keep bringing her up. I think she's a nice woman and everything, but, like, it seems like she went there to get treated like, you know, something special. I don't know. It seems like if that's what you want.
Barbara was about 15 or 16 when she was recruited, which to me is criminal. When you recruit somebody into an organization where you're making a verbal contract with somebody underage, I think it's criminal. First off, a child can't be in a contract, but then when they later maybe break one of the rules, which there's many rules, and they do put the rules up so high that you will, you know, fall short and not make the mark all the time, you end up getting disfellowshipped and lose your family because the organization has indoctrinated the members to do that to them, to shun them as though they do not exist, as if they are dead, which is incredibly abusive. It's when you treat somebody as though they're dead, that's like the ultimate fucked up thing to do, you know? And the organization promotes it and calls it Jehovah God's loving provision.
Yeah.
So that's
gaslighting.
Yeah. So Barbara Streisand, I mean, not Barbara Streisand, but Barbara Anderson. Barbara Anderson, have you read up anything on her, David?
You believe at 15 years old, Barbara was forced into something? Or is she?
I believe that at 15 or 16 years old, to make a commitment, a lifelong commitment in the manner of a contract is illegal.
Yeah.
And we know that our minds don't develop fully until around 25 or 26, right?
Do you think that Barbara should into that religion?
I'm sorry, ask me that again. Do I think Barbara what?
Do you think Barbara should have been forced into that religion?
Do I think that she should have been forced? I don't think she was forced. I think she was deceived and enticed and allured into something that was wonderfully presented to her, which is exactly how I was taught to recruit people. And then
we force children to go to school every day, right? They didn't sign a contract, anything like that, but we force them to, right?
Are you comparing going to school on a regular basis with a religion
Yeah,
or the Jehovah's Witnesses?
Do this. She didn't have to. She wouldn't have gone to jail. But like, if you don't send your kids to school, if you don't force your kids to go to school, you will be punished for that.
True. Now, see, in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is human rights, Article 18 is called freedom of religion. And within that, which is something the organization will go to court and use on a regular basis. But within that article of freedom of religion, you have the freedom to actually change your religion as well. You have the freedom to choose your religion. What happens when you grow up in the organization, and if you were a child being raised like I was, and like Eric was, there is no option for any other course. This course is set for you. That wasn't the case with Barbara. Barbara was recruited, and before that she was Catholic. Okay, so she was recruited and thought it was a really great thing, and it really enjoyed it. And her mother, went with her for a few times, and it doesn't fall into the same category as going to school, though. Being a member of a religion falls into the category of like sociology, community. Like, it's very common for us to want community, and church is one way to have community. You can have community by having going to a bowling club, so you'll be associating with people that enjoy bowling or golfing or karaoke. That's community. So it really serves a need for people.
I agree.
You're making it out to be like Barbara was like dragged off the streets.
No, not at all. I haven't said anything I have not said anything to imply that, sir. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. Could I cut in, please? Yeah, I'd like to cut in. With Barbara and most of Jehovah's Witnesses, it's a form of coercion. You're told that Armageddon is coming right around the corner, and if you're not in a really good standing and doing all you can for the kingdom, you're going to die. So to me, that's coercion. And that's what a lot of us are dealing with right now, that we bought into it. So as far as Barbara goes, it's coerced. Thank you.
Hey, brother, we're having a hard time hearing you. Or at least I am. You're coming in really muffled. Are you on speakerphone?
Yes. No. Oh.
David, come nice and close to your phone so we can hear you. You got a lot of the good things to say. We want to hear you. So speak nice and close to your phone.
Yeah, it's weird. Can I try calling back? Maybe my connections are. I just find this very interesting because I wish I had gotten through before, and I'm sorry I don't want to ruin the show, but these are really, really good questions. Can I call back, please?
Well, you're all right now. The sound is better right now. You're speaking closer, so that's good. We can hear you good now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So when people talk about Barbara being coerced, right? Somebody came to my house, right? That's not what happened, but let's say someone comes to my house, gives me some information. I say, I'm interested. I want to learn more. Okay. And I continue wanting to learn more to the point where now I'm involved in this organization. How is that? I mean, that's what we do with the Boy Scouts. That's what we do with sports, all this stuff that kids deal with. How is that coercion? You're signing a deal with who? Like who am I signing a contract with? This is what I don't understand.
Yeah. Calling. Should we talk about her? She's not here right now to defend herself. This is not fair, I feel. And also, women should be able to talk, not only the men. So I feel, just my opinion, 30 minutes every show in the start. We should have only women speaking to other women peacefully.
and we can decompress and calm ourselves down. Lots of women, first-time callers, are afraid to call in because some men are violent here and interrupt and are angry, and we need peace. I want to hear some women.
You want more men to be like Jesus Christ.
I want some women to talk to me right now, because I feel, especially new ones calling in, I like them to talk to me now.
Well, is this Grace calling in?
What?
Is this Grace?
What do you mean?
Is your name Grace?
I want to talk to a woman.
Sweden.
I want to talk to a woman.
Well, okay, go ahead. Talk to.
Hi, Grace. This is Linda, and I'm really glad to hear your voice. I haven't heard you in like months, and the last time, if this is you, Grace, which I believe it is, last time I heard you, it was a tough night when Wyatt Earp and I were having this show, and it just got ugly. And I know that, you probably didn't want to deal with confrontation, and it is very intimidating for us, especially us being women with men. Basically, we were trained to do pretty much any instruction that a man gives us, simply because they're a man, and we were trained to be less than. And it's empowering to get to talk to other women and be able to, I think what I heard you say was you were suggesting maybe the show could start off with a woman speaking for a while, and that would set a different mood. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
30 minutes, only women, peaceful. I like woman, nice woman.
Yeah. And you know what? You've always complimented me and told me how nice I was. And I've even seen your compliments in the chat when you've said that I was nice. And thank you for that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And
you're really nice woman, and I really like you, nice woman. Also, I think every woman who called in to show, never confrontational, always peaceful, hardly ever heard a woman angry on the show. They don't argue. Men are more.
Yeah, Rick, you shouldn't talk anymore, Rick. Rick, don't talk anymore.
Being angry, and I love new women.
You can go back later, Dave, if you want. You said you. Sorry to interrupt you, Grace, but I do hear what you're saying, and I do hear that suggestion. Eric and I just started the show together, so he was doing one show and then I was doing another. So now we came together because Rick decided, he checked with us on the phone to see what we thought of it, co-hosting a show together. We were both cool with it. So I'm going to give that some thought and talk with Eric about it. I don't want to start a show and just leave Eric to not say anything for a half an hour, but I do want to take it. I do want to take your suggestion into consideration, because a lot of times on the show that I used to have, I have things that I want to like talk about and share with the audience, and sometimes I go on and on and on. But I think you're asking for it for your sense of peace, and that does make sense.
So where is Mimi, Lucy, Christine, Sharon, Cheryl, everybody gone? Now it's all men on every men. And when we were in Jehovah's Witness, woman didn't have a voice, and now we're here, we have no voice, all men talking. Only I feel Rick has done a good job.
You know, Grace, I just wanted to say though that I think Rick does a pretty good job of giving women a voice on his show, unlike Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, we have Linda James, Pasta Babe, and we have Marianne, and she preaches, like a minister on Sunday sometimes, or at least, interviews people. I mean, women have a pretty good voice on this show, I think. I think Rick's fair.
Excuse me, I was just talking, you interrupted me. I was just saying that Rick has done a good job, that he always put the second man can come on. So Rick is really a favor of women, and I do appreciate him always take the woman first, man second. That's really good. Maybe it's because he has had children who were daughters, or maybe it was because he had wives and he understands women and respects them highly. So this is why Rick has done a tremendous good job. But now back to my subject. Why no woman call in and then men violent interruption, and where is Christine? Where is Lucy? Where is Mimi? Where is Sharon? Where is Cheryl? Why all men talk and no woman?
I'm not sure what you're saying because I haven't even said much, and Linda's been talking for a little bit, so I'm just very confused with.
So Grace has had experiences with me on the show that I used to do called
Healing.
So she used to have to deal with listening to Wyatt Earp kick my ass over the show.
Oh, he did. I'm so sorry.
So she had to be experiencing that, and for us women, a lot of women within the org, where we're taught that we are basically, our position is the position of dirt under the man's shoes, any man. It's very intimidating. It's very threatening, and I'm done with Wyatt. I'm done with Wyatt Earp. I've given him a lot of grace. I'm done with him. I mean, he talks gay crap about me, which I'm used to. Okay, I'm used to this in life. But he said it to the guests that were on the show. I'm not having. He
called you a crybaby. He's called you a crybaby. Every name in the book. This guy, so, I do not approve of him being a bully to anybody. Women, so men. This guy is a jerk. I'm sorry, Wyatt Earp.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that protective rant. So Grace is kind of calling out the women. She's like, "Where are you guys, so and so, and where's so and so?" She's kind of doing this. This is what I would like to happen. So she's making the request. I'm telling her that, yes, I'm gonna think about it really well. I'm still gonna talk with you about it because I, don't want to do this whole always without you saying anything for a half hour. But still, I do understand why she's saying it. And then she's calling the women that used to speak more. She's really making a very good point. There used to be more women calling in, and it has become more men. And some of the men, not all, some of the men have been very intimidating and very condescending, literally bullying, and it's just, I'm actually very proud of her for speaking up, because a couple of years ago, I probably would have said nothing. And the fact that she's saying a desire of her heart is huge. So, you brought up some really good points, Grace. And I've been wondering about you, and it's so good to hear your voice.
Linda, you made progress. You started to speak up more and tell the people to be quiet, and you made progress. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I thought to myself, maybe I'm supposed to learn something from all of this, and I came to that conclusion that I have to really work on my boundaries. So thank you for telling me that, because that tells me that I've grown in that area of setting boundaries and sticking up for myself, whereas I used to just not. So thank you.
Elaine Brain Drain in the comment section says, it's not a man issue. It's the drunk, abusive trolls that dominate the show. I have to completely agree.
Hello, Grace?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Susan. I just want to say Hi, honey. I enjoy your comments, and I agree with you that Linda has made great strides in being able to deal with people. I think she does a beautiful job, and it's really brought us together as a group to have her on this show along with Eric. It's going to be really good to be able to express ourselves and to talk because in the Watchtower, and it's hard for men to understand. They think we're wrong in what we say, but when Linda says we feel like dirt under some man's shoes, it's true. We are just not. There's really no place for us except to serve others in the congregation. So that and one I have to say too though, when I when I left the organization, I had a hard time with the word cult. But as time went on, I began to see more and more that the Watchtower was a cult. It's a persuasion. They persuade you to believe a certain way to the point that you don't even know that you're in a cult. So they are very sneaky in what they do. Now, I was converted when I was 16 years old.
Much like Barbara.
I was too young. Pardon?
Much like Barbara, yeah.
Yeah, I was 16. So, and it took years for them to convert me, but they did slowly but surely. And I won't say that the whole time in the Watchtower was a waste. I'm still a Christian. I still believe in the Bible and what it says, and I use that as my guidebook. And Rick has said that only about 20% of people that leave the Watchtower still remain a Christian. So it's difficult to know what to do when you're not sure. When you leave the Watchtower, it's like the rug's been pulled out under you, and now you have to find your way on your own. But you will get there eventually.
And I just want to say,
commenting stuff.
And Grace, I just want to say that before I was asked by Rick if I was interested in hosting a show with Eric, I already had a few phone calls with him, and I've already observed and experienced his demeanor and everything. So when Rick asked me if I would do that, I was like, absolutely, I dig the hell out of this guy.
Oh,
but
thank you.
I have not found him to be a man that's intimidating. He doesn't railroad over me when I'm talking, like he doesn't shut me up and start a sentence. Eric is just not the usual man that ends up getting trained to be quite the narcissist. Okay. I have not seen that in him at all.
It took work. It took work to get to this point from Watchtower, because I did have a different mentality, just kind of like a sexist mentality, But it took a lot of self-growth to pull myself out of that, where you got my parents in their 60s that are just the same mentality. And I just wanted to read a comment to Grace, if Grace doesn't mind, and Linda. It was from someone in the comment sections, if I can find it. Let's see. It's Chronicles of Lucy, and then it's /her, so it's like a Lucifer almost. But she said, Grace is making a valid request. It is very triggering to be working on my deconstruction and trying to learn how to be more compassionate. And then Saturday night, I'd like to hear some stories of it. But thanks for that comment, hon.
Yeah,
so I thought I'd throw that to you, Grace. Yeah.
I wanted to have time for women to speak up, especially women who don't call in often. So they call once, and then I never hear them again. So.
Well,
okay.
Can I step in here? This is Rick Farron, Grace. I'm glad you have such kind words here for the 6 screens. But I have to tell you, our position here is we love women. We have a number of women have programs on the 6 screens. We had Barbara Anderson on tonight. Then we had Fran and Joe. And we have Anne Marie. She's got a couple of programs. But for some reason, late at night, we don't get a whole lot of women speaking up. But in the other programs we had earlier, JW World News and Fran and Joe, we had a number of women, Barbara Anderson, a number of women. They do listen in, they call in, Grace. So but I appreciate what you're saying. and I would like to have more women call into a Pasta Babes program. And she does a good job, her and Eric. And I'm not sure why we don't, but is that how you feel, Grace? You don't think there's enough women calling into a Pasta Babes in Eric's program?
Christine only called in 2 times in a long period of time. Lucy only called in 1 time. Only called in 1 time. I haven't listened to everything, but this is just what I experienced.
Yeah, we missed
They
you.
called in 1 time.
Well, we missed you. I'll tell you what, I talked to even my wife Susan about it, and other people have been writing me saying, "Where's Grace?" They really missed you, Grace. We love you, and we're glad you're back on with us tonight. But don't you worry, we're gonna get more women coming in. We're gonna work hard on that. Okay.
Maybe this is all new to all of us, so we're trying to make it work. Who knows? We could try to figure something out where maybe Linda picks some topics or something for the girls to call in, for the gals to call in, and then I come in later. But I can also, I'll chime in and have a man's perspective through it too. But I don't know. I'm just spitballing, and I don't know what Rick or Linda want to do. But we'll figure something out.
Throwing some thoughts around. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Grace, I'm hearing that you're making a request, but I'm also hearing this as kind of a call out, kind of a challenge. Like, where's my ladies? Where's this one and where's that one? You've only called in a couple of times, so she's kind of, if I'm hearing her correctly, she's kind of doing this call out. Like, come on, ladies, let's show up here. This could be a safe place. Unfortunately, there's been a few nights when it hasn't, and that's pretty much broken my heart, to be honest. And but I still look at this as the highlight of my week every week. I just absolutely love to be able to be on the show and make space for people to call in and talk about whatever subjects that come up. I love doing this show. But am I understanding you? Like, am I getting what you're saying, Grace, that you not only are you making a request, but you're kind of doing this call out to the ladies?
Yes, well, Susan heard my call.
Okay.
Heard my call. Spoke up, and that's really good.
It is.
I'm thinking about the piece. Kurt is going to have his Bible moment here. So that's one of the episodes on here. And we can also have an episode for women. So what if women have episode 30 minutes? Maybe Kurt has his episode for 60 minutes
you're giving ideas. Okay.
Rick also requested to, everybody should have their moment here, so.
If I could just step in for 1 second, and I want to remind another caller that calls in all the time is Pixie. And I think she called into Linda and I's show, and I offended her somehow.
Hello.
But if Pixie's listening, talk to Rick, because I think you were promised a spot on our show, to talk about what you wanted to talk. Just it's not me blocking you, hon. Just talk to Rick, and he'll let you know.
Again, there was a woman. Let the woman speak and be quiet. Let the woman speak. Listen.
No, but Eric was going to talk to a woman to make a woman feel at ease. He was talking to a woman to welcome a woman over a misunderstanding, and I support him in that.
And I'm telling her right now that I don't know what's going on with her and Rick, but if she's supposed to have a spot in the show, just talk to Rick, contact him, or if you want me to contact Rick, I'll ask him what's going on with that. I believe it was her and Kurt, right, Linda, something like that. But she that might help. That might help you too. When Linda does what she does, and then Pixie comes on a little later and gives her little report.
the woman talk again. Let the women talk, Eric. Again.
No, actually, I hear your request and we're going to think about it. But as of now, I'm actually co-hosting with the gentleman. And I don't want him to be on this show co-hosting with me, also being told to be quiet. I understand that you know what? Now that I'm thinking of it.
Yeah. Carrie was speaking. Carrie was interrupted. Carrie was speaking.
Carrie was speaking? Carrie?
Yes, Linda, honey, listen. I understand Grace's passion here. And the thing is, hi, Grace. I'm so happy to hear from you again. I've been missing you a lot. You're a sweet lady. And you have some valid points. But, you know, like myself, I usually kind of shut down. Linda usually is on pretty late at night. And I shut down. So, because I have to take medication and it kind of makes me very tired. But as far as women, I don't know if you listen to all of the shows, but I usually call in at least once a week or twice. It depends what's going on. You know, if I have a point or whatever. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But there is a lot of women, but there's a lot of guys too. We all have our shot, and Linda's very fair. She really is. But, you know, sometimes the guys overpower the women, and that's what happens. But we know how to speak up. Great.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie.
Oh, I love you, sweetheart. I really do. You are such a doll. We've all missed you very much. I wondered where you were. So, you know, you tune in too. And you speak up.
Thank you for your comment, Carrie. I really appreciate it. And this is one of the reasons I say the women should start the show with 30 minutes, because I know lots of women need to sleep more than men also. A regular woman sleeps more than a regular man. So this is why we need to put the women on first for like 30 minutes.
Oh, I see. Well, I think whoever...
This is like the latest show. You should do it early in the morning.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear what was said by the gentleman. I'm sorry. What did you say, sir?
00.
Grace, what time is it where you are?
I'm in Sweden, 6002.
No. I mean, what?
What time of the day or night? What time is it?
No, I'm
Nighttime?
0. I was 0602.
So is it 6 o'clock in the morning?
That sounds like military time.
Wow, look at you. Well, right now I am Connecticut time at 12:02 midnight. So, you know, I happen to stay up a little bit later. But it's so good. I'm glad I did. Look, I think everybody does take turns. Women do call in the show. It depends what time you tune in. I mean, that's really early in the morning. I congratulate you. I certainly wouldn't be tuning in at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Can I say something for a second?
Far away. And I have to say, Carrie and everyone, I love a good skin cream.
I'm sorry, Pixie's talking. Hold up just a minute, Pixie. Eric's talking. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I just want to say in the comment section, it's torn here. Some people are saying that I'm making all the women mad, and other people are saying I'm not. It makes me feel bad because I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad. And if you really watched my show before Linda's show, or even Linda and I show, even the last one we had, anytime a caller comes in, I'm a ladies first type of person. I'm old school. So I'm like Rick. I'm like, even if there's a guy that was before her, I'll say, let the sister talk first. I don't know. I don't know why you're picking on me because I'm a man. I'm very empathetic to you women, and I know you go through a lot in life, and part of the scripture says that men would dominate you, so I get everything you're saying, but I don't really feel like I'm that type of person. Sure, I could have been in my past, and I wanted everyone to have a voice, and I always put you sisters first, so I'm not quite sure the complaint, and I tried to be quiet while y'all were talking. I'm not trying to steal the show or even force my point. I was going to have Rick play a video later tonight, and we were just going to talk about it because of the contents of it was an inside leak from Bethel. Men and women, both alike, are willing to. I want to open it up to the audience at that point whenever we do it. And I'm not here to silence anybody. And the Pixie's trying to come in. Can we let her come in and speak?
Sure, Pixie, go ahead.
Identify as a woman.
Well, that's funny. That's just a funny joke.
I missed what he said. What did he say?
He said he identifies as a woman.
Okay.
A dude said he identifies as a woman.
That was awesome.
Because I said ladies first.
Yes.
That is funny. Touche. Touche.
Hey, Pixie, are
I
you
love
still
comedy. Yep. Go ahead,
No,
Pixie.
Eric, I'm hearing what you're saying. This does seem like it's a picking on you, and I have a feeling it's more about what you represent than actually you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not an emotional person, but it made me sad. But then I got people in the comment section like Debbie's and other people saying, Eric's a good guy and stuff.
Oh, totally. Yeah, totally.
I'm not going to respond to that, and there is a reason. I came on here wanting to talk to women, so this is why I don't want to talk to men right now.
Go to a woman's show. Why do you have to run it for everyone else?
I wanted to talk to some women.
You're ruining it for everyone else. All the men that came here that wanted to talk, you're ruining it for everybody.
David? Is that you, David, telling her that she's ruined it for everybody?
You're a man. You can't be here.
That is not what's going on here, David.
No problem, lady.
Do not tell this woman that she is ruining it for everybody.
Go to another show then.
No, you go to another show, sir. You have your shows, and you play them all the time, and they're very intriguing. I like it when you show up and you have really, good questions, but you don't get to tell another guest that calls in that they're ruining it for everybody, and for them to go to another show. No,
people, you can't.
No, sir, David.
People do it all the time.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, hello. I will ignore that comment. I ignore every
you ignore a lot, it seems like.
I ignore. Yes,
you ignore a lot. I ignore you.
I'm
going to ignore you. How about that?
That's helpful, David. You can be quiet while you ignore her.
I'm sorry, I'm cracking up.
I know, it's a different kind of night, isn't it?
It's a fight. The nighttime brings out the fights.
Maybe so.
Like it. She like it. I only want guys to talk right now. How about that? How about you slow down? How about you go back to sleep? Go do something else.
You know what, dude? I've seen your videos where you've talked about women who after they can't give birth to children, what kind of usefulness are they?
My wife and I are laughing. Sorry.
You talk about on your channel, dude.
Oh my God.
Come on. I've done my homework on you, and I'm not okay with you talking to guests that call in like this. I'm just not.
David.
David?
Yes.
Why are you getting down on Grace that bad?
Because she's coming up here telling this guy up here. I don't know Eric. She's basically kind of telling.
That's a nice guy.
I'm the co-host.
All right.
Who am I?
But the co-host can't have a voice because he has a penis.
I'm sorry.
That would be
women.
She didn't say that.
Get out of here.
You twisted her words.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's how it made me feel in the comment section when people were saying I was angering all women. You know, I have, that's my feelings. I'm sorry.
You women aren't wearing burqas is because of men like me and Eric. Rick.
Pixie, I asked you to come on a long time ago, and I'm not trying to block you. Go ahead and speak, honey.
Yeah, that's real cute, buddy. Go get an education and read a book.
It's the truth.
You tell them that.
Everybody slow down. Slow down, one at a time.
Again, I request.
No, you don't keep repeating yourself. Talking.
She wanted to talk to me.
Again. Anyone could do that. Again.
I just had a request.
Do not mock the people that call in the show, David. Do not mock them. That's not okay with me.
Yes,
go to another show and do that shit.
Whatever. Why don't you go back to bed?
My request.
How about that?
Listen, David, at some point, even though you feel strongly a certain way, it's just not worth causing a fight. You know what I mean? Pick and choose your battles, brother. You know, come on. You've had a little bit to drink tonight. We all have. Calm down, my friend. Stay grounded. Stay grounded. Just because you disagree with someone doesn't mean you have to yell at them and call them names. You know.
This is how Hitler came to power. People like you demanding that you only want certain people to talk.
I understand your frustration.
You are, lady.
But it's not the way to go, brother. It's not the way to go about it, David. It's not the way to go about it. Why don't you back off? Why don't you back off a little bit? Cool down. You know, she's a sister. Let her have her voice and calm down, man.
Misunderstanding. My request, my suggestion was only women, 30 minutes, peaceful, and no violence, and no arguing, no nothing. Only
you realize that ever since everyone started arguing.
Bob Roberts is leaving. Bye,
and I don't blame
Brad.
him. I don't blame him. And
30 minutes, a woman 30 minutes, and then you can have your own show, but 30 minutes only women. I didn't say for 7 hours only women. I said 30 minutes. It's not a big deal.
What if there's no women to talk at that time? Because it's Saturday night and not everybody tunes in all the time. You get different people coming and going because Saturday night's our night off. So a lot of people not are always doing it. So what if we have dead air? What if we have dead air?
Participants are muted and they can unmute themselves.
All right. Well, what we're going to do here, we're going to just kind of go very slow. Let's try to get this under control. At times, at times it's, people bring up thoughts and what have you, but this is what happens. Like one big family where we can all have disagreements. And I've seen this even in my family. I got a big family, but we all love one another. So let's kind of work with each other here tonight. So Grace is basically saying that, she'd like to hear from more women. So, that would be good. That would be good. I mean, I can't just wave a magic wand and have women come on and talk. But, we do have a fair share of women. I have to say that, Grace. But it would be good to get more coming in. But I would say it's a 50-50 mix, really. If you listen to all the programs, I would say that we have a 50-50 mix. So we'll open up the lines again, but let's keep it, civil. It's nice to have disagreement and be able to iron things out, but let's all stay on the same page here and keep it nice and civil. So let's open it up once again. You can, those that are on right now, they can unmute themselves by hitting *6. So go ahead, you're on with us.
Hi, Rick.
Hold on.
Hi, Rick. This is Bobby. I think that woman's completely insane. She's out of control. She should let David talk. And Eric.
Thank you.
David, that's the funniest thing I've seen you do. In all my homework of you, that was good. Because you're crazy like that. Just crazy like that.
Cross-dressing's a good idea. Come on aboard.
Hey, pasta babe.
Yes, Kurt, can you just hold on 1 second? I wanted to say something to Grace.
Oh,
and
goodness.
I'll get right back to you. Okay. I just wanted to let you know, Grace, I have heard your request.
Yeah.
And Eric and myself have both decided that we're going to talk about it further and definitely take that into consideration. So I want you to know you were heard. Okay? And I Eric like totally willing to bend and do this for you. So, you know, we'll talk about it and come up with something, okay? Some compromise. Thank you for your request. I appreciate that. And go ahead, Kurt.
Were you calling my name? Were you and Eric calling my name? Does somebody want to talk to me?
Yes, I've been calling your name for the last, let's see, it was before an hour, and we're at an hour and 5 minutes. So, yep. Go ahead, Pixie. And I'm just going to put my camera on.
I heard my name called.
Go ahead, Pixie.
They called my name. I showed up.
Kurt, can you wait a little longer?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being a gentleman. Go ahead.
What I thought was really important that I thought we could talk about tonight, which would be fun, was the fact that the Watchtower wanted doctors and wasn't going to educate anybody. And it reminded me of something that most of you are too young to remember, and that was the comedy All in the Family, where Archie Bunker made this request, and it ended up that he needed medical care, and it was a very funny comedy skit, and his doctor turned out to be a black person. And
yes,
we were all trying to sift through that with burlesque comedy. That was one of the funniest issues they had. So it's almost like the Watchtower missed that whole era because they're wanting doctors, but they're not willing to educate any men or women to be them.
Yes, and for the audience, those that don't know, Archie was from a show called All in the Family, and so he definitely played a character that was a prejudiced man. So it was often he would have to eat crow,
yeah,
because he was that way. Okay. Yeah. So yes, I agree.
They made a episode about men and women, and what if the woman had skills that you needed, and then it turned out that Archie needed a doctor, and it was a black doctor, which at that time, knowing the way this show was set up, was doubly funny.
Yes.
And proves a very, very good point about equality for all of us.
Yes, that he was in actual need of this man who he's and prejudice, really the crux of it or the base of it is really ignorance. Either you haven't you don't have experience with certain cultures, or you just haven't spent time learning about certain cultures. It's really based in ignorance.
Yes. And really, the Watchtower is got a bias against brilliant people.
Yes, they do. Yes.
And brilliant people that could heal them or save their lives, just like when Archie's life was saved in the comedy.
Mm-hmm. I was just listening to a podcast about the son of a very famous white supremacist who grew up being taught all this hate. And he, after leaving the home, he also didn't realize he was abused, so he ended up getting some help. And then he ended up doing some very grand things in life and was not the man that his father raised him to be. But he chose a different way of being, and it's really beautiful. He chose love over the hate.
That's what we're supposed to do. Love is the answer.
Yes.
Apostate.
Yes, Kurt?
Yeah, kind of break the mood here, I guess. I want to tell you how beautiful you are tonight.
Thank you so much.
As my sister. And I don't pay much attention to Eric's looks. He's a married man. You know what I mean?
No, I think I missed something.
I think he looks like a Hittite. I love his beard. He looks like he's on one of those ancient alien Sumerian drawings. It's awesome, that beard he has.
Yeah, it is. It is. I was kind of making a little. I'm not joking about Apostate. She is beautiful. One other thing. I hope Grace comes back on. I think I get her point. And David had some good questions. I don't think I've heard him before, so I hope he comes back on too. Anyway, take it away, and I'll be listening. Okay. Thanks, Apostate Babe.
Sure. So what I'm hoping.
I want to answer.
Go ahead.
You talk, Linda.
No, I appreciate your request, and but at the same time, what I've seen happen, and I've watched it happen tonight with Eric, I think, is the gentlemen that are ex-Jehovah's Witnesses end up getting experiencing that they are not wanted around. So I don't want Eric to be having that experience. So I just want to request to you, see I'm also realizing that you were used to having time with me doing a show, just me, a female. And then now I'm on with a male. And then we've had a few males come in that were really intimidating and awful experiences. So I get why you've asked what you've asked. But at the same time, Eric is a cool guy. And Eric is not one of those people that bullies women, nor, like, to me, I've come to know him as having quite the tender heart. And when he shares his stuff that he shares, you know, he's not one of those things he's not one of those men that has to be right. Like, if he gets told something differently, he's all too fine going, oh, maybe it's not that way. You know, he's not really stuck in his ways. And it was fascinating to me hearing him a few minutes ago talk about what kind of work he's put into to erasing that kind of male dominance that the organization really trains men to have over the women. And then when we women are taught that we're so submissive, we're like the dirt under your shoes. The organization causes this combination of teaching the men to abuse the women and teaching the women to simply receive it. And they call this thing godly. And it's not. It's not godly. It's abusive, you know? But it was labeled godly. So hearing Eric say something like he said a few minutes ago is inspiring to me, because he's made a conscious decision to not be the way that he was trained to be in the organization. I hope I'm making sense.
Yeah, I like Eric. I think Eric and I get along really well. The only thing is, take a breath, and men are naturally going to have the baritone that's so wonderful in broadcasting. So take a breath and slow it down, because you have 20,000 times the testosterone that any of the women have. Hello. And so we have to project to broadcast and really just take a breath and slow it down.
Hello.
If I checked out for a little bit just to get a little piece, but I was listening the whole time. Go ahead.
Is this you, Larry?
Yeah, I just real quick. I want to see it live on YouTube, because I found out earlier tonight that the website is down. So in order to see it live on YouTube, where do I have to go?
To Rick Farron's channel on YouTube.
On mine.
Okay, Larry. Well, let me explain to Larry how to get into the 6 screens on YouTube. Go to YouTube. Okay. Go to YouTube itself, and in the search bar in YouTube, put on there Rick Farron Watchtower.
Okay.
Rick Farron Watchtower. Now, when that page opens, you'll see some drop-down menus. One says live. Hit the live one, and that'll bring you to the live program right now.
All right. Thanks, Rick.
Okay.
Okay, I'd really like Eric to be able to speak next. He asked if he could, and then we took a few minutes with Larry. So
I
I'm
lost
hearing,
my train of thought. I can't remember what we were talking about last.
but what
Sorry.
I'm hearing you say is that how sad you are. You're feeling sad because what you're being portrayed as is really not who you are. But
Yeah,
I think
I
it's what
just
you represent to people,
I
and
just
it's
want to
not
know.
fair. But I get it.
I just have like a voice. I want a voice, or Rick gave me a voice on the show, and so that the show can have a direction in case we have no callers wanting to talk. I write up material, and I take the time to do it. And if that upsets some of the lady callers, I'm sorry about that. I just try to give my all because I can't stand with the Watchtower. Oh, I just realized I shut my light off. It's darker in here.
You look good though. I like the way it's looking. Actually,
There's like it gets tone.
it looks good actually.
But yeah, I put effort into this, and I go on YouTube and Reddit and all kinds of things and try to find content just in case. And then all I want to do is either play something or bring up a point, and then let the audience talk about it and let them you and Linda James, the co-host or the host, and the rest of the audience to talk about it. That's something that if that doesn't fit the program, I won't do it anymore, and we'll just leave it all to the audience. But that's something I do, and I just don't. I should have a voice, otherwise I shouldn't be on the show then. But I know she meant well, and I know she only meant for like a time period, But I don't know. Isn't it healthy to have a male voice opinion? No matter what, because even if you hear all males talk or all women talk, sometimes the breakup between both the sexes is nice. That's my personal opinion.
I think it's good. But women do have 2,000 years of that burqa. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Like the fact that women can't give talk, like public talks, like whatever they're called. I don't know, number 2 and 4. Yeah, of course it would be called number 2 because that's what it is. But
actually, beyond that, like in life in general, like women were property and stuff like that. We were, we were made to be quiet for many centuries. So being able to speak now is kind of a big deal.
It's called the Museum of Women in Art. And it's a beautiful thing. It was an old Masonic lodge, and it's peach marble.
Wow.
And it's women artists, and you realize there's always been women artists. The women that painted on the caves may have been women artists. They're thinking now those handprints on those ancient caves were women's hands. So we've always been in history, and we pop up every once in a while in her story, but it's men that used to write the history books. And so women did get stepped on for thousands of years, even if they were there, even if they had to be twice as good to get half as far. We've always been there, and we've always done the work, and we've always done the art too, and the healing and every other thing. And we show up sporadically. But it's not been easy. And it has been 2,000 years of peeking out there and showing up and having something to say, and then getting squashed back down. And civilization has done this. We've had periods of great freedom, but we've all lived through these periods of great freedom. And then there's periods of everything constricting.
I didn't know that. I'm only familiar with, after suffrage, with women getting a voice. I didn't know that there was times in the past that women would have more of a voice. That's fascinating.
On and on. We've always been. We've always done the work, but we didn't always get the credit. And we did not write the history books until recently. And the pendulum socially will swing. After the French Revolution, there was great freedom for women. There were great freedom for black officers in the French army. There was a great period of freedom. And then heads rolled and Napoleon came in and it got real constricted except for the very, very sexy dresses the women had. So the pendulum swung. And in history, the pendulum always swings. And there's great periods of freedom and periods of restriction.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Thank you, Pixie.
Who's this?
Hey, yeah, this is Joshua Harness from Houston, Texas.
Dr. Who?
Joshua Harness from Houston.
I can't hear you very well. You're kind of mumbly.
Joshua Harness from Houston, Texas.
Got you. That's better. Hi, Josh.
Hey,
I was born in Houston, Texas.
Show reset, dude, because I really wanted to see the video that you had. I was really hoping to see that. Is there any way we can see that video?
Yeah. I don't know. What do you say, Aposta Babe? When do you want me to ask Rick to play that video? I'll let everybody know because some people in the comment section have been asking too. So
I think this is a good time. We've heard from Kurt. We've heard from Pixie. Pixie's said a few things and suggested some stuff, and we've heard from Grace and everything. And we're about an hour, almost an hour and a half into the show. So yeah, I think this would be a great time.
Well, if Rick is there, I'm not sure if Rick is listening right now.
Oh, I'm right here, Eric. I'm gonna get this up for you so we can play the video.
If I can announce to everybody what we're about to watch and just hang in there with me for the lengthiness of it, it's about 14 minutes.
All right.
But
so
yeah,
you want to play the whole video, Eric?
If you don't mind, and if the audience doesn't want to hear the whole video, I could have you play the first one that I gave you. That was 1 minute and 14 seconds, and then we could skip to 6 minutes and play it from there. But it's up to everyone. What I want to describe to the audience is that this is a video from, let's see, let me get his name exactly. Yeah, I'm going to need that light on, actually. Sorry, everyone. This is from X. What is he? Not X. It's Warwick Pimo Bethelite, and it's a video that he had, and it got deleted. And this is not a video; it's audio actually. And it's Mark Sanderson, and he's not preaching to everybody, and that's why I think the audience can deal with it. This is an inside leak of this man that was obviously in this room, and it's about accounting and about money, basically. And it's a 14-minute talk about money, and it's very interesting. And I think that I would love the audience to know what they feel about it, what Linda thinks about it, and you too, Rick. But this video is taken down, and I got it from JP, and he got it from somebody else that has a YouTube channel. There's a little bit of a music in the background as an ambience. It can be annoying for some, but it's not too bad. And it's very interesting. I got notes of what I'm going to talk about, and then I'll open it up to Linda and open it up to the audience and expose these guys, what they're doing.
I would like to hear the whole 14 minutes if there's
yeah,
one
because
video.
this isn't preaching. This is inside information. That's why it's interesting, you know. And his channel, on top of that, his channel is gone again. Watchtower took it down again.
What is the name of his channel?
It is a Warwick Pimo Bethelite. And,
Okay,
and everybody knows, a lot of people know him. He's very popular in the community, and he's been putting up videos. He uses a robot voice, and they keep taking him down. He's been down twice so far since I've watched it. But I see that Rick's got it up, and that's the introduction for it. And let's give a listen, I guess.
Well, let's play the video.
Thank you, Rick.
Jehovah says, the silver is mine and the gold is mine. And that's true, isn't it? Really, everything on this earth belongs to Jehovah. And it isn't just the material riches of the earth. If you open your Bibles and you look at Psalm 50, Psalm 50 and verse 10, here Jehovah says, for every wild animal of the forest is mine. even the beasts upon 1,000 mountains. I know every bird of the mountains, the countless animals of the field are mine. So Jehovah claims ownership even of all of the animals and all the birds of the earth. He says, all of them belong to me. And if you look at Isaiah chapter 40, and verse 26. So Jehovah, of course, made all of the stars of the heavens, which is an amazing thought. I'm not even going to try to attempt to tell you how many stars there are. I don't think I can comprehend the number. But isn't it interesting? The Bible gives us this detail and saying that not one of those stars is missing. Jehovah knows where every one of them are, and not one of them is ever going to go astray. Well, this is the kind of God that we worship. One who claims ownership, but also claims an accountability for the things that belong to him. Now, this idea was raised very, very soon after the creation of man. Now, if you go to when something is valuable to him, he is going to watch over it, and he's going to demand an accounting. Now, thus far in looking at this, it's sort of negative, isn't it? You know, it's from the sense that I'm going to get you. If you don't do it, I'm going to get you. So there's kind of a negative aspect to it in what we've looked at thus far. But there's also a positive and a beautiful aspect to it too. And this comes down to your work as auditors. And this work, brothers, is not trivial. It's serious work, and it's important work. I just looked up quickly on various websites to look at what is auditing and how is it defined. And one website just gave a nice, simple definition. It said, the main necessity for conducting the audit of financial statements stems from the fact that the persons responsible for the preparation of financial statements are often different from the owners of a large corporation. Well, that's true, isn't it? You see, we have branches all over the world that prepare financial statements and financial records. They're far away from the governing body. And so we have no way of knowing the truthfulness or the accuracy of those reports. And so just as in business in the world, there has to be some type of accounting or some type of review to see the accuracy of those statements. Well, we of course have to uphold that same standard. And we know that's very much in harmony with the thinking of our God, Jehovah. So what do you need to do then when you are given the task of auditing the records of a branch? Well, you want to apply very much the thinking of what's mentioned here in Deuteronomy chapter 13. So, of course, you're given guidelines and you're told a certain way of a procedure of how to go about this. But Deuteronomy chapter 13 just gives you an overriding principle. And this is where, you see, when someone was charged, there was a charge made against someone. What was the idea that those investigating would have to go in and search out the matter? See, verse 14 says, you should look into the matter, making a thorough investigation and inquiry. And if it is confirmed to be true that this detestable thing has been done among you, well, then, of course, action would have to be taken. But the principle is you should look into the matter, a thorough investigation, and an inquiry. So when you're charged with making an audit, that's really what you have to do. You have to make a thorough investigation. So when you're going through the records, brothers, if something doesn't seem to be right to you, please don't look the other way. Please take the initiative to include it in your report if something just doesn't appear quite right. And you, brothers, are experienced men. Many of you have worked in the accounting world, secularly or at Bethel. You understand how things should be done. And often when you review records, you begin to perhaps see a pattern, or you recognize that something isn't quite right. If that's the case, please make sure that you bring it to the attention of the coordinators committee in your audit report, so that the brothers can look into it and make decisions as to whether the matter needs additional inquiries or whether it can be left alone. And please give us the benefit of your wisdom, because sometimes something may not look appropriate to you, but we may not understand why. So don't just say this doesn't look right, but go into some detail and explain why it doesn't look
Okay,
right.
folks, we're getting to the juicy part here, okay? 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Here we go.
One story that happened to me when I was serving in the Philippines.
Right here, actually. This is it.
One day, a couple of young brothers came to my office in the service department, and they reported that they were very, very concerned about cardboard boxes and tin cans that were disappearing from the kitchen. Now, I thought that was so ridiculous. In America, we have tin cans and cardboard boxes piled up everywhere, and nobody's the least bit concerned about it. But so I was kind of dismissive of these brothers, but they were not about to let me go. They continued. They were persistent, and finally, after they explained themselves several times, I finally got the sense of what they were saying. You see, in the Philippines, those cardboard boxes and tin cans could be sold for money. And some of the brothers actually, sadly, had become involved in kind of an improper business arrangement whereby they were selling these things and benefiting personally from the arrangement. Well, it had to be investigated, looked into, and it had to be dealt with appropriately. So take the time. If someone comes and mentions something to you, that they're concerned about something that they see while you're doing your audit at the branch, listen to them. Hear them out and make sure you understand exactly what they're trying to explain to you. And if it is a matter of concern, well, then please do report it. On the other hand, just one caution to all of you. Remember that as 2 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 24 says, we're not masters over the faith of our brothers, but we are fellow workers for their joy. So please, if you're assigned to do an audit, don't ever give the impression of being an inspector or of someone that's harsh or critical. We always want to leave the impression of being a brother. We want to leave a kind, loving impression in doing our work so that we don't alienate our brothers as we carry out the responsibilities that we have. My father was an auditor for many, many years. That was his profession. And so I grew up with auditing. My father was the circuit auditor. He worked in the district auditing. He audited the congregation books. So auditing was something very, very close to me all the time of my childhood and my youth. So I appreciate the importance of the work. And I want to tell you, brothers, that we very, very much appreciate what you're doing. And I know sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you might feel under pressure. It's a very, kind of a uncomfortable position, especially if you happen to see something that is not right. But we're trying to make this situation easier for you. I know in the past, some of you commented to me during my branch visits that you had to submit your report to the branch committee. And sometimes if there were irregularities, that was very, very awkward for you. But now we've taken that away, and now you'll be sending your reports directly to the coordinators committee. And we hope that will make it easier for you. If there is some unusual situation that you need to report, you won't be put under quite so much pressure. So thank you very much for the hard work that you're doing. Please feel free to communicate with our office, with Brother Bartlett and the brothers that are working with him. And we know that Jehovah is going to bless this. And as a result, we're going to be able to say to Jehovah that we've looked after his resources in a fine way and that none of his precious possessions are missing. So thank you very much for your kind attention. I'm going to turn this over to the brothers for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Mark. Well, I don't have a whole lot to add, except that you could see from Brother Sanderson's comments how seriously the governing body takes the work that you brothers are doing. in the last year or two, I think you recognize there's been a lot more emphasis on our money and what's happening to our money and how's that money being spent. So I think it gives the governing body a great deal of confidence to know that we have brothers who are looking at how the money's being spent and to make sure that our money isn't bleeding off somewhere. And I think that's one of the reasons they moved it to the Coordinators Committee. They want that directly reporting your work to the Coordinators Committee. Is that gives them that kind of confidence that the money is being spent wisely. And in time, it may expand that we may have different kinds of audits, more than just the audit of are the transactions going well, but are the decisions by the branch committee about how the money is being spent in the branch. Now, I realize that's outside of the scope sometimes of what you brothers are assigned to do. But if you do notice things like that in the branch, that they seem to be spending kind of richly on things, it would help us if you noticed that. Said, well, they seem to be buying expensive headsets or expensive computers, or that money is being spent on things that seems a little rich for the environment. We'd also appreciate your observations on that. Of course, we may have other brothers, the headquarters representatives and others that we're going to be working with, that they can be looking at that and working with the branch committee on exactly how that money is being spent and what kind of decisions that they're making. But I'll just reiterate, we really greatly appreciate the work that you brothers are doing, and we want you to feel free to talk with us and to work along with us in the office here. There's only a few of us working in the Coordinators Committee office. The two brothers, Sean and Justin, are forming the Audit Records Management Department underneath the Coordinators Committee. And then Bram and Mark Bowden and Todd Ellison work along with the Coordinators Committee for a lot of other matters, because we take care of legal, computer department, and other things. But these two brothers are really forming a new world headquarters department called Auditing Records Management. So you may also be hearing from them a little bit about records management and other things with the branches, but that's a different hat that they're wearing. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude now with a prayer. And again, we just want to say thank you for your work. If you have any suggestions as you go along, like I said, please feel free to let us know. So
Well, thank you, Rick, for playing that.
Well, you're welcome. My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you to the audience. I know people said just send the link and they don't want to hear it, but this, you got to understand, folks, this was secret. Whoever this Warwick Bethelite is, this guy has, unlike other people who have made claims about Watchtower, he has given us evidence, and this is quite interesting. Interesting. We all know that that's Mark Sanderson's voice. They even said his name in it, and I'm going to give my little thoughts of it, and then I'll let Linda say what she thinks, and we'll open it up to the audience. But at the timestamp of like about 6 minutes, where Mark talks about a story in the Philippines about about cardboard boxes and tin cans. Did that piss everybody off in the audience? You're kidding me. These guys want every little thing, something that's going to be thrown away that Americans don't appreciate, and some, Filipino people did because they're just trying to make a buck. It's disgusting to me. I can't believe that. Someone in the comment section said that they know a Bethelite that got fired because when there was copper in the trash, they took it, and the governing body didn't like that, and they disfellowshipped them or whatever they got. They got removed from Bethel for it. And it reminds me of a guy that I used to work with, and I was telling him how at the time I didn't have a job, and I was thinking of going to this auto body shop. He said, "Nah, don't go there." And what they would do is if you took cardboard out of the trash, if you took anything out of the trash and that was actually of value and you had a use for it, they would say, no, you can't do that. And they would just throw it away. And I think that's like the biggest selfishness that I've ever seen. So these guys are obsessed with these poor Filipinos over cardboard boxes and tin cans. I can't believe the level of greed that Watchtower is showing us through this. And no wonder why this video has been torn down. Then Mark Sanderson goes on to say, we know that Jehovah is going to bless this. As a result, we are going to be able to say to Jehovah that we took or we looked after his resources in a fine way, and none of his precious possessions are missing. What a contradiction, because so he's saying that this is Jehovah's, right? Well, guess what the next brother says, that guy that came on at the end? He says, yep, in the last year or two, I think you recognize this, but a lot more emphasis on our money. Or we put a lot of emphasis more on our money, sorry. And what's happening to our money? And how money is being spent. And what's happening to our money. Okay, let's break this down to this quote, because this was a quotation. He said our money 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was Jehovah's money.
Right.
So that's what I came up with, and the only other thing I thought was that when they were talking about how the money is being spent, and that there was, well, how is the money being spent? Is it being spent on child sex abuse, cover-ups, and lawsuits? Is it being how is this money being spent? Is it being spent on projects like Ramapo that we don't need? Is it being spent for first-class tickets for them to go all over the world? But that's what I got out of it, Linda, and I'll open up to you and see if you have any thoughts of it.
This was rich. The info in this video was rich. It had, it's talking to this group of men who are auditors, okay? He later speaks of his father as being an auditor. And then they have all these labels for these like new departments and stuff. But let me just say, in the Philippines, it's third world country is what the Philippines is.
Yes,
and
it is.
To hear about some other brothers coming and snitching or reporting to Sanderson that tin cans and cardboard boxes are being taken. See, we weren't told whether they were put in the trash or not. Maybe the organization would have turned those things in to get money. If that was the case, then I would look at it as definitely a something to be reported about, because that would be stealing, right? But if it was in the trash, which is probably more likely, I'm just guessing here, what would be what would be the problem with that? Here in America, people will gather cans. And I can remember when I was a kid, I'd gather bottles from soda bottles. I could take them to the store and I would get a redemption amount, 5 cents for a bottle, maybe 1 cent for a bottle, but I could put it towards the candy I was going to buy. That's back when I was a kid. So the idea of doing this, collecting cans out of trash, is not unheard of here in America. But again, in the Philippines, it's third world. They are people in need. And again, we didn't know if it was put in the trash or if it was something the organization was going to, get money for, and maybe they had somebody set aside to do that. When they do a project and they buy tractors or cars or whatever, after they do that project, they'll sell each and every thing that they used for that project. And so they're very business orientated. And you know what? I heard the same thing that you did, Eric. When Hendricks came on, he was talking about the money as our money and, the money. But I also heard that
Hey, can I ask you? You caught the name because I didn't. What was the name?
Hendricks.
Was it Robert? Was it Robert Hendricks from the
Yes.
spokesperson?
Yes, I recognize his voice.
Oh, no crap. Oh, I didn't. And I usually recognize voices. Wow, that's incredible. Good job.
Thank you.
You know, I'm going to listen back to it to see if I can like hear. I'll put both earbuds in and see if I can like
Okay.
listen closely. That's really cool. Good job.
Thank you.
Wow.
So
And he's the biggest BS artist out there.
I know he is. So, you know, he was that one that was talking our money, the money, organization's money. But you're right. He said it over and over again, our money.
Our
So
money.
that's, I don't think that's an accident. You know,
That's a contradiction.
Yes, it is. If it's
Yep.
Jehovah's, you know, money or,
Yeah.
you know,
Why is this guy saying it's Jehovah's money and this guy saying it's our money?
yes, very much. Yes. And, you know, I see Hendrix as just, yeah, con artist, slithery, stuff like that. But it was interesting, you know, that he was basically, also too, it would be, you know, these different branches. How are they spending the money? Like, are they buying like headphones that are on the expensive side? Ramapo,
I know,
just got
right?
$1 million.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Ramapo just got $1 million as a reward from a competition. Hello, we can't do competitions. They got $1 million for being state of the art. Everything, you know? So we're concerned about some headphones. What is this? You know? It's just so like, what are you
And
talking
how
about?
expensive are these headphones? Because
Right.
like, are they, you know, like, I don't know, mine cost about $70, you know? So what's expensive? Like, because they do cost money. I mean,
They do.
like I've gotten $8 ones. They break instantly from Walmart. I'm like, okay.
Right. And wouldn't you want the people at these branches who receive phone calls all day long to have quality headphones? I don't know, you know, I don't know what they consider price effective or whatever, but you know, yeah. If you want some quality and you want it to last, you do need to put some money towards some headphones.
For sure.
Because
you know what? It shows that they're bleeding out, aren't they?
Yeah. But I found that very fascinating that
The
these
penny
auditors,
pinched over headphones, bottles, and boxes.
yes. And I read that comment too. I think that was Jay talking about copper being taken out of the trash. See, Cadillac converters are taken out of cars.
Yep.
Stolen all the time for that very reason,
Yep.
for the copper, the metals and stuff that can be turned in. I don't know where because I don't do this, but you know, for the purpose of getting some money from it.
Hello?
So, hi.
Yes.
Yes, I want to insert right there with those headphones. You know, that is only an illustration, of course, but that's the illustration he used about headphones. But wait a minute, what about the nice cars and the wristwatches that the governing body are having? What about that? So you notice that they said to report anything suspicious first to the headquarters. So that way they can control if it's something that the governing body or somebody in charge is taking and they shouldn't, oh, that's okay. But if a Filipino is taking a box or an empty can and recycling it because they're throwing it away, that's a problem. How hypocritical they are. And what about all the money that they've spent in those investments? They've lost money, they've gained money, but that's not their money. That belongs to the people that think that they're helping the headquarters, or actually the worldwide work. They're giving money, and the headquarters are using it. Are the accountants taking account of that? I don't think so.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Larry.
Well, before we open up to the audience, and Linda, did you have any final comments or anything you wanted to add? Or
I just found it fascinating that, you know, like they have all these new little committee stuff and somebody's under them and over them, and somehow it all kind of is supposed to be good. And I wasn't able to keep up with it. And what isn't talked about much is Sanderson, his father, unfortunately, during the time of the pandemic, he died from
Oh, that's right. In
that event.
Australia. Yeah,
Yeah,
in Australia. You're right.
he died from that event, and I'm really being careful what I'm saying. And we don't hear much about that. And I say it truly that is unfortunate, But yeah, I think I've said pretty much everything I took notes on it. And they kept saying, don't be afraid to come to us and talk to us. They kept saying that so much. That just felt weird. So keep answering to us. And we have you do it because you know better and you have an eye for this, but don't be afraid to come to us. It was just weird. It seemed like a double speak. We have you here because you're really good at this. But at the same
It's pretty
time,
disturbing to see, isn't it? How obsessed they are with money.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Who died in Australia? I don't know what that comment means.
Brother Sanderson from the governing body, his father.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what Debbie's asking. Okay, yeah, it was Debbie's. I mean, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm so having a brain fart.
So we're talking about Sanderson's father, which is interesting because during 2015, he was hard to find during the Australian Royal Commission because he was at his father's house because his father wasn't feeling good. His father was dealing with something. He was sick with something.
Phone vibrating. You there?
My alarm.
There you go.
Sorry, guys.
Well, I guess we can open up to the audience, and if anybody has any comments they want to make about the video we just watched, because there's a lot.
I have another thing. Oh
yeah, go ahead. Let's Linda finish before we open it up. Sorry, Linda.
They told them. No, I'm interrupted. I told you I was done, and now I'm not. So
no, it's just dead silence. I get uncomfortable, so I like.
Oh, okay. They asked them to not, like, if they had to go talk to somebody or whatever, to not give them the impression that they're an inspector. Remember that? But that's what they are doing, is inspecting the situation.
Exactly. Yep.
But don't make the brothers feel like you're an inspector. So they're really telling them to show up and pretend like it's something else, which is so the way we find out. This is like all the time a thing that happens in the organization. Like something will be presented to us or told to us, or an elder will say this or that. And then my head always says, okay, this is what they've told us, but what's really going on? What do they really mean? Because they're not very direct. They imply things,
I do want to just give a quick shout out to what is his name again, to Warwick Timo Bethelite, that I didn't get permission to play the video, but your video got shut down and somebody else played it. So I didn't see really a problem with it, but I thought it was important to spread to everybody because it's deleted. I think everyone should know about it. These guys are trying to shut our voice down. And David Splain declared a war on us, Linda.
I remember.
I guess it is a war, but I'm not going to fight physically, but I will use my intellect and my persuasion and my intuition to fight them back. And I know you will too, because you're so great at exposing cults.
Thank you. So many of us have family members involved in the organization, and because I do have family members that are diehard true believers, I do believe it is my business to know about these things that are hidden, that are secret, and that the average Jehovah's Witness never gets to find out about. I believe I am entitled to know these things because my family these are things that are, the governing body are making choices that affect my family directly on the choices they're going to make. So I keep up with it, and I believe I'm entitled to know these things.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to never be able to say the term even entitled. And today I'm just like, yeah, I deserve to know. Yes, I'm entitled to know. You know, so just hearing this little thing, even though it doesn't quite totally make sense yet, because it just doesn't, but just hearing this is very fascinating. So secretive, you know?
Oh yeah. Christiane in the comment section says what happened to Warwick Timo Bethelite. Maybe she didn't hear. His channel is removed again for the second time, and that video that I played for everybody was removed. And it was only down. It was only out for about 24 hours. So what I'm going to do from now on is anytime Warwick Timo Bethelite, because I had plenty of room on my phone, if he has a video, I'm going to download it from now on. And the ones that don't get deleted, I'll delete from my phone. And that way I always have him, because I think this guy is very credible, and he's given us evidence. So I believe him. When people don't give evidence, I don't believe them as much, but I still believe them a little bit. It's just more believable when the proof is there. But yeah, thank you, Hun, for that comment.
And you know, Christiane has mentioned many times that she is someone who collects cans. You know, this is a thing we do in America. We will collect cans and turn them in to get a few bucks. This is a thing.
Mm.
So yeah.
In fact, when I lived in Providence, I lived in the ghetto in Providence, Rhode Island, and there would be like on trash day, I think it was Friday for me, there would be like some Spanish people. In fact, I knew they were Guatemalan because I worked with Guatemalans, and they have like a short stature and they're usually dark, like it's like medium dark, and they were really nice, and they were taking my recyclables and they act all like weird, and I'm like, go ahead, no, that's cool. And they would they threw it into a truck, like they throw it into like a big truck, with the bed and everything and like cardboard all around and just stack it up. It's super illegal, and I didn't give a shit. I was just like, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're hustling. I get it. You know?
Yeah.
And it didn't bother me at all. But like the fact that bothers the governing body, I just find that disgusting. You're counting every penny. You don't even want cardboard and bottles escaping you. You want every penny. Because these guys are bleeding out, and they're showing not that just they're bleeding out, they're greedy, Linda. They're greedy. And you see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Someone trying to speak up? If Linda doesn't have too much more to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't mean it like that. I'm sorry. I mean, if you don't have anything more to say, not too much. Sorry.
It's all good. Who's there?
Yeah, before you go on to another subject, Grace must have left. And David, this David that came on.
Hey, listen, Kurt, I'm going to cut you off right now. I'm sorry, buddy. I love to hear what you have to say. And it's not that you have to stay on subject, but I'm not going back to that subject. And if Linda agrees, I don't know, but you can give your 2 cents too, or opinion, I mean. But I just don't want to fight anymore. We're trying to just discuss something.
I see what you're saying. The subject earlier, Grace and David, there was arguments and stuff going on. Is that what you're talking about, Eric?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to just keep beating a dead horse. And if I'm wrong, everyone correct me.
Oh, I can understand that you don't want to return to that. So if it's something else,
Kurt, can we move on, Kurt? I mean, if I'm wrong, the audience can tell me and Linda can tell me. I don't care, but I just, you know.
I understand you. No offense. I was just wondering about David. I hadn't heard him before. I don't think. I wondered if you all had heard David before. I didn't want
yes,
to. Yes,
I know. I've heard David before. Yes.
Okay.
He's called on my show before, and he's called on Linda's show before. Correct, Linda? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead.
You know what? I have people in the comment section saying don't go backwards, so I'm going to kind of control it here a little bit if Linda's okay with it. Does anybody else want to talk about the material we talked about? You know, try to keep it positive.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hi.
go ahead.
Hi, this is Susan.
Hey, Susan.
I mentioned that, can you imagine, now the Watchtower is taking total control of every branch office, so that means it's taking control of every Kingdom Hall. That means they're in control of every cent in the world that is donated. That is a huge amount of money we're talking about. I don't know how one corporation like the Watchtower could even handle organizing that kind of money without outside help, because there's no one qualified unless they're a CPA to handle that amount of money. And then they say they're lying when they say they're trying to make it easier on the brothers. Can you imagine how hard it would be monitoring every cent you take in? So they're lying when they're making it more difficult and more stressful, even though they're lying and saying they're trying to make it easier.
You know what? I now that you said that, it kind of like, with all these committee things that they were talking about, I don't know what it was like before, but I wouldn't be surprised if they actually made it more complicated, right? It's like,
yes,
we're making it easy on you, but we got this committee and that committee who answers to these guys and who that guys, and wow.
It's easier to hide money. It's easier to hide money if it all goes to one place. There'd be a lot of slashing funding going on here and there. And it would also make each branch more difficult to get its needs met, because the Watchtower would have to release the funds back to them to do anything. So it's not easier, it's more difficult. And I'm thinking of the brothers at Bethel that are working. Those are going to be the ones that are going to suffer. It's not going to be those in control of any committee.
You're right.
Bethel,
That's a good point, Susan.
feed them through the farm. The farm used to feed the branches in the United States. Then they ended that. They said, well, we want to make it simpler. So now they're serving basically institutional food to these poor boys who are hungry. They're young. So I just feel sorry for the whole thing. I feel sorry for the brothers.
Well, I feel sorry. I feel sorry for the PMOs. I feel, if I could send a message to the PMO, Warwick PMO Bethelite, if there's any way that you're listening, I feel like you're going to get caught eventually, because he's giving us some serious material. He really is. This was a leaked video. This is audio. This guy must have had a recording device of some sort. He's putting his life on the line in a way, because he'll be kicked out with nowhere to go. His family probably won't support him. I almost, if he's listening, and I doubt he is, it's very late, but I almost want to reach out to him and say, maybe you should be like someone like, is it Atlas the name, or, someone
Atlantis.
on the inside? Atlantis. Thank you. Atlantis, not Atlas. Yep.
Yeah. Very
someone
cool.
on the inside, and let us let Rick or Kim and Mikey or somebody put the videos out, so that you don't have to put your in jeopardy, because then they can't connect you to a URL. If they have computer hackers like they're hacking into Rick, I mean, they're going to find you. And I really appreciate what he's doing. He's putting his life on the line for us, and being in a bad shape, bad situation. It seems to be legit, because all the videos, like he even told us in advance that on a Friday that Samuel Hurd would be doing the governing body update, and it happened. Boom, and he said what it would be about. I really appreciate this guy, and I didn't ask permission to use the video, but it's torn down. So how am I going to ask permission? I think he would appreciate that I put it out there. I hope.
I hear what you're saying, Eric. I think if you volunteered to put it up on a channel of your own, maybe you might want to do that. But volunteering like maybe 6 screens, I think that could put 6 screens in jeopardy.
Yeah,
So,
maybe. I never said anything out loud. I mean, I never said
Yeah.
anything to him. I'm just speaking out loud.
Yeah.
I just thought that this guy might be better off leaving it for somebody to leak it for him, so that he doesn't have to lose his home.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with any of like the court cases that have gone down with
Like in
Watchtower
Pennsylvania.
and well, no, not those, but like Watchtower and content creators.
Oh.
They'll take them to court and be brutal with them, usually under the guise of copyright, because that's a cheaper way to get to court. And what they're really trying to do is get the authentic name of this person so that they can go to the family and screw them over. But they go through court under the guise of some other thing, so that's happened with this guy named Kevin McFree, and he has a channel where I think we call it Dubtown, and he has Legos that that he has tell stories, and they're freaking amazing. Okay, amazing. And I think on one of his scenes, there was a TV set that showed a thing that was going on in the Watchtower. It was like a video of some sort, and they took him to court for that. And there's been a few other situations. There was Mormon leaks and then Watchtower leaks. And I'm telling you, when the Watchtower takes people to court, or what they'll do is they'll ask Google to get the name, their original name. And usually Google won't do that. So then they go to court and try to get the name. And what the people go through is just horrendous. The ones that are being taken to court,
I agree, for sure.
I'll get in the queue.
Go ahead.
Yes, the pavement. Eric, can you hear me?
Hi, Eric.
Yes, I can hear you. Who's this?
Yeah, this is from Houston, Texas.
This is who from Houston, Texas? You are breaking up just a little bit.
Joshua Harness from Houston.
Oh, hey, Josh. Yep, Josh from Houston. Yep, my where I was born. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to ask y'all real quick. If he did that video in that room and the Watchtower sees that video, wouldn't that narrow it down to like somebody within that room or that conference room that video was taken? Like,
Yeah.
I piggyback
Yes.
on what was saying was true, because he's kind of being risky, putting this stuff out for us. So when I appreciate what he's doing, but it is a big risk, because couldn't they narrow it down? Because somebody in that room had to put that video out. And
Yeah,
I'm hang up and listen.
Sorry. Oh, I was going to say, you made a really good point, because I was thinking the same thing. By going the claps in the room, because I'm a good guesstimator, I was thinking about 15 to 30 people when they clapped, because maybe not everyone claps, but I'm thinking about at least 15 people clap. So, they're going to figure it out, right? They're going to, the more he does this and then the video gets leaked out and we see it taken down, I'm like, this guy's going to get in trouble. He's got to be 10 steps ahead of them. He really does, because he's in a sticky situation. And I think you made a really good point, Josh.
I have something funny I want to add. Gorgeous George, or Rudy, Gorgeous Rudy Chrome said, I just tried to YouTube search for Warwick Pimo channel, and YouTube popped up a Warwick Pimp channel search. It's like, no joking.
Really? Dang. Did he change his channel?
No, it means he ended up with a different channel that was called, Warwick Pimp channel.
He changed, yeah.
So it's not the same guy, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
He found a different channel.
Somebody else is impostering.
Yeah. But that was too funny.
Brother. That is too funny. You know what? I've seen in the comment section from Dan and Angela, and if they have or anybody who has a comment to add about this interesting news or leak that this Bethelite gave, you're all welcome. Because there's a lot of material here just to show how greedy they are, and man, I just can't get over that they're counting not just the nickels and the pennies, but the boxes and the bottles. Oh, how dare somebody see an opportunity to make a few bucks for their family of something that was going to be thrown away anyways,
That's the impression I was under. Does anybody else have any thoughts on this, what we just listened to?
Well, we might need to lead on to something else.
Oh, okay. I don't know, man. This chat is hilarious. I love looking and seeing what they're talking about.
Yeah, let's see what they're talking about. I'm not looking.
And what I realized is I didn't have live chat on. I had top chat on, so I wasn't catching everybody's comments. I am so glad you're all here.
I put my TV on in the background so I can look at it.
Oh yeah, very cool.
Let's see here. An apostate coalition earlier today. Ryan commented that all it takes is one well-placed PMO to wake up Bethelite, and I missed the rest of it. It went away. That was from Christiane, I think.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, this is just Zachary.
Hey, Zachary, how you doing, my man?
Huh?
I said, how you doing?
Huh? Oh, fine. You. And how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, brother.
Good. Linda, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Very good. I wanted to comment about something that came up much earlier in the evening before I comment on this.
Sure.
It was something that came up when Rick was talking. He was asking or discussing that elder who I guess it sounded like he had been in prison and then he became an elder after that, and now he's in trouble again. There was something Rick was reading, and he talked about the questions that they asked the brothers, and one of the questions was, is there any reason why your appointment should not be announced to the congregation? I want you to explain what that was all about. If that's okay.
Sure. And the context is when the elder body is thinking about welcoming a new elder in. There's the context, right? So they go and ask somebody a few questions, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah. What happens is the elders discuss it, the new person that they want to appoint. And it used to be that it was discussed with the circuit overseer, and then the circuit overseer when he was done, he did a report to the society, and he sent the people who were recommended for appointment as elders or ministerial servants. And they send that, and the society sends it back, and if something's in green, then that means the person has been appointed. But before they make the announcement to the congregation, they talk to the person to find out if the person still qualifies. And so they ask the person, and this was before, because there's the book Rick is talking about. I think that came out around 2010. So gotta look at the year something is published and when a person got appointed. That might answer some of the other questions. But what the elders do when they get the notice back from the society that those brothers have been appointed, they approach them and they ask them, in the olden days, much simpler questions. They would ask you, is there any reason why you can't serve? And if the person said there's reasons why they can't serve, then they would not make the announcement. So that question that Rick mentioned,
that's what it sounds like it was dealing with. Is there a reason why we should not announce your appointment to the congregation? And if there is a reason why they should not announce it, it's not that the person is appointed. They never go into that position. You know, all the paperwork is all done, but they have to ask the person before they make the announcement to the congregation. And so I was concerned that some might think that you have people who serve as elders who don't get announced, and that's not the process. I hope that is some of that. Okay.
I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, that would be a question. Okay.
Yeah, it came up earlier, and I think that at least Rick verbalized that as a question, and I think other people wondered about it too. So I just want to try that. Okay, this other thing, this was interesting. This meeting, I don't have I don't have denigrating things to say about that tape that we just heard. I just, I do find it interesting that I'm talking to a group of people who are supposed to be auditors. And at the beginning, Brother Sanderson asked what the purpose of an audit is. And he said something about the people who prepare financial statements are far removed from the people, from the shareholders or the owners of the company, because in corporate America, the shareholders are the owners of the company.
Okay.
And he compared that to the branches being far removed from the governing body. I felt that illustration wasn't the best one, because it makes it sound like the governing bodies are the owners of the assets around the world. But it sounds like they're talking about, it sounded like the audits of branches, right?
I heard that too.
Yeah. So the way the organization was organized is congregations are grouped into circuits, circuits are grouped into districts, districts are grouped into branches, and the branches are grouped into zones.
Branches are grouped into zones, is that what you said?
Branches are grouped into zones.
Okay.
So, like there used to be, they called them zone visits, and when they did Africa, I believe Brother Schroeder, so I'm talking old times, before the 90s. Brother Schroeder was the one who would go to Africa, and I remember Max Larson once went to South America, and they visit branches, and I believe there's an audit of the branch records, and that's part of zone visits. What other audits take place, I don't know, but I do know that was one of the time they would at least review the records. I don't know if it was full-scale audit. Right. So
hey, Zachary.
On there. Yes.
Hey, it's Eric. Do you think they're getting extreme or obsessive over it from that video? What's your opinion of the overall view of it? As an ex-elder, someone who, like, I don't know when you served, but you probably see a difference in the organization from their money issue. And I found it fascinating that they one of the quotes was, what was it? Something about I think you recognize this, a lot more emphasis on our money and what's happening to our money and how that money is being spent and what's happening to our money. I'm just like, is that familiar when you were an elder? Because I'm not sure your time period, but
yeah, I feel like our money. That sounds really bad.
that's not the way you talk.
Mm.
Yeah, that's not the way you talk. You don't color our money. They usually would say Jehovah's assets or there'd be some other terminology.
Yes.
But the idea of the auditing, I didn't hear anything strange to me. I think that the Philippine statement, he was giving an example. And I think that when someone, when you have auditors and they go out and they audit companies, it's not just a review of records, it is also a review of the internal control structure. And you review internal control structure, and also not just testing the balances at year end, but they look at the transactions through the year. So an audit, it's really a heavy thing in the real world.
So what it sounds like to me, Zachary, from your perspective, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like that they are more of a corporation than a religion.
Well, I don't think an audit makes a company a corporation. They are a corporation. And I've always said you have to operate in that structure because you do have money moving around.
Yes.
So I think that any large organization or association, even though it's a religion, incorporation is the way it should work, because that is a way of one of the ways of safeguarding assets. In corporate America, they will have an audit committee. So when independent auditors come in, those independent auditors come into a company and they work with the audit committee. After 2002 or 2004, whenever the Enron thing happened, all of the firms, the CPA firms that audit SEC companies, publicly traded companies, the ones on the stock exchange, they have to be registered now. There's additional stuff they have to go through in order to be able to sign their names to financial statements, in order to be able to certify financial statements to say that they are fair in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So back to the organization. I didn't hear anything real strange. I mean, I think you could beat up on the way their presentation. And here's the ironic thing. When you auditors go into a corporation, that is the highest level of attestation service to do an audit, not just a review, not just a compilation, but it's an audit. It's like they really look at stuff. But all of those people, from the newest person to the highest person, they're all at least 4 years of college if they're involved in that work. And anyone who signs an audit opinion, they're 4 years, at least 4, 5 years, maybe master's degree, bachelor's or master's degree. And it's so ironic that here, this organization tends to discourage and put in a bad light higher education. And they have people that they want to do that kind of stuff.
I agree with you.
So that's my take on it.
Thank you for that. Thank you, because numbers and all this stuff is just so foreign to me. I don't function well in this. So I thank you for this, for your comment, because, it's just very helpful. And it appeared to me that all of the auditors were, in fact, Jehovah's Witnesses, not from an outside firm, but rather Jehovah's Witnesses within the organization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Oh,
Isn't it disturbing that Mark Sanderson is a second-generation auditor? Like
I
this,
didn't
all
hear
this guy
anything
knows
about
is money.
Sanderson.
All this guy knows is money. This is ridiculous.
Linda was mentioning something about committees, and I think he said this is under the coordinating committee. Didn't he say that?
Yes, I wrote it down. Coordinators Committee, yes.
Yes. Okay. That's one of the committees of the governing body. Before
Really?
changed, yeah. Remember, a few years back, they stopped calling the presiding overseer, and they started calling him the coordinator of the body of elders.
Yes.
Well, changed that committee around the same time. The governing body is made up of about, I don't know, 6 or 7 committees. I don't remember. One of them is the personnel committee. There's a teaching committee, a writing committee, a service committee, publishing committee. Publishing committee is responsible for when they're purchasing buildings and stuff. Publishing committee would be heavily involved in that. But there was also a committee called the Chairman's Committee, which is not there anymore. And the Chairman's Committee was made up of 3 people. The governing body every year had a chairman, and that person rotated in alphabetical order. So, one year it's one brother, next year it's another brother, next year it's another brother, next year it's another brother. And way back when, there were like 12, 13 governing body members. And so the 3 people on the chairman's committee were the current year's chairman of the governing body, the prior year's chairman of the governing body, and the governing body member who would be the chairman the next year.
Really?
Their responsibility, that was the chairman's committee. The current year chairman, last year's chairman, and next year's chairman. And one of their big responsibilities was to look after emergencies that occur around the world. But a few years back, that committee was changed to the coordinating committee. And so it's I think, if I remember reading about it, they're the coordinators from each committee make up that one now. It didn't sound like it's the same type of rotating committee as the chairman's committee used to be. Well, I've run my mouth enough.
Well, I have a question I want to ask you regarding that other subject where an elder would ask someone, is there any reason why you wouldn't be appointed as an elder? I forget how it's asked. Can you remind me?
I heard Rick say, is there a reason why we should not announce your appointment? That sounds like the term they say.
Yeah, Zachary. I'll be honest with you, because my father was an elder and I know some of that. I've never heard of that either. Like that's like an elder is always made publicly, so it is weird to me. I'm not discrediting Rick, but it is very strange to hear that.
Let me clarify, make sure that what I said is clear. When they say that, they're asking you, do you still qualify to be an elder?
Then you have to be announced, right? There's no other way. I don't see another way around it.
If you indicate that something has happened and you don't qualify, you're not announced and you're not an elder. You're not a ministerial servant.
Maybe the rules have changed. Maybe they're so desperate, Zachary, that they're changing everything, and they're doing whatever it takes to get people in. Look, they want to make ministerial servants at what age? Is it teenager age? And then elders at early 20s. That's ridiculous.
what I'm saying is, I'm explaining what they mean. They're saying,
Sure.
this is the reason why you can't serve. And if you know, there's a reason you don't qualify, you know, you've been doing this or that, they're not going to announce it to the congregation. They're going to send it back to the society and let them know, no, this appointment couldn't go through.
So
Yeah,
that person
there's no
will have
serving
given.
elder or ministerial servant without it being announced. Okay. All right. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to leave you.
Well, I'm still wanting to ask you the question, like, you know, when they ask someone, and I think it's fascinating what you told us, that, you know, all the paperwork gets done and it's pretty much a done deal, and then they go to the person and ask them, you know, is there any reason why we wouldn't be able to appoint you in as an elder? And then, like, within the last, I don't know, 5 to so many years, they've actually asked if, they will ask them if they've ever been involved in any CSA. That has been added to it, whereas before it wasn't. So my question is like, this seems just odd to me, because when somebody gets a job in life, and they go for an interview or something, like the manager or whatever doesn't say, is there any reason why we wouldn't want to hire you? It's almost like, it's just the strangest thing I've ever heard. Like, do the person that they're asking this to, do they know all of the qualifications for being an elder? Like, to know this stuff?
You know, it happens. Let me remind you, it happens with elders and ministerial servants. And yes. I remember, you know, I've been in this situation, and I understood what they were asking me. When I was at Bethel, I changed congregations, and I changed and went to a French congregation. And I was already a ministerial servant. And I remember when I was changing to, my change went through.
You've gotten a little bit muffled.
Yeah, you're a little muffled.
Am I still
If you can speak a little closer into your microphone, or take it off speaker and put it into directly into the mic, but do something different. Go ahead.
Is it still bad?
That's a little better, I think.
It is better, yes.
Okay. So when I was, you know, changed to the first congregation, our presiding overseer, I didn't make it to the meeting, to the first meeting that I was supposed to be at, that ministry, school, and service meeting.
Okay.
Other assignment, and I ran into the presiding overseer on the street. He was around Bethel, even though he didn't live there, but he must have been taking care of business there. And he said to me, well, we announced that you're a ministerial servant. And he said, we didn't get to talk to you first, but let me ask you now, is there any reason why you shouldn't be allowed to serve?
You know, now that I'm thinking of it, I wasn't thinking about how the elders would look at what the qualifications are. They have the idea of what the qualifications are. They've already looked them over. They already know that so-and-so qualifies, this person that they have in mind. So they're not, they know that the person qualifies. Whoever's they're wanting to be an elder or a ministerial servant, they already have checked whatever the list is that qualifies them, and they've checked it all off, and it's okay. They've gone through Bethel and back. Now they do it simply through the minister, the person that has all those congregations, whatever he's called. I'm sorry, they don't necessarily go to Bethel anymore. But now it's making sense. The question I asked you really isn't about that person knowing all of the qualifications. It's the people that think that so-and-so would be a good ministerial servant, or after they've been a ministerial servant, they would be a good elder. And once they were in that ministerial position, they would, of course, come to know the things that are needed to be an elder. So I think my question didn't even need to be asked. So there's that.
It was fun.
It's like, you know, sure.
Yeah, so basically, what would go wrong? You know, I robbed the bank, or, well, you know, I did commit fornication a couple of times, you know.
Okay, that would be that time for that, yeah.
Those are the kinds of things that would cause a person to be disqualified. I committed murder, you know.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of them would fess up on something like that if that was the case.
Yeah, yeah. In all my years, I never knew a person who, no one ever said, no, I can't serve because of this or that. Yeah.
So speaking of 62-year-old elder, I forget his whole name, that we were talking about earlier. You know, he had spent 30 years in jail, known offender, and then he was in a position of being an elder. So at the time, somebody asked him, would there be any reason why you shouldn't be an elder? Maybe he could have brought up that, but that would have been a good time, right?
Yeah. What year did he start serving?
It doesn't say in any of the articles that I've read what year he started serving. It said the amount of time, and I can't pull it up, that he had spent previously for this already, you know, this offense. And then we find out he does it again. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
What pisses me off about the organization is, for some reason, they think that, like, it could stop. Like, somebody that does these things would, like, not do them anymore for some reason. What is up? Like,
sorry.
I don't get that.
Yeah. You you need to go back and serve as one of the elders. You can straighten some of it out.
Okay. Basically, the reason I'm saying
Linda, I just want to let you and Zachary know that I wasn't laughing at y'all. The comment section I've been reading, and it's just crazy, and I'm laughing hysterically from it, and I apologize.
Oh, thank you.
They're talking about Sesame Street, and I just don't. Not to break up the seriousness of what we're talking about, but it just made me laugh. Sorry.
They're saying it sucks to be straight.
Yeah, they're talking about Sesame Street.
Oh, Sesame Street.
Sesame Street. Yeah, they talk about all
kinds like to be straight. But Sesame Street. Okay.
They are. This comment section is insane.
I love them. I love them.
I don't know. I don't know where to begin with it. But anyways, I'll let you guys get back to what you were talking about. But sorry, that was my explanation.
Okay, thanks. And thank you, Zachary, for letting me have my moments.
This is late night. We all have to laugh.
Right?
All right. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay, thank you for hanging on.
Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that to you at all. You know, my bad.
No, it's good. He was getting ready to get off the phone, and I asked him to stay on long and ask him a question that I ended up figuring out in my own head after all. Because that's usually how I do stuff in my head. So the reason I was acting like this a minute ago, like, why does the organization act like it would be okay to, you know, have somebody serve as an elder that has, you know, had this history? And sometimes the organization does know of this history, and yet they'll still put them in a position of elders. And the reason I'm upset about this is because statistically, those that are involved with CSA are repeat offenders. That's the norm. Mm-hmm. The norm is repeat offenders, and that it's not normally there's not some kind of like thing you can go to and get cured. It's the norm that will continue a lifelong thing. So that's why I'm like, what is wrong with them? Like, as if, do they not think it's going to happen anymore? No, they do know it's going to happen. They do know it's going to happen. And for some reason, it's hard for us to make sense of it. But if we know that the background is to cover up perpetrators and then blame victims, and it all settles in your head just fine.
Hello, Linda.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. I wanted to talk about what the gentleman, the elder, was talking about right now. I want to corroborate.
Is this Jesse?
On what I experienced.
Is this Jesse?
Yeah, Jesse and Yuma.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing? Good to hear from you.
Good, real good. The last caller was spot on, I think, from what I experienced. And I was named a ministerial servant in my late 20s, about 1993. And right before the service meeting, I remember I wasn't expecting it. The CEO brought me to the back room and asked me that question. Is there any, they get you by surprise that they're going to name you. And it's at the service meeting. So if your service meeting is on Tuesday night, Wednesday night, the CEO this was in 93, and I became an elder. The same thing happened in 99 when I became an elder. The CEO gets you in the back room. But now we're real sensitive about CSA, child sexual abuse and everything. But back then, what I got when I was asked as a ministerial servant and as an elder, I was real young, I really thought they were trying to get out if me and my wife were heavy petting or if we were fornicating before we got married. That's the way I saw it back then. That's the way I saw it back then.
Wow. Okay. Like, is this some time? Is this a time to turn? Like, to is this a time to confess some sins that you might not have confessed before?
Because I was so naive. That's what I got out of it. Yes, that's what I got out of it. So if you're carrying that heavy burden, like the last caller said, if you're an axe murderer, if you did something in secret, now's the time to get it off your chest, or else you're sinning against the Holy Spirit and accepting this. But so we weren't thinking about the perverts, the child sexual abuse people in the congregation. I could be wrong, but I'm just speaking from what I see around me. I really thought that they were trying to get any secrets out of you personally. And so everything that last gentleman said is true. That's how it works. They get you right before the service meeting. The presiding overseer, that's what they used to be called, the Kobe. He would get you right before the service meeting. So it was about an hour before they announced your name. They would ask you that question.
So let me ask you this, Jesse. Would this be something you would maybe go to your wife to discuss with her and be like, the congregation would like to appoint me? Would that work for us? Or that doesn't sound like it would give you time to do that. Or do you just inform her later that you're going to be an elder?
You nailed it. You nailed it. The latter.
So she gets really recruited to be an elder's wife without even being asked.
She has no clue. She has no clue.
God. Okay.
So it's 1 hour before you're announced, before the service meeting. And they ask you right there, and your wife is sitting down, and then you go sit down. There's no time to talk. You didn't get her intake at all in the. You accepted your responsibility. If you and your wife had committed fornication, it's a secret you guys are going to have to take to the grave.
Yeah.
Said yes.
Hey, Jesse, can I ask you a question? Were you ministerial servant or elder or both?
You know what? I was a ministerial servant for 7 years and an elder for 10.
Okay. So my next question to you then is, would you believe this story? And this is the story that I heard from a very solid source. There was a woman who was married to an elder, and this woman to the elder said when he became elder, she's very dominant and head of the household, and she said, "You're going to tell me everything that goes on in the elder's room," and she would basically dictate what would happen in the judicial hearings. And she was like the hidden elder that didn't exist, but behind the scenes. Do you think that that could happen? Because I truly believe it. I'll never forget their names, Rick and Donna, out of what was it, Dartmouth, maybe, I can't remember, but somewhere in New England. And I won't forget that story ever. And there's other stories that this man has told me as well that have come true. And so I kind of believe the source. What do you think?
Yes. Yes, I agree. And let me give you a couple of examples of why it's true. Let's say in the old days, we had to type up all the service meetings and all the service information to get it to Watchtower. And none of the brothers knew how to type. Well, you would get your wife or some woman of confidence to type it for you. And it's expected that they do the work, but not read what they're doing.
They do the research, but not know what they're doing. Wait, say that again. They do the what?
Actually type the letter. Like, let's say you're writing a letter to Watchtower, but you don't know how to type. In the old days, type it. So you get your wife to type it for you.
Ah.
In conversation, you don't engage in conversation or
gotcha.
detail. So yes, the women are very heavily involved. You got to remember.
My wife has written my talks for me when I'm in a pinch. Like, yeah, nothing major. I was just a pioneer at one point for a year and a publisher. Nothing deep in the organization.
The women do all the work. The women do all.
I agree, and they don't get the credit, do they? Right, Linda?
No.
Well, she was got a camera off for a second, but yeah, the women don't get the credit for all the work they do. But I find it disgusting, though, that this woman is dictating something that she doesn't even know the details to. She's not an elder. She has no right to this situation. Oh, I mean, not even the elders have the right to it. But you know what I mean? I just find it.
Yes.
I find it horrible that happens, and she has kept a man from getting reinstated. And this is the story. This happened actually. I said Dartmouth. I meant Dighton, Massachusetts. And there's another story in Dighton, Massachusetts, where a man was accused of committing fornication with a woman. And there were two witnesses, and they were both women. And he got disfellowshipped, and he pled non guilty. And they wouldn't believe him because there was two witnesses. Well, eventually those two witnesses, those women left the organization, and it came out that they lied about it. And after 20 years, because he couldn't get reinstated because he refused to admit it happened. So for 20 years, this man, he was disfellowshipped because he didn't want to admit to something that he didn't do. And when it came out, they finally reinstated him, and no really apology or anything. And I know I believe this story because this man, like I said, he has been extremely credible. He told me another story, and I won't get into it to bore everybody, but it actually is a really spicy story that I've told before. And he said something that actually I knew that was true, and I'm like, holy shit, because I connected the dots. There's a lot of cover-ups in the organization, and I don't know if you could agree to this, Jesse, but it's like a good old boys club, right? And the elders, sometimes, depending on the congregation, it's a good old boys club. Like these I know a Kobe that would protect his son from, like, say, smoking pot, something I've been disfellowshipped twice for. He goes and does it at a concert, and then maybe a witness, and they just gets buried, you know.
So anybody could get purged at any time because everybody has a file and a dossier on everybody. Look, let me give you an example. We had the presiding overseer in our congregation was having dinner out in public with their disfellowshipped children. So for years, and finally we got the guts and the courage to take him on, and we removed him. We got the next brother of age to be the presiding overseer. We sent off the letter to Watchtower, and it came red light, green light. Do you know what red light, green light is? Red mark, check mark, green check mark?
Nope.
When the society agrees on your S-77 form, the form you send for qualification.
What is that form?
It is, I can't remember the form. I believe it's S-77, but it's
no. But what is it? What is that form? Like, what does it mean?
It means if the Watchtower approved it or disapproved it, and mostly
okay.
green check mark. If it comes with a red check mark, that means something happened. That means a stop. And it's going to follow with some instructions. When we removed our presiding overseer, it came with a red light, a red check mark. And we were shocked because that had never happened in my 10 years of service as an elder. What happened is the brother we named as the presiding overseer to replace him, the Watchtower had a dossier that his family was writing letters to the Watchtower, his family, his wife and children, that he was a little bit belligerent towards them, that he was a little bit hot under the collar. It wasn't enough to disqualify him as an elder, but they were watching him closely. When we tried to make him presiding overseer, the Watchtower bounced on his dossier. And it almost killed the man. It almost killed the man. I remember his spirit was crushed because he'd been ratted out, like those informants, you know, I call them rats.
Yeah.
Ratting him out. And so they kept it close to the hip when they had to use it. So they didn't let him become a Kobe because he was a little bit vocal, loudmouth, sometimes yelled at his family. But the dossier, you know how they always say that God forgives sins? Watchtower does it. They have a dossier on all of us.
Sure. Hey, are you Gilbert's brother? And you guys did a video that I watched recently about Jim Croce and the lyrics.
Yeah, Gilbert's my little brother.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool.
Now.
Okay, so that's because I'm new to you guys' channel, and I watched it, and I found it really interesting because I always tear down lyrics myself, and apply it to my experience with Watchtower. I could always add that. That would be kind of a cool gig to do. Everybody like kind of give their story of how music affects each other. I'm just spitting it out loud.
Yeah, my mom, I remember we couldn't listen to Led Zeppelin. Well, she's Mexican.
Yeah, I had an elder that like was against it, and he like when he found the truth, he cut his long hair and threw out his Led Zeppelin music when he was 17 and stopped smoking weed. And I'm like, man, he messed up.
My mom used to say, "No listen to Led Zeppelin." That's Led Zeppelin in Spanish. Led Zeppelin.
What Spanish country are y'all from?
Mexico. We live
Mexico,
right on
cool.
We're right here, we're right on the border of 4 states, 2 American and 2 Mexican states. Baja California,
Okay.
California, Arizona.
Oh, you're right on the edge, yeah. All right. That's cool.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you, Eric, I'm just eating a little something, okay? Thank you.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, but
I'm
you
just
know what?
Taking a minute to eat.
Hold on. Someone's trying to talk and I can't hear them.
Sorry, Jesse. I just wanted to tell Eric I'm having a little something to eat.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Oh, okay, Apostle. Oh, Linda. Okay.
True.
No problem, hon. You know, that's kind of the balance that we have here. We all have to take breaks. There's bathroom breaks. There's eating breaks. Yep. We're here all night, or try to be.
Hey, now that you're here, can I make a confession for me and Gilbert?
You know what? Can I read this real quick? What do you get when you cross an elder with a demon from hell? Okay, Bob Roberts, you better talk up quick. Go ahead, go ahead. Sorry, Gilbert.
No, I want
Go ahead, buddy.
What do you get?
What do you get if you? I don't know. He wrote it again. He didn't answer yet. Come on, Bob Roberts. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, he's slow.
I'd love to hear this joke before you go on, Jesse.
Yeah.
Oh well, he's not coming in.
Oh, him.
I know who this is. Bob Roberts is my friend from Australia. Brad.
Yeah.
He's a cool dude. We talk all the time, but he's not finishing his joke, so I'm calling him out. All right, go ahead, Jesse. Let's keep going.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave you for tonight. I just want to thank you for everything, your hard work. And
Man. Hey, let's keep in touch, you and Gilbert, because I really like your show. If I come on, I'm Ricky Bobby on the comment section, but I like you guys. I just started watching y'all, and I like the spin you put on things. And you guys got good energy as brothers. Man, I wish my brother and I were on the same page like y'all. You know, it would make me feel great.
We just lost one brother. We just lost one of our brothers. And,
Oh, you did. I'm so sorry. Was he older, middle?
Yeah. Our oldest brother, beautiful. He's named after my dad, and I named my son after him. But
What was his name?
But if Watchtower was herpes, my brother would be a fever blister.
Well, what was your brother's name?
Jose Luis Gonzalez, Joe Gonzalez.
Jose Luis Gonzalez. Okay.
He hated me and Gilbert because we left the org. He hated us to the death.
Oh.
Yeah. But he went in hospice care. Didn't call us.
Well, were you out? Were you out of the organization when he went through that?
Yeah, we've been out for about 10 years, me and Gilbert.
Okay.
So this 4th of July, a couple months ago, and you just get a phone call one day. Hey, goes, your brother died, and that's how much they hate you. Like, we're gonna die. We're gonna show you, apostates. It's sad that the hate is eternal.
Yeah. Amen to that.
Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for calling in a lot. I really appreciate all the callers that come in. I always love when you all the callers, Debbie Moore and you and your brother and Dan and Angela. I'm forgetting so many people, but y'all have your own channels. A lot of you too, and thanks for adding something to this. But thanks a lot, Jesse. You have a good night, brother.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, take care.
I had just seen a TikTok video of Stephen Unthank, who happened to be, Stephen Unthank is someone who happened to be very much involved in causing the beginning stages of the Australian Royal Commission, like back from 2011. Okay. Anyways, in this little TikTok video, he spoke of his father. Hadn't spoke to him for I don't know how many years. And he went into hospice for a few days and then passed away. And he was not told. Just like the story that we just heard from Jesse about their older brother. This is an all too common thing that happens within the culture of the Watchtower. That it's almost like an afterthought. And I've even heard of people telling family members that someone in the family died through a text.
Yeah, me.
Was that you? Okay.
One of them probably. But here's the thing with my story. I got it through a text, but the thing is that my mother became so toxic to me that she had me blocked, and you know what? I was like, I'm gonna block her too. So I blocked her number. So she tried to text me, and the elder that was on my judicial committee and disfellowship me called me, and he said, I'm gonna imitate his voice because that's what I do when I talk about people. Eric. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, it's Mark. I've got some news for you. I'm like, what is it? He's like, yeah, I guess your mother's been worried about you. And you didn't respond to her text. And I'm like, yeah, because I have her blocked. He's like, oh, geez, is that so? Okay. Yeah, well, your grandmother died.
Oh my God. So you didn't even get a chance to go to the funeral or anything?
No, I got the invitation to go to the bullshit fucking listen-in from, 900 miles away.
Wow.
And have their bullcrap rendition of my grandfather's death. Grandmother's death. They both died. So I had two different ones, but my grandmother's. And I said, yeah, when I told him that he was blocked, she's like, oh, okay. But she was worried. I'm like, well, why didn't she call me? Because she could have left a voicemail and that would have went through, Is it that hard? Could you have not used another phone to call me?
That's true. I have someone.
If you really wanted to do it, I don't think it'd be hard to get a hold of me, really. What about Desiree's phone? It's not blocked.
Good question. Yeah. I have someone that's blocked and they are able to leave messages. but I never
Yeah,
hear
you can
from
leave
him.
voicemails, not text message, but you can leave voicemails. I know that for a fact because I've tried it. Yep. So anyways, I just was adding to that yeah. Text messages through death happens for sure, and it's horrible. That is a horrible way to you have no decency in you to do that, Linda.
It's happened to me many times.
Many times from your parents?
Yeah, like finding out somebody in the family died. And I get told like after it happened, sometimes a year or two after it happens, you know?
Oh man.
But ironically, my mother, who's usually the one that, you know, I'm interacting with, and it's very, very sporadic. So I found out that she called her older brother one day, and he done died. And nobody told her, you know, and they're not even witnesses, okay? And when I heard that, I'm sorry. I was like, now you know what it's like, Mom. Now you know what it's like. He had died 4 years earlier. She didn't know until she tried to call him. You know?
Yeah, that's horrible. There's so much pain in this organization, Linda. I'm kind of choked up right now because I started to kind of cry a little bit because Debbie Moore in the comment section told everybody that I didn't talk about my the fact that nobody told me that my best friend, my cousin, my second cousin, who when I got this fellowship, my brother and I got this fellowship at the same time, and we got kicked out. And I've told this story before, but
I don't think I've heard it.
okay, well, we both got kicked out, and my brother went to live with his girlfriend, who's now his wife, who has a child with, and I got kicked out, and my cousin Brad let me move in with him and his family, and my cousin Brad eventually he never got baptized, but he had the fear mongering from the Jehovah's Witnesses about Armageddon and him not being a Jehovah's Witness, but he said, I can't do it, Eric, and I won't. He celebrated Christmas with his family. He was a pretty good father until he started doing heroin. And then he lost his family. He went through something. He recovered eventually. But then he didn't stop. He stopped doing heroin, but he kept drinking, and his liver was already blown out. And he got in a car accident. It hurt himself, and he died. And I didn't know about his death until 3 months after it happened. And no of my family members told me. What happened was I was feeling very lonely, and I went on Facebook and found Deanna. She was a family member that was, I use quotation fingers, worldly.
Oh yeah.
But we used to have family get-togethers every year, worldly or not. It was family reunion on this lake in Massachusetts in Leominster, and she told me, she's like, it's so sad what happened to Brad, isn't it? And I'm like,
no way.
I'm like, well, because like Brad was like, I was in a bad situation, and I stopped talking to him for a little bit because I was in the hospital, and I kept trying to get a hold of him, and I had no one to talk to, and I felt alone. And I was just like mad at him, and I'm like, dude, why can't you be there for me? And he was like, you don't understand. And I was a selfish prick because I didn't understand that he was going through something. He wasn't telling me because he was the strong and silent type. And I feel like a piece of shit for it, Linda. And he died because his liver blew out in that accident, and because of the alcohol that he was still doing, and he couldn't get a liver transplant because of his addiction. And I found out 3 months later, and not a single Jehovah's Witness family told me, and they all single one of them know. Martin and Debbie Kubler and Andrew Kubler, every single one of them know how much he meant to me. And it's hard to forgive them for it until they say I'm sorry. But yeah, it sucks to find out that way. But thank you for bringing that up, Debbie. And I don't know if I'm being if I'm talking about myself or situation too much, but it just struck a nerve.
No, when stuff like this comes up, it's like, I think that if we're up to it, we should share it, you know? I do believe
Yeah.
people in the audience will identify with it. So, and I'm hoping that you can give yourself a little bit of grace, because I can tell you're upset with yourself.
Well, I am, but I've also made peace with it because, you know what? When it comes down to it, we had a great relationship, and it doesn't matter the last month or two what happened between us because I'm comfortable where I stand with him no matter what, and I sometimes keep intact with his ex-wife, and I don't talk to the kids because I don't know how they feel about me, but the kids all know me, and I love those kids. And if I ever visited Rhode Island again, Barbara said we would all hang out. My sister, or whatever she would be, my cousin-in-law's wife, or my cousin-in-law. Yeah, but I'm proud. She's a very strong woman. She's raising this family. She's a hustler. She works very hard, and she always did. And you know what? When my cousin had heroin problem, she was the strong woman to take that family away from it because her father was a heroin addict, so she knew what she was up against and protected the family and kept the house, you know, and she still has it today. And I'm proud of her. And you know what? When my cousin passed away, he had his whole family there. They were separate, or they were divorced, but she was there with him, and they all his kids were there. And when he passed away, they played Pearl Jam, and it was his favorite band. And Brad and I and my wife Desiree would always listen to Pearl Jam together. He would come over our house, even when we were Jehovah's Witnesses and not supposed to hang out with worldly people. We never looked at it like that. We would like drink a lot of beer, get drunk, and listen to all kinds of music. You know, it was he was a good man, and I appreciate him for letting me in a dark time that I was in. And that's my story.
It's a good thing to have other people in your life that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, you know.
Oh,
if you
for
are,
sure.
The whole thing about bad association spoils useful habits does, you know, yes, it's biblical and all, but in actuality, that's an isolation technique, which ends up making the members more dependent upon that congregation and the organization, so that contributes to why people won't leave as well, you know. So there's many different techniques and tactics that you find out are even involved in other cultures, you know, that are high demand, high control groups, that they do much of the same thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Good point. But isn't it so sad? Just what this organization does. It's like I'm not being preachy at all, but when it says like there would be no natural affection, I'm just like, I'm not even tying that to end times or anything. I'm just tying it to Watchtower. Where's the affection? Where's the love? Why do your parents shun you, Linda? You're not even baptized, you know? Why do your parents treat you like crap, if we're gonna say it honestly? And I don't mean to be too personal, but
no, thank you.
The same for myself, you know? Like I think I see you as a sweetheart, and I don't see why your parent. I see you trying to do an act of kindness for them, or something sweet to them, help them in their older age, and they're just rejecting you.
And that has to do with how they've been indoctrinated. So I'm viewed,
Yeah.
you know, when someone knows the truth and turns away from it, they're worse than a serial killer, worse than a murderer. You know, so I do fall into that group. I've known the truth. I grew up in it, and I chose to turn against it and join the devil join the system of things that's under the influence of the devil. So even though I was never baptized, which is the technical term that the organization uses for being a member, that doesn't take away my whole childhood of being fully indoctrinated, my whole childhood of knowing I was a Jehovah's Witness, and then finding out later that, oh, you have to get baptized to be a member. I mean, I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness in training. There was no other option spiritually but to become a Jehovah's Witness. And like I've said before, I tried to study twice to become a witness, and they got rid of me after 6 months because I wasn't understanding. I couldn't make it make sense. I know that some ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, view someone such as myself that wasn't baptized as never being a member. That's technically what the organization claims a member is. But in actuality, I was fully indoctrinated. I was a believing, Jehovah's Witness as I grew up. I was fully, believing everything that I was taught until I got older to doubt it.
You were what, 18, 17 or 18?
Yeah, 18 or 19. The definition of apostate is someone that changes their belief system to something else, or changes their religion. That's the definition of apostate. But the organization is, according to the organization, I'm not even an apostate because I was never baptized.
I know. Isn't it ridiculous? And then, who they consider apostate? What's the girl from King of Queens? What's her name?
Leah Remini. Yeah.
Yeah, in Scientology. They consider her one because she went against them publicly.
Yeah.
With Lloyd Evans and another ex-JWs. I don't remember the other people. Sorry, everyone. But
you know what?
do you remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, that show. Are you talking about that one show that they had? So Leah Remini had that show called The Aftermath of different people. She would interview different people that had been Scientologists and what they had gone through while in it and after they left. And we basically bombarded Leah Remini on Twitter telling her, you need to give us a show. We need a show like yours. And she heard the call and she gave us a single show. And it was phenomenal. By the way, my first apostate was on that show. So in the back row, sitting next to Fifth, which was Cliff, in a cobalt blue dress, Cynthia Hampton, that was my first apostate. That was who I met back in the day. Okay, she was my first apostate. She didn't look all that intimidating, and everything she talked about wasn't scary. It was like, and I remember clear as a day her saying that her husband used to beat on her, and that the elders told her to go home and be a better wife. But he got disfellowship for smoking. That didn't even faze me. Like, I didn't even see it as abuse. But when she mentioned it on the show, it was her story that got Leah Remini to say, unfrickin' believable. Like, how ridiculous. He's not disfellowship for beating the crap out of her, but he's disfellowship for smoking a cigarette. I remember hearing it going, yeah, that sounds about right. Like, that's what I was indoctrinated with. And yet, I was still being hit by my mother. I didn't hit my mother back until I was pregnant with my second child at 25 years old. I was used to being abused and just taught to take it, and that I deserved it or whatever. But
it's almost a cult-like behavior from your abusive husband.
Very much so.
It.
Very much so.
I've heard that in psychology before.
Definitely, much like a batter's wife's syndrome. I'm sorry, battered spouse syndrome.
Also, another thing too is that man, I wish I could remember the name of the show. It was a show where a Mormon had several wives, and his name was Cody. And was it something? I can't remember the name of it. Sister Wives. Yep. And they're all broken up now and messed up. And I feel like he put them into a cult. Like, this is happiness, and you'll be happy. Like, how could you possibly? How could it just seems like a disaster, or set up for disaster, set up for failure? That situation.
Well, Mormon women are
the poor women that went through that, right? I mean, oh my goodness. Like none of them are happy. You can see it on their faces. But go ahead, Linda. Sorry.
Yeah, Mormon women are taught that. Well, the whole church is taught that they had pre-existent lives in heaven, and so each time a Mormon woman gives birth, they're giving birth to a pre-existent soul that's in heaven. So if they have, a marriage with their husband, and then their husband has more wives, then that husband gets more children, which leads towards their goal of eventually the man having his own planet and having his own world, much like this world. So another thing is they want the men to get involved in politics and stuff. So there's a politician, I can't think of his name. So, they want them to get in high positions so that when Armageddon hits or the end of the world hits, that those that are Mormons in positions of power that are Mormons, once they assume that the political structure will collapse, and then those that are Mormons will still be in there and be able to take over, for God, right? For God. So yeah. So when a woman has a child, it's a real service for the Lord, and for her husband. The Mormons of today.
Sorry, Linda. I had to take a little break.
Sure.
I'm back.
Okay. Was somebody else wanting to talk?
I thought there was a guy that was shouting hello just a little while back, and he never got a response.
I don't remember that.
He hung up. I don't know.
What's on your mind, Grace?
Oh, I thought there was someone talking, but I mean, it's. I think you hear things differently on YouTube comparing to the phone, because, like, usually if you listen to the tape afterwards, then I can hear some people talking that I never heard when I was on the phone. I mean, and now when I was listening to this recording on the phone, and it was so bad, and I couldn't really, I almost fell asleep. I mean, oh man, this is so bad. And then just a few last minutes, I figured out, oh yes. And then I listened on YouTube, and I heard it very clearly, the recording. So I made a mistake, I feel, and so I can hear it afterwards, I mean. But I mean, next time I will not be on the phone listening to the recordings that you want to play.
Okay, whatever works best for you. Yeah.
Well, okay, thank you. Did anyone else have anything to say or want to talk about before?
Yeah. Linda. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Tom.
Hey, Tom. Where are you from?
Hey, Eric. I want to share with you, Eric.
Where you from? Where you from, Tom?
New Hampshire.
Oh, no doubt. I'm from Rhode Island.
Yeah.
I used to snowboard in New Hampshire all the time, man. When I was a kid.
Awesome. Yeah.
I can't remember all the mountains. Loom, I think that might be Vermont. Ragged Mountain in New Hampshire for sure. That was a small one. Our buddies, I had a big Jehovah's Witness crew. We'd all snowboard there. But go ahead, buddy. What do you got to talk about? I'm just relating with you.
Yeah, well, Ragged and Gunstock are right in my
Yeah, I know that place. I know that place too. Okay, I know that you love Ragged, dude. They had they had this fucking. I'm sorry, they had this little like rock, and it was like a cliff, and we all would like snowboard and jump off of it. And then they tore it down, and we were all pissed. And they raised their prices because we would like go off that thing, and then we'd like take our snowboards off and hike back up, and we'd make videos of it or pictures, and we'd do tricks off of it because we were all like diehard snowboarders. But yeah, man, I'm just reminiscing and connecting with somebody who's from New England. Like, I don't want to take away from your comment. Go ahead, brother.
That's my backyard. Yeah,
That's cool.
and gun stock.
Hey, one more question. Do you know Louis Pizza?
They, you know what? It's sad. Louis Pizza was in Meredith.
Yeah.
Louis Famous Pizza?
No, Louis, like Louis. Louis.
No, well, we had Louis Famous Pizza in Meredith, which is where I am, right on Lake Winnipesaukee. And they had delicious pepperoni pizza, but they went out of business. And
Was it? Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. But I don't know about Louis.
Okay, got you.
Definitely Ragged.
Yep.
Ragged and Gunstock are right in my backyard. I taught my kids how to ski on Ragged.
Okay. I used to go on family retreats in Vermont, and it was the biblical name, West Corinth, Vermont. It was the middle of nowhere. And a buddy of mine who was a Jehovah's Witness too, like our families went to this cabin who was a buddy of my dad's from work. And we saw what we had because we were both snowboarders, and like we had this like huge area in front of us, and we hiked up this mountain. It was a trail where you could actually drive up. So we just walked up the path, and we had our snowboards attached to our backpacks, specially made for us. And we had water and everything, and we walked for about 3 or 4 hours to as far as we could go we didn't even get to the peak. And then we put our snowboards down, we ate a little bit, and we went down. And it took us 25 minutes to get down. And we went through trees. It was dangerous. We'd hit a jump and catch a little air every once in a while. We had the time of our life. And it was a break from the Jehovah's Witness life, you know. But I thought I'd share that with you, a fellow New Englander. West Corinth, Vermont.
I freaking love it. I love it. Yeah, Vermont is a beautiful state. It's New Hampshire upside down, but it's.
You know, it's like if you live in the South and you want like the pleasures of the North, you know, like go up there.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, well, I love it up here. I love my life up here, and
that's cool, man. What do you do for a living?
But another thing that I have in common with you, Eric, and this is what I want to talk to you about is, well, I had a couple of best friends, and they were actually my cousins, just like you and your cousin, you know, that you lost, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know, that I 100% understand and agree with you. You know, it's all the religion, everything removed. That yes, you know, our best friends could be our cousins, man. And yeah, I did. I've lost a couple of cousins that were actually my best friends. You know, and you know, so I just wanted to let you know that I feel for you. You know, and I've had cousins. I had a cousin that yeah, he was my best friend. And he's still alive, but he's now in that world, you know, where he's not approachable anymore because he chose to, you know, choose that life, you know, the life where the junkie life, you know what I mean? And and it's just a matter of time before I'm going to lose him. But I already feel like I lost him. You know what I mean? But he was my fucking friggin' best friend, and I just want you to know that I know exactly how you felt. That's all. I just that was the only reason why I came on, is to let you know that I understand how a friggin' cousin can be a best friend. You know, and yeah, that's it, bud. That's it.
I'm sorry, Tom. How are you, Tom, these days?
Well, let me just conclude with this, brother, before I let you talk, sister. Thank you so much for sharing. You know, I appreciate your pain too, brother. It's so sad what we have to go through, and it doesn't feel fair. And I appreciate your sympathy, and I appreciate what you say to me. You know. Go ahead, sister. Did you have something to say?
Eric.
Oh, go. Yep.
All I wanted to say, Eric, is I wanted to
Yeah,
say
go ahead, brother.
And yeah, and New Hampshire is a wonderful, and we still have some of the best places. You know, there's some of the best skiers. Ragged is still here. I live right down the road from Ragged. Gunstock's right down the road from where I live. We're still here, and they still kick ass. But better, you know. But you know, hopefully you get to enjoy some good ski time. I can't physically anymore. I used to love to. That's where I learned to ski, was Gunstock.
Gunstock. Yeah, I know Gunstock. I've been there. In fact, I had a when I was in junior high school, a teacher said something to me about a test, and I said, I know I'm supposed to be there, but my family and I are going on vacation, and we're going to Gunstock, you know, to ski and snowboard. And he said, oh, well, tell him so and so, and you'll get a discount. And I did. coolest. He was an Italian guy that did science, and it was the coolest thing. I loved it. I mean, it wasn't a lot, but it was enough. It was like, you know, we probably saved about $40 between all of us, 4 of us, or no, about 4 of us. Hey, brother, remind me your name. I got to write it down so I remember. Tom from New Hampshire. Thank you, because it takes me a few times to hear.
Yeah.
Keep in touch, brother. If you ever want to get a hold of me and talk, my email is ERIK, Eric, and then the last name is CUBLER @gmail.com. And if you can just go back to the video and watch it, but it's ERIKCUBLER @gmail.com.
Yeah. Well,
I'm saying it wrong. It's ERIKCUBLER 1981 @gmail.com. I forgot about that part. My bad.
Howdy Paw. My email is Howdy Paw.
What is it?
It's Howdy Paw. Howdy Paw. Like,
gotcha.
That's me. Because I'm not good about that kind of communication. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Political? Nah. I feel you.
This is about where I go. I call and I talk to you guys on the phone. But I'm not. I don't know. I just don't. I'd love to. I really would. I would start to talk to Brad a little bit in Australia, but I just don't keep up with my email. I don't email. I'm one of those old-fashioned guys that just doesn't do that crap.
What about text messaging?
Yeah, I'll text message. I can do text message.
Well. If Brad agreed, I can't speak for him, but if he agreed, I talk to him quite often on WhatsApp, and a lot of other people do too. There's a big community on that. The thing is with the WhatsApp is that you can talk and text to people, and it won't affect your plan, and you won't get charged.
it's not a matter of charge. It's a matter of
Well, no. Even the texts go through easy. You know, it's just another platform.
Yeah, definitely. I love you guys. I listen to you all the time. And
We love
I
you
have
too, Tom. Thank you.
a lot of respect for all of your shit that you've gone through. I live it and I feel it. Friggin' feel it, man. I just
Thank you, brother.
want to share the fact that you know I've had best friends that were just my cousins, you know, but they're my best friends, you know, and that's what I wanted to share with you. But yeah, no, I'm right up the road, man. I'm right up the road. I live in, you know, right up next to Gunstock, you know, it's straight down the road from me, you know, and Canaan, yeah, and you know, Canaan, whatever. That I just was over there in Bristol, New Hampshire, and Alexandria today. You know, it's like right next to the other.
Okay, there's a Bristol, New Hampshire. Is it on the water?
Oh, we got lakes all over. Yeah, we got Lake Winnipesaukee, we got Lake Winnisquam, Lake Lockheed.
Bristol. Where is Bristol? Is it landlocked? Is it in the water, near the water at all, like on the coast, or
No, it's right in the middle of the state. I'm right in the middle
of the state? Okay.
Newfoundland Lake.
I was just curious because we have a Bristol, Rhode Island, and it's right on the bay. So I was just curious if there was a coincidence.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of the state, man.
That's cool.
Yeah. I have, my boy has a house right on Lake Waukee, you know, and it's like right next to Lake Winnipesaukee. And Lake Winnipesaukee is like the biggest lake in New Hampshire, you know, so that's where we are. Right in the center of the state, man.
You know what I missed the most from New England?
I just wanted to just share with you the fact that I understand how, even though it's a cousin, and they're still
sure.
You know what I mean? And I understand that, and it sucks, you know, that what you went through, you lost your best friend who was also your freaking cousin, you know?
Yep.
And the fact that, you know, we're witnesses, or we were brought up as witnesses. I mean, I actually relate to apostrophe more than I do with you, is because I was never actually baptized, but I was a unbaptized publisher, and so they treat me, you know, a little bit different, but not necessarily. You know what I mean? It's like conditional.
Sure, that's cool.
As long as they don't think, if they think that I am being an apostate, if they think I'm being an apostate, if any of them actually hear me on this show, which I'm pretty confident they won't, but if any of my family hears me on this show, they're going to label me as an apostate. But until they will talk to me, you know, because I was never baptized. I was 18 years old, and I was an unbaptized publisher, and thankfully I had one smart elder who was like, Tommy, you should not get baptized, you know, and out of the three, you know what I mean? So one guy, no, let's not let him get baptized, and thank God, because I was only the one to doing it because I felt like I had to, you know, but and they said no, and so therefore I was brought up during the time when even if you weren't baptized, you were still treated as if you were disfellowship. So I spent 2 years of hell. When I finally did leave at 18, I was treated as if I was baptized. My mother would not even talk to me. She treated me as if I was dead. I could see her. I could be at the same stinking grocery store in my small town here, you know, and she would just totally ignore me. And you talk about hurt. Oh my God, that was like putting friggin'. I know exactly what it feels like for this fellowship, because it's like taking a goddamn hot poker and just putting it right to your chest. To have your own mother just totally ignore you. I wasn't even baptized, but she treated me the same as she would treat as if I was baptized. And so I totally understand. And then they changed the rules. The light got brighter 2 years later. And she had to make a big deal of that. Oh, son, you got to come to my house. And I thought somebody died. But no, she had to show me this friggin' Watchtower article where the light got brighter. And guess what, son? I don't have to treat you like you did anymore. And that right there, my friend, is why I'm telling you. So if it was true in 1986 that I was dead to you, now all of a sudden 1988 they got new light, and you're allowed to talk to your own friggin' son who was never baptized, because the friggin' these guys in upstate New York or wherever, but they were in Brooklyn at the time. But all of a sudden they decided, we're getting sued way too much, so now we have to change the rule and just can't talk to your kid because he was not baptized. He did not actually make a commitment to this organization. And so now the fact that Tommy, guess what? Oh, wait. Tommy's brother, guess what? Tommy was there when his brother was born. Tommy was 12 and his brother was born. And because Tommy decided that he didn't want to be a Jehovah's Witness anymore, but he was never baptized. But his brother was no longer allowed to talk to his own older brother, who actually changed his diapers for him. He was really. So now all of a sudden it's okay because the truth. Oh, the light got brighter.
It gets brighter and brighter.
Yeah. So I'm telling you what, that never separated with me. The light got brighter. So now all of a sudden I can be friends with my own brother again. But he had no idea. He's 5 years old. I get this fellowship. He can't talk to his brother for no reason because his brother doesn't want to be a Jehovah's Witness. And now all of a sudden, now that he's 7, oh, guess what? We can talk to Tommy again? Oh, Jehovah changed his mind.
Right?
Yeah, Joe changed his mind. Is that ridiculous? I'm just telling you, I just wanted to share that with you. And also, I wanted to share with you the fact that not only was I really close to my brother, and thank God I have a really good relationship with him now to this day, but I had cousins, that were my age, that I grew up with, that were like brothers. And I understand how you feel about losing your cousins. And I just wanted to, that was my whole purpose of calling, was to share with you the fact that some of my best friends were my actual cousins, and a lot of people don't understand that, but I think you do, Eric, because you experienced it, because, they were your friends. They weren't just your cousins, they were your friends.
I was extremely disappointed that my family wouldn't tell me that. It's like they kind of really crappy for. I mean, that's putting it. They're really shitty for doing that to me. I mean, because they knew how close I was to him. In fact, he didn't just give me a place to stay; he gave me friends. When I was disfellowshipped, I had a crew of people that I was friends with. They helped me through things. We We used to gamble together, and like every was it Wednesday or Thursday, we would go up to my buddy's attic, who had a girlfriend and a kid, and she'd be working, and he was done with work, and we go up to the attic, and we would all play Texas Hold'em, smoke weed, and drink some beers, and then just have a good time and have fun. And these guys were there for me. My wife and I were separated for a little while, and when we got back together, my buddy was happy for me that I was getting back together with my wife. And I didn't have a car at the time, and this worldly guy, he gave me a truck, his truck to pick up my wife, and we went. I went back to his house, and we took a bus to my apartment in Providence. And actually, it's one of the best times of my wife and I, because we were both separated from Watchtower, and she was an active Jehovah's Witness. I was disfellowshipped, and she was visiting me from Florida, and we got back together then. And we because I lived in the part of Providence that, even though it was in the ghetto, it was like literally like a block away from the Italian section, like a nice part. And there's all kinds of nice restaurants, and we would eat there. We'd walk there all the time, and just eat at really nice pizza places and all kinds of Italian delis and just really good restaurants. Even Mexican food they had there that was really good too. And it was the best time of our life. And we were she brought some weed with her from a friend of hers in Florida, and it was skunk. It was like garbage. And so I gave her some, and we smoked weed together, even though she was not a disfellowship. And we had the best night of our life. And she got a little too high off a bong, and I gave her some food because she was like crying and laughing. She came down off of it, and then I played some Pink Floyd music, and we had the time of our life. And you know what? Watchtower could never give us that experience, because it really was a good experience. We weren't controlled by anybody, and we just did what we wanted. And we would get all kind. We could literally just go for a walk, even though it was in the ghetto, and be out of the ghetto in 2 seconds, and be in the nicest part of Little Italy in Providence. And we could get breakfast, lunch, dinner, anything. It was a really good experience that Watchtower could never do for us.
Yeah. Hey, just so you know, I share with you I would have to say Pink Floyd is my favorite of all. I don't care. I love country music, but Pink Floyd is still my #1 favorite. And the fact that you said that, I just thought I'd share that with you. But
that's cool.
And that's crazy, the way they do that. Crap.
The very first time that I got high, it was this kid. I was 16 and was in junior high school, and he kept wanting me to get high with him. I'm like, nah, I'm a Jehovah's Witness, but like things weren't going so good at home. So this kid, his name was Bill Murray, like the comedian.
All right, yeah.
And I finally told him, I'm ready to get high, and he's like, really? And I'm like, yep. And he's like, I don't have any. And then this other kid, like that he knew, tried to get me high in a toilet paper roll, and it didn't work. And then he finally hooked me up, and he was so happy. And he just is like, just ignore the teachers; they won't do nothing. And he put a headset on me, and it was Pink Floyd. What's the one with the prism? Dark Side of the Moon. Dark Side of the Moon. And I tripped out of class, and it was a great experience, because it was like a release of freedom, not just getting high, but it was like I was free from Watchtower and my family for like, a few hours.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good. That's a beautiful story.
I don't encourage drug use, but I don't consider pot like really harmful.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. I think.
In fact, I don't consider myself a drug addict, because that's I guess if you're technical about it from the government standards, that's the only drug I do.
But I've heard you say before that if is people would get rid of their critical thinking skills would kick in.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
And they would be able to see through the bullshit a little bit easier, and that's why they don't want them to do that. You know, I agree with that 100%.
Because my father, who was an elder, he got this fellowship for smoking pot. He lived a double life for 5 years, I've said before, and he told me once that it's the best high ever, and who knows, maybe in paradise we'll all be smoking it.
I don't. The only reason why I can't is because of the DOT policies. But
Everybody's got a reason why not to, drug testing or whatever, you know. Or sometimes it doesn't agree with you. I'm not saying that everyone should do it. It just depends. You know, for me personally, it grounds me and it helps me with my pain from being a hemophiliac. You know, I was prescribed it from a doctor in Rhode Island, and it helps.
I would drink less if I smoked pot. I would drink.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Yep.
Yep. And drinking is a lot worse, you know, than smoking. That's sure. And
yeah, for sure, man. I agree with you.
yeah. Man, I don't know, you know, Eric, really, I relate to you in so many different ways. You know, I enjoy I don't know. I honestly don't really know how to say it, but it's like you have a really good way of expressing yourself, and you're the pasta babe. You guys are a great combination. I love.
Oh, thank you.
Format. I really do. I love the new format.
That's awesome. I really appreciate you, Tom.
So we're flowing okay back and forth. That's good. That's good.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys get back to your show. It's been really good shooting the shit with you.
Thank you, Tom.
The same, brother. Thank you so much, Tom, for calling.
Cool. You don't call in often, Tom, do you?
Yeah, go ahead, honey. This is what's her name from Sweden? I forgot your first name. Sorry.
Grace. She's actually asking Tom
Grace.
a question.
Oh,
she's at
Tom, you still there? Grace is trying to talk to you.
Yes. Hi, Grace. Yes, I've called in a few times. I'm not very regular because this is difficult. Everybody is asleep in my house, and I have to be in my bathroom, you know, so I can talk to you guys. But
Thank you so much.
enjoy this.
To have to sneak into the bathroom. That's so awesome. It's so freaking awesome. I just love that.
I listen to every 6 Street episode that there is. I listen to.
That is so cool.
Whether I can call in or not, I listen to it at least, because to me, this is, I don't know. I honestly don't totally understand, but it's been this many years, and this just helps me. I just enjoy it, and I need it. I need you guys. I love listening to all of your experiences, your thoughts, and that's my new drug. Pretty much, you guys are my drug. I love the 6 Screens.
Hey, Tom.
And
we need you just as much.
When I can participate, it really means a lot to me, and it's really awesome to talk to you guys. I'm not very good with email and Gmail and all that other stuff. So just talking live and saying what's on my mind that's how I do things, you know, and I like it. And so that's how that works. So anyways, I'm going to let you guys go. It was good to talk to you again. And I will hopefully talk to you again at another time. And thank you.
Tom. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, it just blows me away that he was never baptized yet treated like that. That's happened to a few people, very few people. What blows me away is like what I heard from there's a gal that calls him named Hitley, and she's usually up to date with the latest terminology and stuff. And according to Watchtower, I'm a visitor. I'm a visitor because I've never been baptized, right? But you see, what I've experienced is I've been a hostage.
Yeah.
I grew up as a hostage. Like, there was no other option, but I was going to be there, right? I was a hostage taken door to door. I was a hostage taken to all the meetings, all the assemblies, and all the everythings,
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
You're an introvert, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Well, like for Desiree, it was a nightmare to go to the door. What was it like? It had to be frightening for you too, not wanting to talk to strangers. Like it might be easier for someone who's really extroverted, is what I'm saying. And
I
it could
was
be
more
easy for me. I was
extroverted
still
than-
on. Oh, you were more extroverted.
Yes, I was more extroverted then. I've just paid attention to.
So it was a little easier for you.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't even imagine what Desiree went through, because people that are, natural introverts, to have to go. Okay, first off, stranger danger. Okay, you're not supposed to talk to strangers, and we're taught to go to strangers' doors that are worldly and share the gospel, right? And try to convince them to leave their religion and come join ours to save their lives, right? And then what else they put on us? The guilt trip is that if we don't do that, it's called this commission thing, we will have their blood on our hands come Armageddon. That's an unfair burden to put on members.
Oh, of course.
Growing up having that mindset, that's so abusive. Okay, so here we have Desiree that this kind of stuff doesn't come natural to her, and she's being forced to do something that is so out of character for her.
On top of that, one more thing. On top of that, for her, she also, like, her personality type, her second function is extroverted feeling. So first function, introverted intuition, second function, extroverted feeling. So that means, and that's my third function, and that means that we are greatly bothered by like what goes around. Like, we're not bothered, but we're greatly involved what goes all around in the social network, like to help others and to like if something is happening, our feeling is for the other person in that moment, not ourselves. So she's knocking on that door thinking, I don't want to be knocked on my door, and this sucks because I'm knocking on someone's door and I know how this feels. And she lives in that in her second function. So on top of that, it's like this guilt feeling.
Yeah. It's growing up as a JW kid is horrifying. Well, it was for me.
For sure. Yeah, for me too. No, for me too.
Was for me, it comes a lot of times. It comes down to, you've heard terminology like, "Oh, well, you don't want to do this because it'll drag Jehovah's name through the mud." Let me just say something. I think Jehovah God's big enough to be responsible for his own reputation, and it should not be ours. Okay, our responsibility to make sure he has a good name. How about he do that for himself? I mean, am I responsible for your good name, Eric? I mean, are you responsible for mine?
Right.
I mean, we're not. So why do we got to be responsible for Jehovah God, the God of the universe, the creator of all things? And we have to be responsible for making sure he has a good reputation. And then this other stuff too, like they'll be preaching out from the pulpit. If you do this, it makes Jehovah sad, or it disappoints Jehovah rather. And if you do this, then it pleases Jehovah. So we're responsible for his feelings and his good name.
Oh, for sure.
This is not okay. This is truly an unfair burden to put on people, and to put it on kids is crap. My heart goes out to
Feeling
Deborah.
because
Had to
they
do that. Go ahead,
sorry.
Grace.
Is someone trying to speak up? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry. You go on, Linda.
Oh, I'm finished. Your turn.
Go ahead, Grace.
Okay. That you, I get the feeling it's like a big military operation. Big mass meetings, they promise work and bread, and also, this is what I've been thinking about lately, that they set an example, like, almost like in the military, they shoot one person to scare the other people off, that they will obey you then. So, I think they use some people just to disfellowship them in order to scare the others to follow them blindly, or this is just what I'm feeling. They just use some people. Have you ever thought about that, Linda?
Yes. Yes. Have you noticed that, Eric?
Yeah, I've noticed it.
And it kind of works, you know.
For sure.
We
Like
see the
scare tactics.
consequence. Yes. And not only that, Grace, which is a big thing. Then there's our kingdom melodies that sound like marching songs to go out to battle, right? Many of them, but they're called melodies. No.
Oh, that's horrible, actually. Oh.
Do you recall like some of the music that we used to sing? 10,000.
Yeah, I remember. I remember a lot of them.
10,000 at your left. It's like so. Da, 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 da. It's very like, you know, military.
Soldiers of God, we don't live a life of ease.
Right? This is like,
it's like so doomsday sounding.
And it's
I
very
wish I
like,
knew the rest of the lyrics.
But it makes an impact when you sing it together and you're in a setting of being in God's army, right?
Yeah.
Where are you from, lady? Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Apostle Babe Linda James. Or you talk about Grace from Sweden.
So are you? Is that kind of like on the cusp of being a communist country, or is that all very peaceful?
It used to be a socialist country for a long time, but it's changing now. So.
What is it now?
You grew up.
So what? What is it changing to?
Well,
More democratic?
Say it now. Well, it's some nationalistic forces also that want to preserve the Swedish culture, like Swedish Midsummer and Swedish Sankta Lucia, and just want to preserve the Swedish culture and things.
But you are used to having that type of control from the government that we are not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have less freedoms than we do?
I think we pay a lot of taxes, so we have a more equal society. I mean, if you're in the United States, then the poor are really poor and the rich are really rich. Here in
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Until the recent changes in our economy, I've got to be honest. America's been doing pretty good, in my opinion. I really think so. We're spoiled here. I got to be honest with you, hun. You know, like we're kind of spoiled. I mean, it's getting harder now. Now I'm noticing a difference in our groceries since about 2020. 20, somewhere around there, 21, 22. The gas, the groceries, inflation is up like the wazoo. But before that, I really do have to say we had it made in the shade. The worst time we had gasoline was the Bushes. They raised it because they're oil tycoons, and they raised it to $4 a gallon. I was in the auto body industry, and our paint went up, and it never went back down, even when the fuel went down. And the certain selfishness in our governments and people at interest have hurt us. You know, I'm not going to say what president has been good and what president hasn't, but I know that, like, you know, 3 or 4 years, 5 years ago, I was paying a lot cheaper in gasoline than I am now. And I don't know what's going on in the world, but something's going on. And America used to be, we were, I mean, I don't know. I was spoiled. I think I was spoiled, Grace. Not that I was a spoiled rich kid, but, you know, we lived in like, the suburbs and nice neighborhood, not too fancy. Not the greatest house, but we had. I was 16 years old, had a PlayStation and a TV. I think I had it good. I had a job where I was working. As long as it felt like where I lived in America. As long as you put effort into something, you got something out of it. I used to be my own boss and have a company. I think America has opportunity if your mind and body can allow it. If you can put yourself in a situation and do hard work, you can achieve it. Sometimes there's things that hold you back, and I understand that too.
Yeah. Tom was asking me about Sweden. Now you're telling him about just United States. He already lives in United States.
Well, I'm just saying that we're spoiled here. Like I can't agree that like it's hard here. It's hard maybe now, and it's hard for some people. It's hard for some people, but like when you even the people that have it hard here in this country, we have plumbing, right? Third world countries don't have that. They don't have steady electricity. We have all of that. If you can pay your bills and have a decent lifestyle, you have it better than other people in a third world country. Absolutely. Because I've been to Chile, South America, where the power works sometimes. I know how hard it can be.
Here is the deal. Tom lives in United States. He lives in New Hampshire in United States.
Right.
So he already.
I was asking her about how Sweden is. That's all.
Yes, he was asking me what is going on in Sweden.
Yeah, I did.
I think it's a big difference, Tom, between Sweden and United States.
Yeah, you guys have it good too.
United States only rank on 4th place when it comes to being equal, men and women. Sweden are on 1st place when it comes to men being equal to women, and still we have a long, long way to go. But there's a big difference with United States. It's very common you have this stay-at-home mom. I mean, here in Sweden, practically you could say it doesn't go on here. So we have a lot of daycare, and the children go to daycare very early when they are still very, very small. And even men get the time off from work. Some women and men, they divide the money from the government. So the guy takes half the money and are with the child half the time, and the woman takes the other half and are with the child when it's newborn. So I think it's really a big difference. Like, you can't come to me like with, I think I get this feeling also that there's a big difference, like almost like, here women are used to a certain standard. I mean, I'm from Sweden, nobody can pull that bullshit on me, I'm used to a certain standard of how a woman should be treated compared to a man, even though I have also been a Jehovah's Witness, and I know there are women should be quiet and wear a skirt even if it's cold in the winter and things. I know those things also, but I have also been living in the Swedish society, so I think there's a big difference. But I mean, we still have the Swedish crown, so we are not in the euro. We don't use euro. We still have Swedish crown. There was actually an American star economic guy who came here, And he said a long time ago, keep the Swedish crown and don't join the euro. And he was right, I guess. But I mean, we have problems here also. I mean, but like, I think Swedish people have more better dental care here. Usually people can afford to see the dentist. Maybe not if you're like maybe 95 years old, then you get a very, very big bill from the dentist. Maybe you can't afford it, but usually people can afford to see the dentist in Sweden. So that's also, I feel, a big difference. I don't know what to tell you really, because sometimes the Social Democrats are winning more in Sweden. Sometimes it's the other party a few years, and then they go back to Social Democrats. But and this nationalistic party, it's only the few last, I mean, I don't know, maybe 8 years they have been more successful. Like, I think they have like 20% of the votes now in Sweden. So
I was just curious. I know it's different in every country, and we just, in America, we are so used to things being the way they are here. It's hard to really relate to other people in other countries, and thank you for sharing that.
Can I comment on what Grace
it's
said?
also that you don't
I hear you.
recycle garbage too much in the United States. That's a big difference, because even if you're poor in Sweden, you recycle your garbage.
I recycle.
There's someone else on the line that wants to join you guys. I think it's
Yeah, there's somebody like breathing, or there's. I
Zachary?
hear somebody in the line, right?
I think it's Zach.
I'm not breathing. I am breathing, but not into the phone.
No, I'm sorry, Zach. I just meant like there was noise in the background that I could hear, or I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to insult you. I'm so sorry.
To the phone.
I just heard something. I was like, what is that? Like, but it wasn't. It was just noise in the background of what the microphone. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I know that was an innocent statement. I just want to comment on what Grace said. I have to agree with Grace about the United States. You have the very rich, and you do have the very poor. The gulf between the two over the past 30, 40 years has been widening. And to make the point, like, I might feel comfortable, but what about the next person? There are people who work full-time jobs,
nice,
plus some, and they still can't afford a one-bedroom apartment in a half-decent neighborhood. That's a measure. If a person can't afford a one-bedroom apartment in a decent neighborhood, and they're working their fingers to the bone with full-time work, maybe plus some, that tells you something about the gulf between rich and poor, like Grace said. I have to agree with her.
Thank you.
But you can say anything to me, Zachary. I just love listening to you because of your voice.
Thank you, Grace.
Well, I don't know if I should mention this in the comment section or not. There was I'm gonna let it go. I don't know. Like, it's all right. It's from a woman. It's from a woman, right? And it's about the Scandinavian countries and about how their mentality is. And I just don't know if I want to get into that, Linda.
Okay.
There's an interesting point, but maybe I'll get set on fire. Huh?
Desiree?
I would not say the name, that's for sure.
But Tom, I wanted to
no intention of politics. at all.
I wanted to say something to you, Tom, because way back, I mean, it was way, way back, I almost gave up calling in, and you were encouraging me, like, call in, your English is not so bad, and keep calling in. And I almost gave up that night, and you made me keep calling for several months because you encouraged me. So,
Well, that's excellent to hear, and I am glad that that helped. And I meant it, and I still mean it. That's excellent. I do enjoy listening to your comments and your thoughts. Really, that is really cool. Thank you.
well, thank you.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I'd leave that alone too. I think I would go fact check on that. Yes, I will. I'll be doing some fact checking on that.
Fact
I can have to go back, and listen to Tom. Whenever I felt like not calling in, I could go back and listen to the tape again. And he said, keep calling.
Yeah, I remember that. That's awesome. Nice.
But you were in the car then. You were in the car driving to work, but you
Yeah, I was. Yes, I was working. Yeah, I was working. I was working at Portland, Maine Airport. Yeah. I was working
that
at the
early or
airport.
late? Okay, but was that early or late you were going? Because
I don't remember, but I just know that obviously early because I was heading up there and you guys were online. So I must have been going there to be there early in the morning. So, yes.
okay.
Yeah. But yeah, my hours are crazy here. I work crazy hours. Sometimes I work nights and sometimes I work days. And this last week I've been working nights on in New Hampshire, not Maine, but in New Hampshire. This lately, and I work nights. So from like 7 p.m. till 5 a.m. That's what I've been doing. Yeah. But I have a nice long weekend coming up, and I'm looking forward to it.
That's right. Actually, this weekend is a long day. Is a 3-day weekend, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. So I don't have to work Sunday night or Monday night. So I get paid for both nights. So most people just get paid for the one day of a holiday. I get paid for 2.
Right on. Right on.
But yeah, Pasta Babe, I miss you. I love listening to you, and I love listening to Eric. And I'm glad that you guys have this new thing where you guys can shoot shit together. I really do. I love it.
I'm looking forward to it,
Great.
and we're gonna learn each other. And we had a conversation. Well, I informed his ass that we can disagree on stuff. Just as long as we're not getting belligerent about it, we can have debates and have our reasons why, and that it's a good thing to be able to do that. Matter of fact, one of the things I loved about my son when he was a teenager is he would hang out with all his buddies and talk I don't know what, but I would listen to them debate amongst each other, and it was just so cool because they'd be like, yeah, well, that's true about this, but then there's that. I thought it was like this was something I never got to do as a teenager, is to talk about any subject and be able to debate. And they're still buddies afterwards, after the debating, I think there's healthy debating possibilities.
I don't think that you guys could have come up with anything better. I think this is awesome. I really do. And I think that I'm speaking for a lot of other people that are feeling the same way, because this is awesome.
Cool.
And way, or else you guys wouldn't be doing this. And I think that a lot of your, yeah, well, you're still my favorite apostate.
Thank you. Thank you. I've brainwashed you to believe it. Yeah. Woo.
Yeah. I love it. I love the new format, and I'm gonna let you guys go. But I'm glad that I am able to. I just feel comfortable talking to you guys. You know, I really do.
I love you too, Tom. I really enjoy the way you look at things, the way you share the things that you do, and I just really like you too. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
And
yeah, I'm gonna let you guys go. Bye.
okay. You know, I look forward every week to get to hear these familiar voices and new people to call in. Who just said hello?
Someone there?
I thought I heard somebody speaking up, but
Yeah,
you know,
I thought I did too, but it's not there anymore.
You know, I've been listening to your show on a regular basis before my show would start, you know, for a good while now. And I liked the way you handled people that would call in. And, you know, both of us kind of figure out how to juggle a little bit. We kind of screw it up sometimes, but, you know, we try, right? And,
Yeah,
and
I think we do.
I think people notice that and see that, you know. But I've liked the way you've interacted with different people that have called in. So, yeah, I've seen that on your show. So I think after about a month or so, we're going to really know our
rhythm.
Yeah, exactly. And we're learning it now. And even now, it's not awkward to me. It's actually very comfortable. So thank you for that.
Hey, just give me if you can take over for 1 second and let me talk to somebody real quick through my text, and I'll just bounce
Sure.
up. We're just like not even a minute.
Sure.
I just need a response. Thank you, hon. Sorry to do that to you.
No problem. I'm glad you're telling me. That's what we do. We kind of just do that. So Linda Lowton sent me some info, and I love it when Linda sends me things because it's usually stuff I haven't even heard of, and she's so sharp and on top of things. And it was a post in Reddit regarding the recent allegations against Anthony Morris. Okay. And I just want to read a little bit of this to you guys so that we can kind of open this up, maybe discuss it a little bit, but we can go from there. Okay. Regarding the recent allegations against Anthony Morris, rather. I'm trying to find that thing that scoots it down. And what this is called is an amendment, okay? It says news. An amendment. We want to reiterate, in light of a new and additional commentary to this situation, that we absolutely will not tolerate any calls for violence or threats against TM3, meaning Tony Morris III. We understand that everyone has their own valid feelings about him and Watchtower, but threats of violence will be removed and reported to the admin. This is not only the policy of our sub, but also of Reddit. We take it seriously if you see any comments or posts that endorse these, please report them immediately. And then it says, recently some allegations against Tony Morris have been shared through social media. We want to take a moment to reflect on our community and Reddit's rules, as well as reiterate the importance of verifying claims. First of all, allegations of abuse of any kind are always difficult to hear. For all survivors of CSA, we want to especially be respectful and thoughtful. Opening up about this sort of trauma takes courage and resilience. We want to support members of our community who come forward with their stories. We also feel that there are current pathways to seeking justice. Stalking or harassing active JWs at their homes or places of worship is not one of those ways. It not only portrays all former JWs negatively, it also destroys a survivor's credibility and potentially damage legal grounds they have to pursue justice. I need to read that again. It not only portrays all former JWs negatively, it can also destroy a survivor's credibility and potentially damage legal grounds they have to pursue justice, and even make their case untouchable by legal counsel. The location of former governing body member was compromised via various social channels, and we abide by Reddit's rules against doxing or harassing. So doxing is exposing where somebody lives and giving out their personal information, such as their address and phone number and such like that. Doxing and harassing. Unfortunately, this information has led some to confront members of a local congregation of which Tony is a member, and can potentially cause harm to innocent individuals, as well as make life difficult for PMO members or members trying to reason with PMI family, PIMI. We urge members of this community to use their logic and reason and verify any and all claims that are brought forward, and do not blindly believe everything you hear. Great claims demand great evidence, and we would all do well to approach any allegations with caution and care, and direct individuals seeking justice to the proper authorities. In order to keep tabs on discussions and to prevent the spread of misinformation, we will be confining all future conversations regarding these allegations to this thread. Thank you for understanding. Thank you all for being a great community and offering support. Stay safe. And there is a 256 comments under this. So I want to encourage you to go to Reddit and go to that. I'm going to read the title of it again, this post, regarding recent allegations against Anthony Morris. Okay, the specific, what this article brings up is that, yes, it's, it's tough for CSA victims and to empathize and everything like that, but to set things up in such a way where someone can be harassed or doxxed is like, it's on the dangerous side. So that was for the XJW Reddit group that we have here on Reddit. So I just thought I'd share that with you. And yeah, what do you think? I think this was wise, a wise addendum. So an addendum is something you add to what's already there. So I'm assuming this is an addendum to the rules and regulations of the Reddit. And somebody in the chat says, I think the allegations was that he did nothing rather than committed an offense, I think. Possibly, yeah. And last week, there was a couple of guests on Rick's show, and some allegations, and they could be true and they might not be true. But I think that was all very well said. It not only talked about how it can make the XJW community look, but it also talked about, you know, if it goes too far or whatever, it can be dangerous for those people who are around Anthony Morris or that Kingdom Hall where he goes, you know. And these are things that we might not be thinking about. So I really like that they made that addendum. Yeah, an addendum. Yeah. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Do you think that hit the nail on the head?
I do. I do. I do. I think this could get us infighting. And what would be a good reason for us to be infighting?
No reason. I don't know what you're talking about. I think that you're right as far as that hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
People should be able to say what they think, but within reason, you know, without actually making accusations that they don't have any proof for. But we can say what we think, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like it's saying, you know. Just don't be making accusations. You can say what you think that you think, you know, but just don't be making accusations that you can't prove.
Mm-hmm.
And that's excellent advice for everybody in every walk of life, and that is, I think, reasonable. So
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, we think that we know what it means from what we've heard, and it really makes a lot of sense. But we don't know. So for us to state anything as fact, that would not be wise. And that's all that's saying is, don't be making stories, you know, that you don't actually know just because you think. Well, yeah, okay, we're going to say what we think. And this is what we think. But we have to say it that way. If we say that we know it, then, yeah, you're going to pay the price. You know, you can't go making statements, you know, as if they're fact when you don't actually have any proof to back them up.
Yeah. And
that's the way I see it. You know, that's all. Just to get it's good advice for all of us. You know,
I agree.
Advice for all of us to think about everything that is being thrown out there, because we all want to believe this or that or the other thing, but until we know, we just have to go on what we think we know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, I was saying that I'm not saying, and I don't think that the Reddit post is saying, I don't think it's saying to not pay attention to your intuition. That wasn't brought up at all. Always pay attention to your intuition. Follow your gut. That was something we weren't encouraged to do in the organization, and it is our best thing to use now. So it's not about whether you believe it or not, but how to, when this kind of thing comes up, and these kinds of things have come up in the past within the community, they can it can create some infighting. But you know, what it was talking about was really good points. It was, and I like the way they presented it. Like, this is something that, you know, is really tragic. You know, so they gave honor to CSA victims, yet at the same time, we need to pay attention to our behavior and what we're going to do with what we hear from others, you know, because it can be very damaging what we do with it, or it could be edifying, you know. So we really have to think of and not get, okay, like there's it's very easy to get caught up in it and have like a fervor and actually get fixated and even obsessed on things like this. And that could happen, and then the infighting could happen because some might believe the story, some might not believe the story. So usually when there's something that causes infighting, it usually means something's going on up here, wherever there is, that our intent, that this situation can intentionally be set up in such a way where we're not paying attention to something else. So keep that in mind too, that that's also possible too. But yeah, I wanted to just bring that up. I think that things that were said is on last week's show are in line with things I have come to find about this organization. And then there's other things that were said that just, I don't know where to place it, you know, in my head. And who am I to decide or judge whether it's authentically true or not? Or who am I to decide or judge the intention behind what is being shared? You know what I mean? So I want to strongly suggest that we kind of observe for a while, see what's going on, and then, you know, decide what you're going to, how you're going to be a part of it or not be a part of it, or, you know what I'm saying? And then Rick brought up earlier that Zelda made a video with Chessamanian, right? Or Mannion, rather. And I let you guys know about a month or so ago that she was released, okay? And then he set something up. But again, I was encouraging us to just really give her some time to do some healing and centering and see if she approaches the XJW community rather than us go running to her, you know, to just give her some space and some time. And it seems like she's kind of bringing herself into the XJW community. So we don't know the whole story about all that either, you know, so, you know, pay attention to what's being said and decide to go from there, but try not to do this kind of back and forth thing. Oh, I believe her. Oh, I do not. This is okay. No, it's not. You're an idiot because you don't believe her. How heartless can you be? It gets ugly. You know what I'm saying? This doesn't have to happen, you know? And again, follow your gut. What does your intuition tell you, you know, about these things? It shouldn't have to lead to a situation to where we have to be judge and jury. We don't have to be, you know. But at the same time, we came from a culture that told us things and we believed them, okay, without researching, without checking on the facts, without critically thinking. So it's wise today that when we hear things, we would do these things. This is wise, okay? And then just kind of go from there, you know? That's my suggestion. And I hope it makes sense. Does anybody have any thoughts on that Reddit post? If you get a chance, please go there to Reddit for the XJW section and read that. I'm sure I haven't looked at much of the comments yet. It might just be all drama. I don't even know. But hopefully it'll, you know, I think that was very well said. Very well said. And it was very compassionate. And yet at the same time, it was saying we won't tolerate certain things. And not only will we not tolerate it, it goes against the rules of Reddit. So there was some real boundary setting that I think was very wise that they put out. Is someone there?
It was me, Linda.
Hi.
Excuse me. Oh, go ahead, buddy. Or ma'am. I can't hear what it's.
Sweden, like in Sweden, even if you're telling the truth, you can't really say it. Like if you go on internet and post something that's really true about the person, but negative to their character, it's not legal. You can actually end up having to pay, even if you're the victim and you tell the truth. You will have to pay money to the person who hurt you. And I get the feeling, I don't know if I'm right, I get the feeling that in America you can just, as long as you tell the truth, nobody can come after you legally, but I'm not too sure. But anyway, I'm kind of cautious because also I think like this is like, it's late in the night or late in the morning, and what if I say something? Maybe I misspoke or said something that's not really correct, and then maybe somebody will come after me, or I mean, I'm really careful what I say. And also I was thinking, well, Rick Show can get down, I guess, or something else I was thinking. Here is I'm thinking, and this really amazes me because people say this to me. But he's a military guy, and he is this, and he is that, and he can do no wrong because he's a military guy. But I mean, like here in Sweden, we had a high-ranked, very, very high-up policeman who did very bad things, like sexually to very young women. He was really having a lot of respect, and then he fall from grace. So, I mean, it can happen to anybody. What if they are in the military or police? It could be even worse over there because they can be a bit narcissistic if you're leading those kind of organizations, or if you're a judge or you're police, or I mean, it amazes me. But I mean, then as going so far to say he did something on his own, but he could have been involved, like, I feel they must have known. I mean, the governing body, when it came to this girl that was sexually abused by her stepdad, and he was in the movies, he made the movies. I mean, it was obvious the governing body knew. So why wouldn't they know now? Why wouldn't they know now when they knew back then about things? I mean, I feel it's just obvious. They must know.
You would think so. And what you're saying could apply to the couple of guests that was on Rick's show last week, or even other situations such as, there used to be a couple that had a child, then they lived at headquarters, it could be applied to that. So, but again, I think I understand what you're talking about. Like, we need to be careful because things that we say could be considered slander, right? I know the organization has things set up to where that they can accuse us of hate speech and things like that. So, and again, slander, that's a possibility too. So I'm not saying to just be observant and pay attention to your intuition, and to be careful not to get on the bandwagon. And that's a thing that's very easy to do, is to get on the bandwagon, which is like the latest trending thing to do. And it could be under any subject. Pay attention to yourself, pay attention to your intuition. Is this really something you want to be a part of? Or do you want to wait a while and learn some more things first? Just give it some thought before you jump on a bandwagon, because it seems like the thing to do, because when people jump on the bandwagon, usually they're quickly influenced and then they join, rather than taking some time out and critically thinking and then choosing whether or not to join this bandwagon that's happening. You see what I'm saying? So I wanted to encourage that too. Yeah, stuff like that. But thank you, Linda. Linda Lowton sent that to me. She sends me the coolest stuff. Again, I have such admiration for her. Like she's who I want to be when I grow up. kind of admiration, you know. But yeah, it's amazing. Even personality-wise, she and I are quite a bit different. But I've had opportunities to talk with her. I remember one night, it was, gosh, maybe 2 years ago, and she was talking about some time she spent with her mother, and she was over there at her place, and they were dancing and having a really nice evening. And then she had bought some curtains for her bathroom or something to that effect, and then later on those curtains were sent back to her, and I don't believe it was her mother that did it. It was somebody else, and it was just so hurtful for Linda to experience that. Even though personality-wise, she and I are very different, compassionately, she understands me and the things like we understand each other in moments such as that. How the organization influences members to treat us is devastating, just devastating. So it's being able to come to where you hear other people tell stories similar to yours, and for you to be able to get it and say, yeah, I understand, or me too, it is so edifying to others. It's so confirming, because when we're trying to adjust to society at large, there really isn't very many people out there that can identify to why your mother hasn't spoken to you for 5 to 30 years. What the hell could you have done that's so evil and so wicked that your mother doesn't even talk to you? Like, that's how they would think, that they don't understand the dynamics that goes on within this culture, that we were involved in, that the members are put in such a position that they need to be obedient to the cue of, so-and-so is no longer a Jehovah's Witness. That's a cue right there for them to begin to shun that person that is no longer a Jehovah's Witness. This is not something that somebody in society at large can even identify with. I've been doing a lot of research lately on ostracism and shunning, and how it affects the psyche. And it is one of the cruelest things you can do. It is not Jehovah's loving provision at all. At all. When somebody gives you the cold shoulder, that's not them loving you. They're giving you the cold shoulder. When you show up at a job and nobody speaks to you, that's not teamwork. That's not something the upper management has been encouraging them to do. It's called icing when it comes to somebody's work situation. And if you look it up, it's considered harassment, it's considered bullying, and it's considered creating a hostile environment, and that it's wrong for people to have to go to work and work in a hostile environment. So if that's the case on somebody's job, and then over here in Jehovah's loving religion and organization, the one that God's using, how is it God's Jehovah's loving provision over here? You see what I'm saying?
They believe with every fiber of their being that it is a loving arrangement.
Yes.
They don't want to do this, but they believe that it is loving. That the friggin' society or organization has convinced their members to believe that their shunning is a loving arrangement, and there is zero loving anything about it. There's nothing loving about it, but they do believe it.
Mm-hmm.
they get away with that? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Hey, Linda.
Any
Yes.
idea?
It's Eric.
Hi, Eric. Are you back?
Well, I've kind of had one of those nights, and if it's okay with you, do you think you can take over and I bail out?
Sure. Yeah, not a problem.
It's just been a little, I don't know. It's been a rough night for me, but but I had a good night, and we'll make it better. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Eric. I enjoyed you co-hosting with me tonight.
You too, hon. You have a great night. Thanks, y'all.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
The organization talks about this as being a form of discipline that would talk us into realizing the error of our ways and return back to the organization when it's not discipline. But because they call it discipline, and because we're in a position of being children, like they make us positionally like children and the leadership like parents, when another sibling is being disciplined, the other siblings know better than to interrupt that and get in the middle of that. I mean, it's kind of like that. Some people will, but for the most part, that's kind of the setting that I see this in. The organization, the leadership, mother org, governing body, and then we're much like children. And if that's a consequence, it's presented as discipline, and discipline is supposed to be for learning, right? For them to learn their lesson, right? But in actuality, it's punishment. So they've labeled it these different things that it truly is not. So the members are also told to be more loyal to Jehovah than, your family, which is ridiculous, because you could actually be very loyal to Jehovah and still loyal to your family. It's different level. You know what I'm saying? Parents can have a loyalty to themselves and also a loyalty to their children, but they're different levels. You know what I'm saying? So what they're asking is simply be loyal to the parent and to do exactly what they're being told to do and to not interrupt it, because you would be interrupting something, quote unquote, God is doing. They literally call it a discipline from God, and it's not.
And they swallow that.
Yeah. Yeah, and the way it's put to them is putting Jehovah first. Doesn't that sound good? I've heard this other term called family first. Never heard of it in the Watchtower. Never heard of JW say it ever. Not to say none of them do. I've never heard it. What is this thing that they call family first? I haven't experienced it. I just haven't. I've known growing up my whole life, if I need a blood transfusion, my mother will be right there watching me die. Faithful to Jehovah. Faithful to Jehovah is what she'll be as she watches me die. Now, as I was growing up, I didn't know that CPS will probably come in and save my ass. I didn't know that. In my head, I will die. And my mother will allow it, because that will be my mother being faithful to Jehovah and making sure that I will get to be resurrected. Because if I take blood, I don't get to go into the new system. Isn't that fucked up? That's the mind fuckery that they're taught.
It's a mind FUC.
Yeah. So the way things are presented is not, in fact, reality. They're living in an alternate reality.
But it alters our reality too, though, because we have to try and understand because they are our loved ones, and we try, you know. So it doesn't just affect them; it affects us also, you know. And it is an alternate reality, so it really alters our reality hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Marcus Vaughn. He's got videos out. He's hanging out with a gal, Destiny, I think is her name. She's got her own channel too. Destiny, Serenity, whatever it is. She's real cute. So they're kind of an item right now, right? And she was telling a story in one of their videos, because they do some videos together and then apart. She was talking about in one of the videos that they did together that she was at her son's graduation or her daughter's graduation, and other family members were saying things and coming over to the one that was graduating and stuff, and they were observing her bio family there, JW, shunning her, okay? And they were looking at her strangely, like, what's going on? And she just verbally said it. This is called shunning. They're shunning me. They're here to talk to my child, but they're not going to speak to me. And I was so proud of her. I think that stuff needs to be really shown, especially if asked, what's going on? What is this? You know, it's truly foreign to somebody from society at large. Speak it out, call it what it is, especially if you're asked, you know? It's important for them to see it. And somebody from society at large really sees it for what it is. It's been labeled and told to the faithful Jehovah's Witness. It's been packaged differently. You know what I mean?
But it's still shunning.
Yes, it is. Yes. And then there's something else that's different, which is called no contact. And that's something someone would choose to do if they have someone toxic in their lives. They would choose to go no contact with them, meaning they don't want to talk to them anymore, and they don't want to be in a relationship or friendship with them anymore. So they're taking themselves out of the situation for their own protection, okay? So there's no contact, and then there's shunning as a punishment. Shunning is a punishment. No contact is a form of protecting yourself from abusive people, from toxic people who do damaging and abusive things to you or me. You see the difference?
It's the same, though.
It is the same. It's the same result, but it's done for two different reasons.
Understandable.
Yeah, you're right. It's done for two different reasons. When you need to break free from a narcissist that is very abusive to you or me, when you go into looking into their behavior and the kind of behavior you can choose to use, there's something called gray rock and then something called no contact. And gray rock, it's kind of like if you and I were talking one day and you're bringing up this and you're bringing up that, I'm just like, okay, so I won't continue a conversation with you. I'll just be like, kind of like there, but I don't even act like I'm interested in even what a damn thing you're saying. That's gray rock. And the theory is that a narcissist needs to feed off of their victims, okay? And sometimes they'll get a rise out of them, or they will abuse them, or talk about something that happened during the day, and you're supposed to really praise them a whole lot. And when you don't do those things, they go and find a supply someplace else because they need a supply, meaning something to feed off of. So you're limiting their narcissistic supply. Now, when things don't go well for a narcissist, maybe on a job or something, maybe they got fired and told that, you know, why they got fired. And of course, yes, they did it, but they don't see it that way. That's considered a narcissistic injury. It's never pretty when a narcissist is experiencing a narcissistic injury, because that's when the hissy fits start. That's when it's like all hell breaks loose and heads are gonna roll. They're gonna throw a hissy fit, and it's gonna be loud and it's gonna be big.
Look forward to that day with one specific narcissist.
You know, when you start looking into narcissism and the different things that are characteristics of a narcissist, it really helps explain, really helps connect the dots to how we were treated in the organization and what we experienced in the organization. It starts to be like, oh, okay, so it was that, you know, or, you know, you understand some ways that other people might have treated you, or why you couldn't get through to some people, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I just want to encourage people that are listening to this to start looking into narcissism, start educating yourself on what it is. We all have a bit of narcissism. There's like, if you consider it a scale, there's like a scale of narcissism. You know, some people are on the lower part of the scale and some people are on the higher part of the scale, and some people are in between. There's a bit of narcissism in all of us, and the ones that are higher up on the scale are the ones that are more toxic for other people usually, and much less compassionate and or intuitive. So they just kind of don't even realize half the stuff they're doing that's incredibly damaging to someone. They hardly even realize it. And they have usually a sense of entitlement. Like they'll show up, and just like move in and never move out, you know, stuff like that, without even like asking you, can I stay with you for a few weeks or whatever. They just move in as if it's their place too, when it's not, you know, stuff like that.
So like you've done a lot of research on this, because that's pretty deep. Yeah.
Learning about narcissism is what woke me up. That's what woke me up to the truth not being the truth. You know, I left the organization about 18 or 19, had about a 7-year period. Then I met Cynthia Hampton, who was on that show that I was talking about earlier with Leah Remini, and spent about 30 years being a Christian, you know, mainstream Christianity. And at the beginning, it was learning the doctrinal differences of the Watchtower with mainstream Christianity. And I enjoyed that for quite a while and raised my kids within Christianity as well. And then a few years ago, within more of research that I did, and because I did read the Bible, I ended up becoming an unbeliever, which I never thought I would be. I'm telling you, never thought I'd be an unbeliever of that God in the Bible. But that's where I'm at today, and I've always been surprised since then. Just, I mean, I have more peace today than I ever have. I'm not saying that I'm in a place where I'm not movable. I'm not saying that I won't believe in God again some other time. That's possible. But today, that's not where I'm at, because I've read the Bible. I've heard people use terminology like, you know, they left the Bible behind. Like they just
Well, the
I
Old
just
Testament
threw it away.
of
But
the Old
I have,
Testament is a
what?
bad person,
Say that again?
right? So the God of the Old Testament seems to be a very bad person.
Yeah.
Understandable why you would feel that way, because if you honestly, that is pretty brutal. Not somebody that you want to cuddle up to. That's for sure.
Yeah. And I think that there's stories in the Bible, New Testament and Old Testament, that are good stories that give good analogies, that give, you know, parables and lessons that we can learn from. So I don't think that, like, I don't see the Bible as something I'm throwing away. I love theology. I love Christology. I love all that stuff. And I have respect for people that are Christians, you know. I don't have this mindset like I need to convert them to be an unbeliever at all. That's no, I don't believe that that's a good thing at all.
Good for you. I understand 100% where you're coming from, because it is very god dang confusing. And it really is, because that was our whole life growing up. That's all we ever knew, and to even think that we could actually set that on the back burner is hard. You know, not just throw it away, but just sit it on the back burner, on the side burner even. You know, it's tough, but when you really just read the Bible for what the Bible is, it really does not paint a very good picture. I don't know. Maybe some people are able to sugarcoat stuff and make excuses for whatever the friggin' decisions that were made. But to me, I 100% I can see exactly why, and I don't. But I am 100% behind you, because I have not discounted anything. But I tell you what, just reading that for itself, black and white, without anybody's opinions or anybody's theological whatever. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, being a gathering at a church is a good thing, because we all need community. Having community is super healthy for someone's well-being. But there are also other places that we can find community as well. I think it's great that church is one of those places, you know, a church or you know, I think we actually have community here through Six Screens on Saturdays, you know. Many of us come back every Saturday.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. We are all good people at heart, and we want to do good for other people. And we may not all agree with everything that, you know, that we have come up with after leaving. But we all still seem to be good people, wanting good for other people, and we do the best we can. And I honestly don't know, but I do know that is important. And that's what I've always thought about churches. You know, at least they get a weekly reminder of good quality, you know, reminders of how to be a good person, you know, if nothing else, you know, even if there's no, without getting into the, you know, I don't know, whatever, the whole legal stuff of the whole thing. The thing is that we learn good morals and how to treat people well, and karma, pretty much, you know. Others, as you'd have them do to you, and that's basically what Jesus boiled it all down to. And to have a weekly reminder of that, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's great. I just can't do it because I can't find one that I agree with 100%. But hey, I think this year, like you said, just getting it all out on a weekly basis helps. It really does, because everybody that comes on the 6 screens are decent people, and they love other people, and they want what's best for other people. Nobody is here bashing anybody. They want you and me to have a good life, and we're here to help you. But we don't want you to be, manipulated by this cult. And that's all. We want you to know the truth of the matter is these people, they're not looking out for your best interests. They're looking out for their own best interests. But guess what? We don't have the answers, but we all stand together and we all love each other. And to me, that's priceless. And that's my new drug.
And I think this is very similar within congregations of Jehovah's Witnesses. For the most part, they are good people that have a love for each other. It shows up here too, because that's who we naturally are, right? So
But it's
my
been
problem
a lot of
is with the
name calling on
leadership.
the shows also.
What did you say, Grace? What?
It has been a lot of name calling on the shows also.
Yeah,
unfortunate, but I think Rick has fixed it. He has fixed it. So he lets only certain people come on now. He has control of that now.
Oh,
he's working on it.
Or tonight. It happened to me today, tonight, or for me it was morning. For you, it was evening, I guess.
Really? You got called names?
Yeah, I was called Hitler here.
Really?
Was it on this show or an earlier show?
I would have stood right up. I would have said something, because that is pathetic. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry to hear that.
Well, I'm kind of, how you say, I'm not easily offended. But I'm just thinking that if somebody new calls in that don't have the same mental capabilities I have, they would be kind of shocked coming in here. Hearing a lady just want to talk to other ladies and a man screaming she is Hitler. It's really weird. So,
okay,
he has this system, but when should he push the button? If he pushes it too early, then nobody can talk, and if he pushes it too late, then people already called me Hitler, and it was too late. But here's my thing also. I don't think, I have been thinking about this a lot, and this really troubles me, that we have had so many murders, suicides from these fellowship people in Jehovah's Witness, and after this Hamburg, Germany guy also.
Oh, yes.
I'm terrified, and I'm really serious about this. Here is my thing. I don't, myself also, I blame myself. I really blame myself, because sometimes maybe I'm self-absorbed and I don't see that other people are hurting. So we have had people on this show calling other people names, and I was thinking, why didn't I should have understand maybe they are in pain why they are acting like this, and I should have been more sympathetic. I should have felt for them more and tried to help them instead of go against them too much. I need to work on being more kind, and
we all do. We all do. That's a daily task for every one of us. So it is. It's a daily task for every one of us.
Here's what I think.
usually, not always, but usually women, they calm the men down, and usually women are not confrontational. So, like, if a man talks to two women, he is calm, and then there comes three men and agitate one man, and then this one man gets angry, and he throws it out on everybody, even the women get name called. But I mean, who explains? Should these three men go after just one single person and pack together? It's not okay. We should have to work on calm each other down here, so everything will be calm. I mean, it's really important. And I worry a lot about somebody might fall through the cracks because they are banned, or they can't talk here, or either this or that, or they don't feel calm when they call in here. So I don't know. I worry. And I was thinking also maybe they should have a show especially for men, just 1 hour, when they can call in and just argue with each other, and the women
No.
That's kind of a cool idea. I can feel the testosterone now. And it's, you know.
Not that bad.
Can you still hear me, or did I push a button? Or?
No, I can hear you.
I am saying that's silly.
Oh, yeah.
That's silly.
But actually, men who get together and do things, you know, and stuff like literally set out time for each other is a rare thing anymore, and it's really needed. You know.
But you can still hear me. I didn't push myself away, or.
Yes, I can hear you.
I hear you.
And I've thought about what you.
It hears you.
I've thought very much the same thing.
Hear me say that part? Did you hear me laugh and say that was silly? About the men, you said that you think we should have just a show just for the men, so they can just get stuff out. And I thought that was a silly idea. It's funny because, you know, maybe that would work, but it is funny and it's kind of silly too.
Mm-hmm.
In a good way. In a good way. I'm trying to say in a good way.
Yeah.
Silly.
You know, I think if 10% of the population, a regular person, they will not like the other 10%. So you will always find people that get on your nerves. And here's my thing. I noticed this is very weird because I can say the same things to somebody. Even I can go a step further and say something even worse, and they will not be angry on me. Just because maybe they love my voice or something. They just get the feeling she's nice. And so if I say the same thing as somebody else, they are not angry on me, they are angry on the other person.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
That works. You've experienced that?
Yes, several times. And the other way around also. Some people, they really, I get on their nerves, you know. They can't stand me. They go crazy when they hear me say anything. And then when another nice lady comes along and she's like, well, didn't you think about this? I'm so sweet today. Just do as I tell you. And then they will follow her to the moon and back. Even whatever she says, they will not be angry on her. Yeah.
I think you're right, though. People are weird that way. Yeah. But not me. I am not that way.
So you just love everybody, or you don't?
I do, actually, pretty much. No, I guess I don't, but I love people based on, you know, what I know about them, you know. And based on what I know about you, I love you. and I love Apostle Babe, and I love most of the people that come on this show that actually talk and mean what they say. If they're a real person, then I appreciate that. I don't like bull crap. You know?
Yeah, I hear you.
You seem to be genuine.
And see, that's
Nicer here on the show because I know I'm being recorded.
uh-huh.
Oh, really?
In private, I would curse. Sometimes I would talk bad about other people. I would say very bad words about people. But in confidence.
Pretend you're not being recorded and tell me what you think of me.
Oh, no.
But no, I don't think so. I think you're still going to say what you think regardless because you don't care.
No, you couldn't imagine the things I would tell in confidence if I knew they weren't going to tell anybody else. I wouldn't tell a gossiper, but if I knew this person will keep his mouth shut, I will be so ready to tell them everything. I wouldn't hold anything back if I knew I can trust the person.
That's great. And when you do find friends that you can say whatever the hell is on your mind, and you don't care, well, you know what? I don't care. Even though I'm being recorded, I don't give a shit what anybody thinks about what I say. I'm not saying anything bad. If there's any way that anybody wants to use anything I say against me, I don't care because I'm not that way. And I have a good conscience as far as that goes. And if they do want to use that against me, well, guess what? I guess I should have not taken that blood transfusion because that's exactly the same feeling that, it's I'm confident in myself and what I say. And the same thing, if it's kind of similar to taking a blood transfusion, it's like there's people, they don't take the blood transfusion because they believe of what they believe. Well, I believe in what I say, so I'm comfortable with that.
Very cool.
But maybe you are a nicer person than I am.
No, you're a nice person, obviously. You're a nice person.
But I'm not like this in real life, that I'm here. Maybe you are the same here or in real life, but in real life I'm quite different.
So do you despise me in real life?
For you? Oh, I had a lot of fantasies. I had a lot of fantasies about you, but I tried to calm myself down. So.
What are you doing, lady? Are you flirting? I think she's flirting.
So what?
I was thinking how old is this guy? I wonder if he's single. He's married. What is he doing now?
Yeah. Want me to tell? I'll tell you. I am 55.
I do love her boldness like her boldness like this.
I'm a happy dude. I'm a happy man. I love my life. But I am also, I love you guys, you girls, you women. I love the whole community. I really do. I love it. I love being able to do this and talk to you guys and girls. I mean,
I got the feeling that
you sound very exotic. Ooh, ha.
I thought sometimes I thought you were much older because you sounded so experienced and everything.
Yep, they're flirting. That's what we're listening to, audience. We are listening to full-grown adults flirting.
I'm just kidding.
And it's kind of fun to listen to. There's like really bad kind of flirting, which really takes you off to this bad place. But I think that there's sometimes good flirting that's really helpful to the ego and just for your self-esteem and nice compliments. And I don't know. I don't see much wrong with that. I think that's what y'all are doing tonight.
Yeah. I see
But
nothing wrong with that.
well, I think you shouldn't flirt with married people. That's very bad, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to what? I shouldn't flirt with you?
You have not been flirting with me. I'm just talking in general that a person shouldn't flirt with somebody who is married. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, I shouldn't have told you I was married. I'm not. I'm single. You kidding?
Wow. Oh my goodness. I have to take a potty break, so I'm going to push mute. You guys got this conversation for a little bit?
I wonder also, here is what I've been thinking about you, that maybe you just sound sweet on the show, and then when you are at your work, and then you're very rough with you talk rough among the men, you talk rough for. Do you do that at your work? You talk rough with each other?
Yeah, I do. I say it like it is. I know I have a rough voice too. It's kind of weird, but I do. But yeah, I say what I think, and I'm comfortable with that. And I also realize that I make mistakes, and I'm not 100% right all the time, and I am 100% the first person that will admit when I'm wrong. So, but yeah. But I do believe in justice, and that's a very, very strong part of my personality, justice. I know that the Watchtower Society has totally been unjust with many, many people that I love and still love, and yeah, I'm going to speak out against them because I don't agree with what they're doing. I don't agree with the damage that has been done to so many people's lives at all. I don't.
Oh, hey, I wanted to say something. You know, you were never baptized, right?
Never. Nope.
Linda was, yes, and Linda wasn't either. And I was never baptized either. So we are the elite. Yeah. So we belong to the elite force here in.
Yes, we do. Yes, we are fortunate. We're the fortunate few. The fortunate few, the fortunate three, because they can't touch us. But we know all their tricks because we lived it. Right? That's awesome. You weren't baptized either? How old were you when you left?
Well, I guess I never left. I was there. I was actually there one time this summer, and I was very. I mean, it's really. I was taken back. I was just there one time. I haven't been there for a few years now, but I was there this summer just one time, and I was taken back because there come up a lady to me. She moved here to my city 3 years ago, and she and her husband, like her husband was an elder. She was eldest wife, of course. Anyway, they were not. She was not old. She was pretty young for being an eldest wife, and I said something to her. Oh, that must be hard for you to move here. I mean, and you must miss your friends so much, so it must be hard on you. And she answered me like a complete robot. She was like, you can get new friends. You get new friends. You get new friends. Not a problem. You get new friends.
No, she's a little robot. Wow. She is a robot.
Like, I was feeling, she was looking at me, and then I was thinking, man, she thinks I'm a disposable also.
Yeah. Well, you are.
I'm just a disposable. She can get new friends. I mean, oh.
No, but you're disposable to her. You are disposable to her. And that's the way they raise them, and they don't know it, but that's the way it is. That is the way it is.
Oh, that's horrible.
It is horrible. People that I grew up with, I mean, you know, they were, I mean, I've known them since I was a kid, you know, and I'm disposable, you know. They really, I thought they were my friends, and guess what? I'm a disposable.
They were your cousins also. Your cousins.
Cousins and other friends. No, honestly, there were a lot of really good people, you know, that were, you know, pioneers, you know, elders' wives that I got along with, and I knew them, and I felt like they were my friends. But as soon as Tommy decided that he didn't want to become one of Jehovah's Witnesses, I was 100% disposable, and it didn't even affect them at all. None. Yeah. No, that's how we are. That's how, you know, my kids are the same way. My son, my daughter got disfellowshipped. Well, she dissociated. And my son is like, it's a loving arrangement, Dad. No, it is not a loving arrangement. But he believes with every fiber of his being that him shunning his sister, who he's known all his friggin' life, is a loving arrangement. That's how they are. There's nothing you can do to change their goddamn mind. It don't matter what I say, it ain't gonna matter. Nothing. He believes it's a loving arrangement. And I was like, how in the hell can that be loving? You shunning your own sister. How can that be loving? Oh, it's a loving arrangement, Dad. So they believe what they believe, and they have been so goddamn successful at just brainwashing everybody to believe whatever the hell they want them to believe, that they do without question. And it doesn't even make sense, because it's like, it's your sister, you know? It's your sister. You've grown up, you've known her all your life. She got baptized, she was 2 years younger than you, son. And you guys got baptized the same day together. But guess what? You're going to treat her like she's a piece of shit, because that's what this whole, he doesn't even affect him at all. He doesn't even question it or think about it twice. And that's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's also strange because, yeah.
No, go on.
You know, it's strange also because they encourage that you shouldn't have bad association within the organization also. And then, like my mother, she was never a Jehovah's Witness. And I was thinking, what are you thinking about my mother then? She isn't even in the organization. Then maybe they don't like me socializing with my own mother. Or, I mean, it's really weird when you come from the outside coming in, you know. And all the books you have to read, and you get like, oh man, I can never catch up with these guys because they have a book case filled with books, and they read all these books. I can never catch up. It's really difficult.
Well, yeah. Well, you need to learn to read.
I did.
I'm just kidding. Totally kidding.
I did read a lot. I did read a lot. I thought my eyes were popping out or something.
I was totally kidding and joking with you, but yeah, that is the way it is, though. Yeah, it's like the more you read. Well, guess what? I read every book. I even read books that they banned. You know, it didn't matter. It didn't change my mind. I still did not see how I could not convince myself to commit my life to this organization based on everything that I've read, because the truth is the truth. To me, the biggest thing that bothers me is the new light thing. If the truth is the truth, then new light should not be a thing. There should be nothing, no such thing as new light. So if it was the truth yesterday, it should be the truth today. But all of a sudden, they decide that yesterday's truth is no longer true, and now this is the new truth. That's the only thing that's my saving grace that kept me out of that religion, you know, from being, you know, actually totally shunned, because I just could not accept that.
You know, there was another thing about this lady also. She came so close up to my face. It's like she was in my face. She had no recollection of, she got into my bubble, my space, you know. You have a comfort space and you don't just go into this bubble if you're not married to a person. She was in my face. I mean, this is not the only time I got in this, because Jehovah's Witness, some of them, they get in your face too much. They don't understand to keep a distance.
The boundaries,
Like is she going to kiss me? Is she a lesbian or what? It's like, what are you doing being up in my face? I mean, it's so weird. I mean, they are weird. They are weird.
She wants to kiss you.
She was, I mean, what? I mean, I think something about, I got the feeling that some Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't understand this personal space. This is not the only time I experienced this in Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't have space. No. If I go out in public and meet other people, well, somebody will always be awkward. But I mean, I think they have a higher percent of not knowing when you're in somebody's space. That's just my feeling from my city, but I could be wrong on it. I don't know what it's like in the United States.
Hey, I was raised. I was like 3 years old when my mom got into the religion, and so I, as a kid growing up, did not learn about space. So yeah, you know, I did not know. I was guilty, just like them. They don't know. They don't know. And that's just the way we were. How old were you when you were introduced to the truth, or the supposed truth?
Was it 17th December 1997, I think?
97.
It was my best, but it was my best friend. He already sent me some magazines, so, but that's when I started the Bible study with the lady.
Yeah. 97. Yep, and that was before. Well, in what country are you in? Sweden.
I will be back in 60 seconds.
Pardon? What did you just say? I didn't hear you.
I missed it too. I think she said she'll be back in 60 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't understand that. We experience people in our spaces a lot. And JP.
No, it's totally different in America versus in other countries. Yeah, it's totally different, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. JP was talking about when he showed up for an assembly, and he was talking about how one of the guys there that, was like security or something, put his hand on his shoulder, then gave him directions to download the jw.org app. Like, this is not socially acceptable behavior that guy was doing with JP. It was an intrusion on his space. See, this is like, I've done hair. I've been a hairdresser for years upon years upon years. But when somebody sits in my chair, they're expecting
personal space, right?
They're expecting me to touch them. They're expecting me to go into their bubble. But I can't do the same thing to that person if we're standing in line at the supermarket. That is inappropriate. Right. Having a conversation. It's really socially unacceptable. And we didn't learn much of that.
Is that like a universal thing as far as like worldwide, or is that just our culture? I honestly do not know.
I don't know either. I don't know either.
Because it sounds to me like she has, in a socialist republic, it's like what we would have when we were growing up. It would have been like Russia.
Okay.
United Soviet Socialist Republic. It was a socialist republic. USSR.
What we grew up in?
We were told and brought up to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what she's living in? The United Soviet Socialist Republic? So it's kind of, they're like Russia?
Very similar.
Different. Yeah, we don't know how to. Yeah, we don't know. Oh,
my previous roommate used to call it Jehovah's regime. I was like, wow. And she had never been a witness. And 2 months ago, she gave me a call, and she's like, okay, I know this person that's involved in this church. Is it a cult? Because she now lives in someplace else. She had to listen to my cult stuff for years.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But I love that she came up with that.
You made a good point. You, me, and her. None of us were baptized as witnesses, but we were so affected.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah.
Because of that religion. Yeah.
Yes.
I was brought up that way from when I was like 3 or 4. And you, how old were you when your parents got into it, or your mother got into it?
I was born in. She got baptized when my mother got baptized when she was pregnant with me. Yes.
Yeah. So pretty much same thing. Being born in is almost, but at my age, it was other than my stepdad. My dad got actually having my 4th birthday party, but he wasn't allowed to have a birthday party for me after that for some reason, because my mother became a Jehovah's Witness, and he was not allowed to do that for me anymore, even though he wasn't married to her. He wasn't allowed to give me birthday parties. So my last birthday party was when I was 4 years old. Excuse me. Anyways, yeah, and he went along with it. So you were born into it, and you never got a birthday party.
Nope, never. But when somebody comes in during their informative years, it's very similar to being born in. You're still considered second generation.
Yeah, when you 4 years old, you don't know anything else. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah. And I remember my very last. I don't even remember actually doing the Halloween thing, but I do remember being excited to show my dad my Frankenstein mask, something like that. But other than that, I don't remember getting any candy. I don't ever remember doing Halloween, any of that stuff. So it was like, it's pretty much almost being born. But you know what's weird is that was in the 70s. That was the 75, CLX 75. And I think that's what got my mom in, actually. Yeah, because the fucked up thing about it is the people that friggin' were pushing this on my mom's oldest sister. So my mom's oldest sister is the one who got my mom interested in. Her husband, my mom's oldest sister, my aunt, and her husband and her parents, they started the first congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses in our town. They had meetings at their house until after 1975. After 1975, they all quit, and none of them were disfellowshipped.
Really?
Always talk to them. Yep, they all quit, and talk to them for the rest of my life. Yep. And my uncle, he was, it was his parents that started the whole movement up there. And after 1975, his parents are the ones who had the Kingdom Hall at their house. And they quit after 1975 or 76. I don't even know, but I just know it was in that time frame. And nobody questioned them. And I always wondered about that. It's like, why aren't they disfellowshipped? And there was never a real good reason, It was always a vague explanation, It's like,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, my mom and all of her other sisters started joining the Jehovah's Witnesses, and next thing you know, it's like the whole family's Jehovah's Witnesses, except for, well, actually, the wife of this guy. So the guy and his parents who started it, they all got relieved. He smoked, so he didn't get fellowshipped. And he was a baptized Jehovah's Witness, but he didn't get the fellowship. So we were able to always talk to that uncle, and then his parents. And they're the ones who started the whole goddamn movement up here in this area. And
Really?
it always baffled me. Yeah, it always baffled me.
Wow.
Happened, but that's what happened. Yeah. None of them got this fellowship. It's really weird, but that is exactly what happened. And the weird thing is that the oldest son, so my cousin, is, I thought he was a district overseer, but he was an overseer for the district assemblies. He was an assembly overseer.
Mm-hmm.
So he's still wicked, So my aunt, her husband, is the one who brought all of my family into this business. None of them are. All the people that brought our family in is not. And the oldest of all of my cousins I thought he was a district overseer. He's just a district assembly overseer, I guess. Right? The district overseer thing. But yeah, and but yeah, he's still wicked high into it. And I have a cousin, he's the overseer. But I have many cousins on the same stinking bloodline that have left the church and married men. You know what I mean? You know, it's totally how that all worked out. So the original people that started the whole movement, they had nothing to do with it. And we actually had a family reunion at their house one year. We had Johnny Guitar come to our house.
Wow. Wow.
You know, for family reunion, you know. Yes. And but they're the ones who started the whole Jehovah's Witness thing in my mom's family is like 8 women and 2 guys. So it's a big family. And I think every one of the women were witnesses.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But and it all started with my other aunt and my mom, and then all the other aunts joined in eventually. It took a while, but yeah, she got them all to join.
Wow.
Anyway, it's just weird how the whole dynamics of the whole shebang doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. We have Cheryl Saint Germain in the audience. Welcome. It's good to see you. You know, the things you offer in the comment section are not always very nice. And it really bums me out because I've come to know you through many years of commenting. And when I see you come here with such derogatory statements, it just makes me sad. And I'm really sorry you feel that way. Yeah, I'm just sorry you feel that way. Coming here to inspect the place and, you know, just all that derogatory stuff. You can call in. The number is 727-731-6701. I've asked you to before, and you've told me you don't have time. But we've never had a chance to talk face to face, and one of these days I would like to. I've had respect for you for years, and reading that you think the personal space thing is like this woke thing. I think if you don't know somebody and you just get in their space, I think it's socially unacceptable, and that it's an intrusion. You know, that's what I've thought. You know.
It's sorry.
Hi, Grace.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't planning to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. The hand on the shoulder. Got to watch that hand on the shoulder, which is a term of endearment, but no one knows where thousands of children are being trafficked. I wasn't on the subject of trafficking. I wasn't on the subject of people coming over the border. I was simply on the subject of Grace had mentioned somebody at the Kingdom Hall that was standing super close to her, and when she was talking to her, like she was very close to her face, and that I was talking about how, you know, some people don't realize that that's an uncomfortable thing for other people. I mean, if you have a friend and you're used to giving hugs and being touchy-feely, that's wonderful, you know, but if it's somebody that you haven't gotten to that place yet, it's an intrusion, you know? I mean, that's just what I thought. Rick inspects on it shows that you don't listen to him. You're saying that I don't listen to Rick? Is that what you're saying, Cheryl? That I don't listen to Rick? it's really discouraging when you come by, and I don't know what these things are based on, but you usually don't make it clear to me, and it's just very discouraging. One of your comments is
You should ignore things.
say that again, Grace.
Ignore it. Yes, you have to ignore it. If you ignore something, the only way to handle something that you don't understand or you don't like, you're not agreeing, it's not good. You have to ignore it. Otherwise, it will get to you.
And you know what it is? It's actually hurting my feelings. So I've just now set my computer aside, and I don't need to read any more of that at all. So thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me that of Grace. I mean,
I think, yes.
I mean, I know my intentions and why I do this show every week. And if she doesn't, that's okay too.
Well, I was angry. I wasn't angry. I was lecturing her one time.
Oh.
When I was new on the show, I just came home and came on and gave a mouthful, I guess.
Oh, okay, Miss Cheryl.
Nobody knew I was talking. Yes. And then Gilbert said, "Well, she's talking about her," and yeah.
Right, I remember Gilbert had a special patience. Like, yeah, we know that's how she rolls. I was just like, yep. And
I really have to control myself, because I really feel this, that what if somebody from this Hamburg, Germany shooters comes on here, and I cannot handle this person, and then he commits suicide and mass murder after talking to me, because, I can be pretty rough on the edges in that.
I've been looking at that, what you're talking about, like the suicide, and then those that'll take out their family with them. It's called like familicide or something. And, looking into different families from the organization that have done that. And we don't always get to know the reason why, but it's pretty safe to assume that some of them do it because they believe that they will have a hope of a resurrection if they die on this side of Armageddon, before Armageddon happens. Because if you go through Armageddon, and if you die during Armageddon, there's no hope for a resurrection. So it's kind of almost thought of as an act of love, and because of the doctrines that we've been taught in the organization. Yeah.
But that's one side. But then there is the other side, and those are the ones who are disfellowshipped, and they go crazy because of the disfellowshipping.
Yes. And I started doing screenshots of comments, under different videos, different YouTube XJW videos, and there's so many comments that have shared my cousin committed suicide, my father committed suicide when he was disfellowshipped, and so many of them have been during the time of being disfellowshipped. So the psyche of knowing that the doctrines that are taught is that they're dead to Jehovah, and then when we shun them, or if they're being shunned, then they're treated as though they're walking dead. It's dispensational. It's a dispensation of existence. One of the 8 criterias of totalism. Go ahead.
And it's like, if I don't know who I'm talking to, like when I call in here, I can't see this person. I haven't called in long enough to the show to know their live situation, their life situation. I don't know what their life is all about. Are they just angry because they drank 5 strong beer, or are they just really on the borderline of suicide? I don't know anything about them. But come to, I know I'm not allowed to bring up the subject, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's when I feel confident. It's about Letter King David. I know he has never been a Jehovah's Witness. He has not been this fellowship. So there I feel like if he commits suicide, I don't feel it's my fault because he was never in the organization. That's how I feel. And I know his mother is still alive and he has a reason to live because of taking care of her also. And he has his own show and ladies coming on to his show, young women coming on to his show. So I don't feel that, I don't get the feeling he's suicidal. So if I go against him, I don't worry about it. But other people here that I know have been disfellowshipped, or then I get really nervous what I'm doing. I mean.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And, you know, that's being careful with those that are disfellowshipped is not a bad idea. Going easy on them, it's a good idea because the self-talk that's happening within their minds from all of the indoctrination, I would think is not pretty, you know, very gloom and doom. I was put on public reproof when I was 16. And that's back when they would announce from the pulpit, so-and-so is put on public reproof for behavior and becoming of a Christian. So that in of itself is a form of public humiliation. And I just remember knowing during that time span before I was reinstated that if I died, I would not have any hope for a resurrection. Jehovah would not resurrect me, you know? So yeah, being sensitive I think is definitely something to keep in mind and to consider, you know?
It's really hard because I have to really control myself, and I have to really think that I'm not going to get offended now. I'm just going to ignore it. Sometimes there is no explanation I can give a person to calm them down, or I mean, I feel like love wouldn't calm them down, explanation wouldn't calm them down. If I made a joke, it wouldn't calm them. I just feel sometimes that there is nothing I can do but ignore them. That's how I feel with some people.
Yes.
If you're on the level of calling me Hitler, I mean, that's just, what can I say to that? It's nothing to do then. That's it for me. Then that person is being ignored. I mean, I don't take those kind of things inside, you know.
Yeah, I did not like the way he was talking to you. At all. At all.
No, see, here is my thing, you know, here's my thing. I think if you hear that, and then you are thinking, oh man, now Grace hasn't been here all summer, and she comes on, and he calls her Hitler. She won't call back again. She will hang up and not call back again. Because maybe you get this feeling, oh, that's horrible. What if somebody called me Hitler? I would feel like this, or I would feel like that. But, you know, I think we talked about this before, that there are different days also. If I have a good day, it doesn't bother me. And another day I would go home crying.
Yeah.
Just you get this, you get the fantasy, how other people, I mean, usually it's not correct, the fantasy I get from how people will feel if I say something, or how you would feel if somebody says something to you, or just a fantasy. I don't really know until you tell me that now I'm hurt. Then I know, of course, but otherwise I don't know.
Sure. That's a good point. Thank you for saying that. It's a very good point. Yeah. Hello?
Yes?
Pastor Bay, Gray.
Hi, Kurt.
Hey. I'm glad Grace came back on.
Me too.
I have to rule out I have to sleep in my chair for a while. I'm trying to get myself woke up. I've been listening for a few minutes. I didn't get to do any preaching tonight.
Thank you. See, I noticed that Rick named this labeled it entertainment. I looked at that and went, I think I know what that means. And then I looked up the word and went from there. So
if I get myself woke up here, I thought about entertaining you all with singing you a song, but I don't know if I can remember the words or not. Maybe you might want to record this song.
you were getting ready to sing a song for us?
Well, I don't. I'm not sure I can remember the words or not. I'm still getting myself woke up here.
Okay.
Cheer you up a little bit.
So now I understand. This would be entertaining. Okay. Now I get it.
It is entertainment hour, right?
The whole night is an entertainment.
I don't know if y'all can hear me good enough for me to sing a song or not.
There you go.
Very well or not?
Ask me that again. What?
Are you all hearing me good enough or not?
Is who good enough?
I can hear you good enough. It's a bit
much,
but not too bad.
Yes, I can hear you. And I can tell you need to wake up a little bit. Yeah.
I'm a little hesitant to start singing because I can't sing for one thing. And I don't know if I can remember the words or not. I'm going over them in my head. I'll cheer you all up a little bit.
I love this. You don't know if you can sing. You don't know if you remember the words, but you're going to sing us a song. I love you, Kurt.
I'm hesitant. I've been told before I can't.
You are one brave man. I'll tell you what.
I'm not confused about that. I'm not confused. I can't sing. Let me give it a try.
I have a joke.
I might remember the words.
Okay.
It's something like this. It's an old bluegrass gospel song.
Okay.
I'm using my Bible for a road map. In commandments, tell me what to do. The 12 disciples are my road signs. And Jesus will see me safely through. There be no detours in heaven. No rough roads along the way. I'm using my Bible for a road map. My last stop is heaven some sweet day. There's another course to it, but I can't remember what it is.
Oh, that sounds so sweet. I couldn't imagine you had that in you, Kurt. You sound so sweet and loving. And now I know you must have been a very sweet and loving husband to your wife. This was amazing. Thank you, Kurt.
Well, that will depend on what mood she's in and what mood I'm in. I thought I'd cheer you up a little bit, you two ladies. I don't know, that might be torture for you. I don't know, but Gracie likes it. Anyway, I'm still getting myself going here. I'm going to go to Star Mute, and I'll maybe talk to you in a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so Kurt lied to us. He said he didn't know if he could sing, if he could carry it. I'm thinking, wow. And he did. He carried the tune. He did it on beat. And he found some words. That was very cool. Bluegrass is a very unique style, too.
Yeah, but he sounded so sweet, also. It was so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he was a real sweetheart, you know.
Yeah, it sounded great. I thought that was...
I think he should start singing here later in the evening, every evening, I feel.
Yeah, if he's in the mood, definitely. One of my girlfriends, her mother was attending the Mormon church for a while, and one of the, I want to say elders, but it wasn't. I think he might have been considered a bishop or a prophet or something. They went up to her and said, "God said that you need to join the choir." And she's like, "Yep, that wasn't God because I can't carry a tune." And she quit going to the Mormon church. She's I was like, that is the funniest story, funniest story ever.
I remember at the Kingdom Hall, my wife wouldn't want me to sing. She sang pretty good. I laugh about it now, but she wouldn't want me to sing because my singing was so bad. I laugh out of it now. Anyway, I just playing a game with you guys. I wanted to speak to you and spice things up a little bit. It's been a little bit rough night. A rough night on the program, but I think it's been a good program. I went to sleep there a little bit, and in my chair, I've been listening all night, and I just woke up there a few minutes ago. But yeah, thank you, Apostle Babe, and Grace for listening to that. I appreciate it.
Sure. And thank you for sharing that song. That's cool. Yeah, that's very cool, actually.
Record that. I want you, Apostle Babe, I want you to record that the next time you go into the what do you call it, karaoke bar. I want you to sing that song. I'm just joking around with you.
What would be the name of that song?
I'm using my Bible for a roadmap. That's an old gospel, bluegrass.
Okay, I'm using my Bible as a roadmap. I will consider that. I will consider learning it.
Joking around with that. They probably left you out of that bar if you started singing a gospel song.
Yeah, I've got some gospel music. I'm going to have to send it to you.
Yeah.
Going to have to send it to you. But thank you for giving us your song tonight. That was very cool.
That's my contribution. That's my contribution for tonight.
Thank you.
Everybody's happy. That's my only my contribution. Yeah.
Well, tell your wife I said hi, and I hope those grandkids are doing good because they got the good grandma there with them. They are so blessed.
Yes, she went to a family reunion today, and all 5 of those grandkids went with her. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I went with her, but I ain't got the help to do it.
Okay.
But anyway, get back to what you are talking about, and I'll listen and speak up as I'm gonna be going to bed here not too long from now, but I'll speak up if I need to. All righty.
He was taking a break, and he said that maybe I will come back later.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, I just thought of something. I don't want to beat this to death, but this David guy, you have talked to him before. I was just interested in who he was because.
Oh, but here is, Kurt, this is the famous Leather King. Leather King, he has his own show on YouTube, and he is smoking cigarettes, and he's not a Jehovah's Witness. He has studied with Jehovah's Witness off and on for 4 years, and he came on this show like long time ago. It was he was on the Watchtower news like maybe 4 June or something, and he was being quite horrible on the show. He wasn't nice to the women, talking down to Carrie, and really rude person, and then he came on me tonight calling me Hitler.
Yeah, I heard all that. I did not I know who you're talking about now. I did not know who that was. I did not know that was him tonight. Now I know. Thank you for that, Grace. I didn't know that who it was. Yeah, I remember him.
Yep, that would be him. I'm glad you remember now.
I know. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't budge. I didn't budge.
No, you did not. You did not. You stood your ground. You know. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out who he was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a bit intimidated by me because I'm very, very much. Well, he actually thinks I'm like Hitler, so he must be very intimidated by me, I guess.
Yeah, he could be. Could be. Well, I wonder why he came on. Just maybe. Because his questioning was about whether the Watchtower is a cult or not, and I thought it was an interesting question. And, I wasn't even really going to speak up about it. I was going to, everybody, Pastor Dave and Eric and everybody else could handle that. I was just going to listen. But, and I was trying to figure out who this guy is. Now I know. Thank you for the information.
I recognize him. I recognize him on an instant, and he went. I just felt that it wasn't too much talk about Barbara Anderson, and she wasn't here to defend herself, and he was going on and on about her, and I just didn't feel it was respectful, and it wasn't fun and loving. He was more. Didn't sound good to me. I just got a bad feeling. I just felt like he is not. I didn't get a nice feeling about it. I just had to stop him. I mean, other people have to listen in also, and myself included. I mean, I haven't been on for 3 months. The last time I was on, then I heard Leather King, and then I came back here, and then he was here again. I mean, like, hello? Has he been gone as me, like 3 months, and then he comes back here, same time as me? That was weird.
Yeah. Very weird. We are at the point of, we're about 6 hours and 12 minutes. So in about a few minutes, I'm probably going to wrap this up unless we come up with a couple of other subjects that anybody wants to talk about. And I can go a little, see, now the phone went off. That's what it does. It hangs up after 6 minutes, 6 hours. So that's going to wake up Rick, hopefully. Then he'll come in and do a redial, and that'll get us going again. And if not, then I might, say goodnight. But I've been doing my snacks tonight, so I'm not feeling really. Sometimes I fade very hard, and usually it's because I get hungry. But I've been doing some snacks tonight, having some grapes and bagel and some avocado and some onion and stuff. So I've been keeping up on the snacks and keeping my blood sugar pretty well. But yeah, so we're doing a new show called Watchtower After Dark, and I get to co-host it with Eric. Oh, cool. Rick is there.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. 5, please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There are 5 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
The first half hour, women talking, I think it sounds good to me. And of course, later on, you talk as well. I mean, I don't care. But that first half hour, that sounds like a reasonable thing. From my point of view, you could get you and the Apostate, get you a women's army together and take over the first half hour. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna run it past Eric and see what he says. Maybe we can do that a couple of times a month or something like that. I think once I was thinking about it more, I was thinking that's right. It used to be, you know, she would come on the meeting Grace, and she was used to a female host only, and then now I've brought in or Rick put us together, and but definitely give Eric a chance because he's really a good guy and he's actually very tender-hearted.
But hello. I don't understand why we talk about, like, this is not an Eric thing. This is a thing about that I came on here after 3 months, and then there was a violent man here again, Leather King, starting up the show. Like, it's a violent man, and then I've had this feeling for a while also that women should be able to talk to each other. And I missed Christine, and I felt like Mimi just came on one time and things. So, I mean, there was reasons, but the real reason was horrible here. It was Leather King. Didn't everybody notice that he was the problem here this night?
I hear you, Grace, but now I didn't mean to get you stirred up. I hear you. But
Yeah,
you know,
I saw it that way too, Grace.
yeah. You know, this idea just from a brick in the wall here. You know, women doing the talking for the first part of the show. I personally don't have any problem at all with it. You know, myself. And then after that time, you know, the men are going to talk some, and the women can join in. You know, I think it'll all work itself out. But now, Grace, if that don't materialize, then you just hang in there and like you're doing tonight. It's not a back-breaking thing, okay?
Well, I'm not too sure. I'm more like Christina, because it's not worth it for me to sit here and listen to this Leather King guy. I mean, then why should I call in if he's here? And it's not good for me to even listen to him. He's sucking my energy. I don't like negative people in my real life either. So, I mean, I don't want to, if he will start up the show, I don't like to be here if he's going to be starting up the show.
I think you picked the wrong night to come back. You and him, you know what I mean?
It might be true.
You started back last week. Maybe last week you said.
Hey.
Oh God, that's so funny. But I know you didn't mean it to be funny, Kurt.
Kurt, listen to me now. Here is my feeling. Somehow I feel I picked the wrong night, but in other ways it was the absolute right night, because no woman could have pushed against him as hard as I did today. I was really forced.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he got his. I mean, he couldn't push in here. I mean, he was just pushed down. I mean, I shut him down. You know, the first thing he said, I heard him because I was on the phone line. Maybe you don't hear it on YouTube as much. But you know what? The first thing he said, I was really smooth in my voice, like, Hello, I think the woman should be allowed to talk. Yes. I think we should have women talking. And I heard him saying, "What? Who is this? Is she for real? Is she for real?" And I'm like, that's a really rude comment to ask if I am for real. Like, I'm so bad person, I'm not even for real. I'm like a cartoon or a monster or what? That's really insulting what he said to me. Is she for real?
Oh yeah, you done a good job. I tell you, you Swedes, when you finally get into NATO, I tell you, you're going to be hell on wheels, I believe. You get in, you know, when you and Finland finally get into NATO, look out. Yeah, I'm just kidding around with you. You done a good job, though, standing up there. Yeah. Let the men and the women. Sometimes I try to have a general rule, save my craziness for men, and that's not even right. Women, I haven't. I try not to argue with women. I broke my code there a while back. Sort of a thing I learned when I was really young. I talked back to my dad quite a bit. I got repercussions, but now my mother, I never spoke up against my mother. Ever, ever, ever.
Wow.
Oh no,
But
no, my mother.
we all make mistakes, Kurt, and I do the same thing. I'm bad to the men, and I try to be gentle to women. Yes, but I can make mistakes also.
Oh yeah, we all do, but I should know better. By the time you're 67 years old, you ought to have everything ironed out. But I don't know. I don't have much patience. That's the key word. I just don't have much patience, and I never have really. It's been a problem. It's a personality defect. Patience is a virtue, what they say, and we find that in Scripture. And you just got to be willing and able to put it to application, to apply it. I've been doing better, in the last 10 years or so. I think primarily with two things. I think physically I'm very, very weak, sickly, and then a lot of Bible study. With the TV turned off, and that open expression on anybody, I guess. So, but in the everyday world, when you're tested, that's it's a test, I guess. At least whether God's involved or not, really could be argued, but a test with yourself, your own thing. You know, your own personality, who you really are. And I'm not satisfied, never have been, with who I am. I don't lose much sleep over it, but
I think I can identify with that.
yeah. You know, I tell you guys what you already know. You know, you can believe something. You can believe the Scriptures to be true. You can believe it, but you might not live by it. I have a real problem with it myself. Being able to live by the plain and simple, spelled out rules, because if you are a Christian, you're going to be in a box. Don't let anybody tell you anything else. You're boxed up. You have freedom in Christ. You have free will. But you better be careful how you use that free will, because you're boxed in with rules. All you have to do is read the Scriptures, concentrate on the New Testament. That's what I have discovered. And then you've got some unwritten, what do we call them? Principles. You know, principles. An example of that was tonight. I didn't get the full story. There's been so much going on here today. Some kids there, Mark, what's his name, the governing body, and something about saving
Sanderson.
Sanderson. Something about the pop cans or the cardboard, that all Jehovah's. And these poor people probably need an extra dollar or two. So the Bible principle would be that Jehovah, God, and Christ own the entire universe. And everything I got in my house technically belongs to God. Technically. Well, you got to apply that principle. In my opinion, the Watchtower's application gets to be ridiculous. It gets to be ridiculous when you have to bring little kids into it. Put your lunch money in or your 50 cents or whatever in the contribution box. I think stuff like that needs to be. They see Daddy and Mommy putting money in the contribution box. That ought to be good enough. And then when they get older, then it's their turn. They get old. They get a job. And if that 18-year-old, 20-year-old wants to contribute to the Watchtower, that's up to them.
Right.
That's the way I would look at it. But
Yeah.
I got baptized when I was 14. I was so immature.
I have a question before I forget it now. It was about Leather King. I mean, do you know, Linda, if Leather King, was he invited on your show as a guest tonight?
No, he was a call-in. He called in.
But who were the guests tonight then?
We didn't have a guest on tonight. It was simply Eric and myself co-hosting. So people would call in and talk about different things. And so that video that he brought to listen to, we were talking about that, and he took notes and mentioned the points that he noticed about the video. So that opened up some conversation.
But I mean, if you have a guest and you don't declare it's a guest, then I could maybe scare them off if they came on here.
Well, you would be.
I'll keep that in mind. If something goes wrong, I'd be like, Grace, where are you? Grace.
Do that. Pastor Babe, I would use Grace as a gatekeeper.
I think so too. Gatekeeper, yes. She's the gatekeeper.
And you have to announce this is a guest. Otherwise, I would not be lean on them. I mean, how you say? I would not be soft on them unless they are a guest to the show. And then I have to know. Otherwise, I would not be nice to them.
I hear you. Well, ladies, I think I'm going to, never have woke up completely. I think I'm going to, I'm so tired I can't hardly think. I think I'm going to go to bed for a while.
I think so too. When you said that you went to that family reunion today, oh my God, I'm thinking you're going to sleep more.
Yeah, let me tell you a story here real quick. I've got two sisters. If you lived in the neighborhood, I wouldn't tell you about them, but you don't know them, so it's no harm. They're good people. They were like me, raised in the Watchtower. They're married. Each one's married with grown kids and all of that, and their husbands are elders. And they haven't talked to me for a long, long time. My son out in Texas is coming in on the 9th of September. He's going to come here for 10 days. He's a former atheist. He's a Catholic. He's a hot Catholic. He's confirmed in the church. And at least he's not an atheist anymore. I don't have anything against atheists necessarily, but he's happier now. He's in the Catholic. He's coming out here on the 9th of September. My two sisters, they're going to come out here and visit. I'm in no shape to visit with anybody. Well, they changed their plans. They're going to come, and he's going to come in here and stay with me. But they're not coming here. They changed their plans. They talked to him and said, meet us east over in Pikeville. Go out to dinner. And he already knows. He's told me what the dinner and the idea of them coming in to begin with was they want to talk to him about the Watchtower. He, as a Catholic, you know, he's on the highway to hell. And he believes the same thing for the Watchtower people. They're on the highway to hell. So I'd like to have that conversation tape.
I was going to say, please ask him to tape. Please ask him to tape it.
I'd love to have that tape.
You're already thinking it.
Tape. Because when he comes back and talks to me, I'm only going to get his side of the story. I know he's going to end up in a big fight, some big argument. Because I know him and I know my sisters and their husbands. But anyway, I thought I'd bring that up. And, John, what is his name? John Prine. I haven't listened to him for a while. He's got a lot of good songs. He's a songwriter, folk singer. He got a song, Big Old Goofy World. It's something I can't remember the words to it. It's a big old goofy world. That's one of my favorite songs.
All right. Wow.
I'm gonna.
I grew up on country, and
oh yeah,
the country.
Go ahead.
The country music of today is definitely different than the country music I grew up on. I'll tell you what.
Country music today, I don't even listen to it. It's if you listen to it, go right on. But now the country music, George Jones and Merle Haggard and Gene Watson and Conway Twitty, all those people. Oh my goodness.
Who sang Honky Tonk Angel? I didn't know God made Honky Tonk Angel.
That give me a minute here. That was the guy was out of Oklahoma. Oh my goodness, I know his name. I know that song real well. I don't know it word for word, but and then Kitty Wells wrote a song. Kitty Wells wrote a song to Reply. It was her reply.
Yes, there's a reply song. Yes.
Oh my goodness, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. I know who you're talking about. Wrote that song. Yeah. Country music, mountain music.
So I learned how to play guitar from my dad singing country music. Let me see if I can show this to you. I don't know if you can see it or not. Well, maybe I'll show it to you another time. I've got guitars hanging on my wall. And
cool. Yeah, but you put that, I'm using my Bible for a roadmap. You put that on your hit list, okay? And you go in the karaoke bar and sing that. Oh my goodness.
I'll give that some thought. I'll give that some thought. I'll have to listen to it.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall, see that group when you started singing that song. I bet people be getting up, walking out.
People will get up and walk out?
I don't know. They may love it. I don't.
Oh,
I don't know.
no. At karaoke, they love hearing anything, any style of music. Oh my God. Speaking of getting up and walking out, every time I heard the song Love Shack, baby Love Shack. Oh God. I would always walk out because I didn't care for that song. And it was kind of just irritating to me, right? But I was there with some friends one night doing karaoke, and my friends started singing it. And I'm like, oh no. So I set myself down and watched them sing Love Shack because they were my friends.
Before I leave, I'm going to tell you who the king and queen of music is. Elvis Presley, the king. Now, see, Jesus Christ is not the King of Kings yet. I won't get into all that. He will be. But right now, today, in music, I'm talking about music, Elvis Presley and Reba McEntire.
Reba. That's a confident woman right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know her real well. The thing about Reba, and most of her songs are Broken Hearts, How You Gonna Go On, which, that's most songs are love songs, and most of hers, not every one of them, but most of them's love songs. But I like her real well, Tammy Wynette. But now the queen of country music, in my opinion, has got to be Reba. Patsy Cline had a short career. She was.
I go out walking after midnight. Yep.
Her voice is just outrageously good. But she wasn't around for about, 6 years or 7 years. She got killed, plane crash. But Reba, she got started in. I think her first album came out in '77. She's still active today. But I'm telling you what, I think she had at least 50 #1 hits. And then her B-side, so to speak, was not bad either. Her Lester recordings. But I've got everything that she's ever. I bought it. I haven't bought it, so maybe I missed something recent. But
so to the young'uns in the audience, the B-side is back in the day we would buy a record that only had one song on it, and on the other side of the song that we went to the record store to buy it would be a B-side, and that would be not necessarily the song we went in there to buy, but if the B-side was of good quality, it could be a hit too. So that's what he's talking about, the B-side of a single record that has a single song on it.
Oh yeah, listen, before I forget here, of course it's a matter of personal opinion, we all know that. Elvis Presley, in Madison Square Garden, I don't know if he's done one or two Madison Square Gardens, but one of them, I'd have to get on YouTube to find it. He done the song, oh my goodness, what's the name of that song? I got brain lock. Where he sings about the South, and I'll think of it about the time I get off the phone. That song, in my opinion, don't anybody be offended. I don't think an angel or an angel band could have sang that song that good. That is so powerful. And I don't think out on the planet, anybody, no Elvis impersonator could have sang that song like that. That is that gospel that he works with all the time. Anyway, and his backup singers, the whole group. But that was in the Madison Square Garden. I'm trying to think about what he calls that. That's where he puts two songs together, Dixieland and oh my goodness.
Hallelujah.
Huh?
Hi, I think it's Hallelujah. think that's the song he's saying. Hallelujah.
Yeah, that's in the song. Thank you for that. But it's the name of the song that he gives that. The name he gives it, it's on the tip of my tongue. And he's done it in a lot. Yeah. But yeah, Hallelujah's in there. But I can't think tonight. I'm so.
You had a big day today. I mean, my neurons would not even be able to connect.
Yeah.
But the lady's calling in. Who are you? Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Hitley.
This is Hitley.
Hitley from New York. Hi. How are
And
you?
Hitley, this is Grace, and we have Kurt on here too.
I didn't mean to rush in like that. I was listening for a few minutes. Yeah. I remember that. I remember that song.
And to think, Elvis did mashup songs before.
And she liked that song too. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for responding to that. How do you say your name? Headley?
Hitley, yeah. Hitley, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
You're welcome,
you and I are talking, I'm sure, about the same song, but you know how music is. It's all a matter of taste. I think you and I agree. But in that Madison Square Garden rendition of it, it's in high definition. It's on YouTube. I've got it all on CDs I bought through the years, but nonetheless, I don't listen to CDs much anymore. I just watch it on YouTube. But that was so powerful. So he was truly the king of music in my book, and for me anyway. For me, I don't worship him. I can. He's been gone, I think, since August the 16th of '77.
Yeah. I remember that. I was young person then. I remember when he passed on. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like the song "Suspicious Minds." I still do today.
Yeah, I hear
that song. "Suspicious Minds." I love it.
I never did go and see him in concert or anything. I just wasn't much of a concert guy. But what I do, I go if I like music, I'll go and buy a CD and put the CD on whenever I get in the mood. That kind of thing. But anyway, I'm glad we agree on that. Glad we agree. Maybe by the time I get off the phone, I'll think of the name of the song.
Okay.
Right now.
Tina Turner comes to mind for me. We lost Tina Turner this year, I believe.
I just thought of the song, and then I'm going to shut up.
Okay. What is it?
An American Trilogy. That's it. A-N.
Okay.
American Trilogy. Look at that one of these days, Apostle Babe, on Madison Square Garden.
Okay, I will.
Madison Square Garden. Yeah. All righty.
Thank you.
Girls, ladies, whatever you like to be called, I'm going to go to bed. And you all carry on.
Thank you, Kurt.
Okay. You too, Foster Babe. Good night.
Good night. Get some rest, hon. American Trilogy. I'm writing that down.
Also. But I don't know why Hitler is. I think she would talk a bit. She has.
I didn't hear what you said, Grace. What?
No, I wish Hitler would talk some, but maybe she's tired.
What's on your mind, Hitley? She's actually waking up. and getting ready to start her day. I was talking earlier about someone that told me that according to the Watchtower, I'm a guest. It was Hitley that told me that. And I've always told Hitley back, I'm like, I was a hostage. She and I would just laugh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was talking about you earlier about this very thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when they had to introduce the silver sword at one of the special annual meetings that they had, because just about every, circuit had one. Not only in the U.S., but other countries. They said that they used to use the old, I think the 1960s, New World Translation used the word for a person who's interested. By interested person, they used to use that term a person of interest. A person not only of the person of interest, but also the person who's studying.
A person of interest, yeah.
To make the decision to get baptized. They said that now we know what they use the word term person of interest in because there's a show about that on TV and everybody started laughing. How they do it.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Started saying, yeah. So you said that's why we put the word in visitor in this new, edition of the New World Translation. So everybody started them visitor. So that's what I got that from. I said, well, I'll go by because at the time I was super preemie and I went by what the organization was saying at the org was saying at the time. And I started to still use it today here and there. They still use that term. So that's why I use the term.
The term guest?
No, it was visitor. Now, guest.
Thank you, visitor. Yes.
I've been out for a while, so maybe guest is something that they use now. I really don't know.
I'm getting that mixed up with something my daughter said. See, my daughter lives on Maui, and where the Lahaina fires have just happened and everything. And the other day I was listening to her talk. I mean, she's lived there almost 10 years, and she's referred to herself as being a guest on the island. And I just thought that was so, I just thought that was amazing that she said that. It was very honoring to the those that are native for the island. And it was right after these fires happened. And there was a sense of, amongst the natives looking at the white people very concerned, like very, not trusting, like, because what happens, some of the white people will come over and come up and buy the land. And plus the island just, Hawaii was taken over by the white man, right? So even before she moved over there, I'm like, listen, child, you are the minority. Learn their culture. And she did, she's very good with people there. But it was tragic. And I'm really proud of her because not only did she offer haircuts for those that are in need of haircuts, her boss told her this is how to do it, do it in the cash register and everything. She's not limited to only so many haircuts. So over the next few months or whatever, people from Lahaina, they're going to need to do some self-care and stuff and looking for a job or whatever, and they're going to need haircuts. But she also called BetterHelp for therapy, BetterHelp therapy, where you can, she called them up and said, is there any way that you can donate for the people on this island? And they did. They donated for anybody on the island, any area on the island, not just Lahaina, which is the horrifying disaster place, that they can call and get 3 months for free, 3 months of therapy for free. Plus she started therapy too. I mean,
the first week or two after that fire, I mean, she would just call me daily, bawling her eyes out. Just, Mom, there's bodies in the water. Mom, the kids were off school that day, which means their parents were at work and the children were home alone, you know, and she's bawling her eyes out, you know. And since she has started the therapy, she's been able to shift a bit. Not that she's not as compassionate as she was, but she hardly could function. You know, just feeling just the mourning with this whole event that happened. And it was such a tragedy. And things were getting very conspiracy-like, and the natives couldn't get into Lahaina to get people their resources, and yet if anybody left Lahaina, they couldn't get back in, and it was just chaos. But anyways, you know, so I'm really proud of her that she got into action, and she was able to, with her own resources, offer hair. She's a hairdresser, offer haircuts for, I don't, you know, who knows how long she's going to do this, and then talk to Better Help Therapy. And when she looked into it, she found a therapist on the island. And I think Better Help Therapy you can do remotely, like, or personally. I'm not real sure. But I just thought that was like really smart of her. And yeah, so I thought that was really amazing that she came up with some things, resources of her own that she can give, and then was a liaison kind of position for things that she knew the people of the island and herself needed. You know, I was so impressed. Like, I was so proud of her. And I've seen a shift in her mentality since then, you know, and she's called me up and going, Mom, I'm in a better frame of mind now. And I'm like, I'm glad. I was just bawling my eyes out with her. Just, oh my God. Yeah.
That's so wonderful. I'm glad that she's, you know, making the, you know, strides and goals for better with this health, you know, mental health too.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it on the show for my Reddit part because I've been suffering with this condition that I was telling you about. I told you about earlier, and I was in pain. So I'm gonna I was, you know, things resting most of the day and taking the medication and what the doctor told me to take so that I will feel much better. So that's
Good.
why.
Good.
Yeah, so you know, but I'm glad that you know, everybody I listened to parts of the show earlier, you know, with Gilbert's brother and so
Yeah, Jesse called in.
about the elders and the elders' wives and stuff like that, things of that nature. I was like, wow, you really do that. You know, because I didn't know a lot of elders myself, you know. I knew ministerial servants and been around them a lot and pioneers and whatnot, you know, when I was in the organization. But I didn't know that elders and wives do things like that, you know, like to the point where this a case or other cases that happen, those things happen. I did, you know.
Yeah.
Nothing else. Oh, wow. So I'm not gonna hold you too long. I'm gonna go on.
Okay.
I did enjoy what I was listening to from the show. It was very interesting. When I feel better, I'll do the Reddit thing, but I just haven't been up to it because of this thing. So,
Okay. But yeah, take care of yourself and get yourself, you know, do what you got to do to get better. And definitely, you know,
give yourself some self-love and pamper yourself and everything. Because you deserve it, girlfriend. And you cracked me up, what was it, 3 nights ago?
Because maybe I should call them.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, what do you say?
I think it was 3 weeks ago, maybe 4. Wyatt Earp was giving me crap. And I'm doing this whole thing. We can't call each other names. And you're coming in there going, who the hell is this clown?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, I just said we can't call anybody any names, and then you just kept going.
I didn't like how in the bozo and everything. I got that.
That's what it was, bozo. Yeah.
You remember Don Rickles? You remember Don
He came in
Rickles?
all protective.
Yeah. Do you remember the comedian Don Rickles? He did a monologue about this guy talking, and he says, "This bozo back again." He was calling the guy hockey puck and stuff like that. I got that
no.
so badly. You know, he did a monologue of one of his, since he was a comedian, stand up, and whoever this fool was got me so angry because he was disrespectful to you, very disrespectful. So I went and I went off on him. I tore him up. I tore him a new one. I hope I did. So I was like, no.
There's a part of me that's like, thank you, sis, and yet at the same time,
He's gonna use her superpower to cuss him out without getting Rick and Susan in any trouble. Said I'm gonna use my superpower and tell this guy off. You know.
That was amazing, and at the same time, it was like totally against everything I was suggesting, but I couldn't shut you up. So, thank you for having my back, and I love you.
I'm really happy you defended Linda Hitley because I can't be here all the time, and sometimes I'm tired when I call in also because we're in a different time zone here in Sweden. But anyway, you should have been in the beginning of the show because Leather King, he said, is she for real about me? And then he said, he called me Hitler. He said I was Hitler.
What?
And then he said also, when I told them what time it is in Sweden, then he said I was lying. I think it was him. Yes.
Oh no, Grace.
That's worse. I think called the word. I mean, I don't know what you think, Linda, but isn't that worse to be called Hitler compared to what you were being called, or what do you think?
It was. I don't like any of it. I think and being called, Hitler was an insult. Was an insult. Was a direct insult, and he would have to someone outside in the street. He would. You know what would have happened to him. You know what would happen to him. I'm not a violent person, but
I mean, I'm not trying to minimize Linda's pain or that she got hurt. I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm just saying, isn't it? What do you think? Isn't it worse to be called Hitler?
Hitler's pretty out there, yeah.
I would say, in a way, yes, to a certain point, yeah, because
He didn't murder like 6 or 8 million Jews. He's a mass murderer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. He was, one of the most heinous people on the face of the planet Earth in the world's history. And to be called that was, oh boy, that's really evil of this guy to do things like that to y'all, to both of you ladies.
Yeah, I think maybe we should ban him, maybe.
Yes, we should know his number, get to know his number, and ban him for good. And don't have him speaking anymore. Don't have him speaking anymore. Even utter a syllable. Don't have him on there at all.
I mean, I'm joking, but actually, I don't think he has place to be here. He has his own show. He's in the Bible study with Rick. So the only reason he comes on here is to like complain on what the Barbara Anderson is doing or complain on us, or he's just a negative force here, that Leather King. He doesn't have any value to the show, I feel. He's just an energy vampire. That's how I feel. Looking down to women, and I just don't like Leather King. He does nothing for me, I mean.
It doesn't. He's a waste of time.
Yes, but some people, they can be fun sometimes and bad sometimes. When it comes to Leather King and me, I feel he's bad all the time. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. True that. True. Definitely. He's a waste of time, and he's just tiresome. I think he wants to try to make people think that he is a bully, and that he could bully and disrespect anyone, particularly women. Because I don't see him doing that to the males. He does that to women.
Yes.
He's a misogynist.
Yes, I think you're onto something, because the last time it was Carrie that was the victim, and now I was the victim. But I mean, he doesn't like you. I have noticed he has like you to agree with him all the time. If you speak against him, then he starts giving you names. So you cannot speak against him. You have to smooth him over, like, oh, I agree with you, and oh, yes, there is a smooth voice to him, and like the cat, you have to caress them the right way, and then he is calm. And if you go against him in any way, he will go to church. That's just
Like I said earlier in the show, I've done my homework on him, and if he thinks he's gonna, if he thinks it's my first rodeo, he's wrong. So he's wrong, but I kind of get what he's doing, but at the same time, I'm not going to receive or allow, or I'm not going to listen to him put down the guests without me saying something to him. We are at the 7-hour point, and I know we're still having conversation, but I think I'm going to shut it down pretty soon, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
But tonight's show is pretty cool, actually.
It's good. I'm glad. It was a good show. Oh, please. So, I think I'm going to leave too and get a little bit more sleep and just rest. And
okay.
Just do that. But nice speaking to you, Grace, and and also Linda. And
good to hear you.
Next week, hopefully, if I feel better, I'll just give the Reddit information of a thread, couple threads that I saw, and I'll just add to it. If I feel much better next Saturday. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Goodbye, ladies. Y'all have a good one. God bless.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Bye.
What do you say, Grace? Are you okay with me closing down the show now, or do you have more things you want to?
Oh, don't ever ask me that. Just hang up. You're in different time zone. It's 12 o'clock in Sweden, like having lunch now. You're at the night, so.
Okie dokie. So I'm really glad to hear from you, Grace. I've been thinking about you, and when you said it's been 3 months, that sounds about right. Thank you for coming in and letting me know you're alive. When Rick said that people have been asking about you, that doesn't surprise me at all, because you have definitely been on my thoughts. And I was concerned that you didn't want to come back because of the conflict, which I don't even blame you for. Who wants to be around conflict? I don't blame anybody for not wanting to be around that. So, like I said, Eric and I get to do a show together now. I no longer do my show, and he no longer does his show that we used to do, but we now are buddying up and doing Watchtower After Dark. So I believe this is our second show together. Yeah. So I'm thinking about, 4 to 6 weeks. It'll be more. It will flow more. But I like the stuff he brings to the table, and I like the way he thinks, and I like how casual he is too, and how just authentic he is. So I'm hoping that the audience is going to be patient with us during this kind of transition time of us getting to know our rhythm. I think that's how he put it, our rhythm. And I want to tell you all that Saturday nights and getting to do this show, getting to host this show and co-host it with Eric is definitely the highlight of my weekend. I'm so thankful.
Hey, Linda, before you hang up, sorry I interrupt you. I have to say something before I hang up.
Sure.
Because I forgot to say this. You actually said that you wanted to hear the audience opinion about this new show, or if we had any opinion about it. So that's one of the reasons why I spoke up about that the woman should start for 30 minutes. That I feel that you were actually asking for my opinion. And then when I gave my opinion, not everybody liked my opinion, but I actually you wanted to know what we are thinking, and this is my honest opinion. I mean, otherwise, don't ask for my opinion if you don't want to start a riot. Ciao. I will be quiet now. Excuse me.
Okay, I appreciate you bringing that up. I don't remember asking that, to be honest, but if I did, I'm glad you spoke up. Or if he did, I'm glad you spoke up. I am. And even if I didn't say it, I'm glad you spoke up. I'm glad you shared your opinion. And he was speaking before me as far as wanting to do something to make that more comfortable for you, which was really nice to see. So we're going to be talking about, some negotiation and stuff. And I'm glad we're hearing it like within that first, 4 to 6 weeks of our show, because that helps us to make a little bit of adjustments here, a little bit there, and really, again, get to know our rhythm, But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So going back to saying goodnight, again, this is truly a highlight of my weekend. And this weekend is a 3-day weekend, the beginning of September 2023. We're going into the fall. Usually sometime in September or August, we get a few heat waves, so if that happens, just do what you need to do to stay cooled down. And I just want to say too, there's a lot of things that are going on that we don't have control over. And it can feel very vulnerable to see these things that are going on in, society at large and stuff. So I just want to encourage you to focus back in on yourself. This time of healing is our time to develop and to pay attention to the things that we are interested in, the things that we want to do. That would be developing your own authentic identity. And that's part of your healing. Whereas before, our identity was truly being a member or one of Jehovah's Witnesses. That was our identity. Part of our healing process is to become our own unique, eclectic selves and to tap into things that we're fascinated with, that we're drawn to, and to give it a few tries and see how it works for you, and if you enjoy it, keep doing it, because you do have time to do that at this point. Whereas before, we spent most of our time serving the organization. And there's nothing wrong with pursuing your own self-interests. That is actually how you will develop your own identity. That's how you're going to go through situations It's how you're going to go through experiences, which gives you the wisdom that is needed, that we also didn't really get a chance to grow in our own wisdom because we didn't get to experience things in that category or in that area of pursuing some of our self-interests. Yes, we have responsibilities that we need to do, but it's really a good idea to start paying attention to what is it that you like to do, you know? Keep asking yourself and try it out here and there. There's a few adult classes you could take. There's a few things that you could take at your local junior college, and there are grants. And some of us that are seasoned, you know, that are, might fall into the senior category. So there might be discounts there for us that we don't even know are there. So, you know, let's kind of check things out and see what's going on. This might be a good time to kind of tap into some things that you've thought about doing in the past, but you've put it on hold so that you can do it in the new system of things. Today, you can actually pursue it now and decide whether you want to continue it or not. So that's what I want to encourage you to do. And so that's something that is in our zone that we actually have control over. If you are a young mother and you have children, and you're thinking about going to college, but you know you have no babysitter, listen, usually on a college campus, there are students that are learning early childhood education, and they need children to watch. They actually need to watch your kids. So they've got all their supervisors there, and they actually watch the children of students that go to the school. So it would probably be very discounted, or, you know, if you're low income, you might get some kind of discount depending on how much you earn. So, you know, there's that too. That's an actual possibility. When I went to junior college years back, when my kids were little, I would take them to that section of the school where it's early childhood education. So there's like, you know, 7 to 15 students, but then there's all the teachers there too. So I wasn't leaving my kids unsupervised with these strange adults. I was leaving them with these strange adults that are being supervised and being taught early childhood education. So it went towards something that they were getting a career in. And the more I went there, the more I got to see them and you know, interact with them. So there is that possibility too. Sometimes there's bus passes that you can qualify for. Stuff that you don't even know is available. You know, start asking around. I know there's a number, 211. People can call at times for certain resources. You know, you might not be able to pay your electric bill some month, you know, and you might qualify for getting your bill paid once a year or something. There's things like that out there that just that little bit kind of really helps out, you know. So doing a job and being proud of it is a very good thing. And I'm not talking about those that are, you know, that have got a steady job right now, but there have been many, many people that have lost their jobs within the last, you know, 3 years or so, and they're just finding themselves having to make a shift in what they're going to do from here on. So I just wanted to encourage you that that's actually something in the realm of what you can control or what you can make a difference in. So yeah, thank you for showing up tonight, and thank you for those of you that are going to listen to this later on. I appreciate you all very much. And this is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I'm going to say good night, and I appreciate you all. I will talk with you next weekend. Bye-bye.